This is a very important chapter and plays a very pivotal role in the preliminary examination as well as the mains examination in understanding. Let me assure you that if you follow this lecture properly, you will be able to solve almost all the questions of the prelims as well as the mains examination. The problem that students face is they are not able to remember the aspects or details about the rivers, which all tributaries are joining the main rivers. Similarly, when I talk about weather, it is basically a short-term conditions or atmospheric conditions that a particular region is experiencing. If we talk about the natural vegetation, the word natural comes, obviously because it is not artificial in nature. Now, this soil is actually very important. Why? Why it is associated? There's a reason behind it. The reason is that because when some disaster happens. Hello aspirants, welcome to PW OnlyIAS. I am here Harpreet Singh with another very interesting session of Indian Geography. Many aspirants demanded, sir, that we need one short video of the Indian physical geography. And as you demanded, we are here with one short video of the Indian physical geography based on the NCERTs. So let's begin with this interesting session of the one short video. Please remember, students, this is my Telegram account where you can subscribe this and you can get access to various notes, various aspects associated with anthropology optional, geography, society and civil services preparation in general. Now, please aspirants note, as this one short video is there for you, we have made a lot of effort for these students and aspirants so that they understand each and every concept very clearly. So please note this, everything has been written by hand by me so that you can easily make your notes while you are watching the lecture. Along with it, hand-drawn maps. Every single map, whether it is any river, mountain, peaks, or any regional analysis, has been drawn by map, completely by me for you so that you understand it better. All the diagrams over here have again been drawn by hand so that you can even practice and become better at drawing these diagrams, because then, you know, in your examinations, you are able to get better marks. Covering all aspects of the NCERTs that is demanded by the Union Public Service Commission. Meeting the exact demand of what UPSC means or wants is what has been the focus of this video specifically for you aspirants. Simplification of the most complex concepts. Many concepts that you will come across like the climatology or the aspects of jet streams, all of them have been very simplified so that you can basically understand it and write it in your own words. And all of this in complete 100% English. Many aspirants demanded that when we want to write the answers in English, we should understand the concepts in English, because then we are able to get the grasp of those particular concepts. So we are here with the teaching in complete English with all these features there for you. Now, please remember, aspirants had continuously demanded, sir, that we need the notes, whatever is mentioned in the lectures, what is written on the board, those diagrams for all the subjects. Now, please remember, you have Abhishek sir teaching history. You have Nikhil Ram sir teaching you polity and also current affairs. I am here teaching you the geography, and then Ritesh sir teaching you English. Now, please remember, if you want to get the access to all these notes free of cost just for you, so please remember that there's a description link given below. Click on that and then enroll yourself in this free batch. Over there, you can get access to all the class notes free of cost. This is something very important because students kept on asking that, sir, we needed free notes. Where can we access the notes? This is a one-stop solution. There's a link mentioned below. Please click on that and you can get access to all these videos, all these notes free of cost. Let's move ahead. Before we begin the session of the one-shot video, please remember that because aspirants demanded that we need English batches also. So over here we have Titan 4.0. This is a very comprehensive batch for the students who are aiming for 2026. And it covers prelims, mains and interviews, and it is for 10,999. Everything is in complete English. Along with it, all those aspirants aiming for 2027, you have Pinnacle 3.0, again comprehensive 2 years course for prelims, mains and interviews. It is for 13,499. Now, please aspirants remember this. We are here to fulfill all the demands of what UPSC wants so that you are able to achieve your goal. So with this, let us begin with today's session. That is a one-shot video on the Indian physical geography. Let's begin. The first lecture being India location, that is based on the NCERT. This chapter is the most crisp and the shortest chapter of the Indian physical geography. Nonetheless, this is a very important chapter and plays a very pivotal role in the preliminary examination as well as the mains examination in understanding the position of India on the world map and the various dimensions associated with that. So let's begin with today's lecture. If you see this world map, this is a hand-drawn world map for you. Now, if you want to locate the position of India, it is here. Now, when we look at the world map, there are a lot of things, a lot of questions that can be asked by the UPSC in your prelims or some analytical part in the mains examination. Let's analyze this. If you see this particular line, this represents the equator. Now, the equator, as you would be knowing, is the 0-degree latitude. All the parts which lie north of the equator can be considered a part of the northern hemisphere. Repeating again, all the parts that are above the equator can be considered as a part of the northern hemisphere. All the countries and parts that are below the equator can be considered as the southern hemisphere. Now, so we can divide on the basis of equator into northern and southern hemisphere. Similarly, if I see this particular longitude, which is 0-degree longitude, can be also called as the prime meridian. Similarly, over here, all the countries or parts which are on the right side of the prime meridian are called Eastern Hemisphere or the Eastern Hemispheric countries. On the other hand, all the countries towards the west side of the prime meridian are considered as a part of the Western Hemisphere. Now, we have got to know two things. First, Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, based on the equator, Eastern Hemisphere and the Western Hemisphere, basis of the prime meridian, that is a 0-degree longitude. Based on this, what is the location of India? So, India lies over here, and we can say it lies in the northeastern hemisphere. Now, when you are preparing for the examination, sometimes in the preliminary examination, when such statements come, you tend to get confused if you do not know them. The location of India, when we are considering from the perspective of hemisphere, it is the northeastern hemisphere. Hopefully, it is easy for you to understand also, and you will remember looking at the map. Let's move ahead and analyze India from the perspective of the various continents that are present. You very well know, like as we have mentioned, India lies in the northeastern hemisphere. Now, if we see from the perspective of the various continents that are present, you see there is North America, there is South America, there is Antarctica, there is Africa, there is Europe, there is Asia, there is Australia. So many continents are present. But when we refer to India, we very well know that India is a part of Asia. But if you read the NCERT, very particularly, there's an exact location of India. India lies over here. This is India. The exact location is India lies in the south central part of Asia. Now, this is where students tend to get confused. In the examination, or the preliminary examination, if they mention something else, Eastern Asia or some other part, then you possibly might get confused because you haven't read the NCERT. So the exact location is south central part of Asia if you are taking the location or referring to the location with respect to the continents. So we have studied two things. India is located on the northeastern hemisphere. Along with it, India is located on the south central part of Asia. So these two things form a very basic premise of India's location. Let's move forward and analyze the various aspects associated with India. Okay. Something that is present with respect to the NCERTs of smaller classes like class 6th, 7th and 8th, where very often certain basic questions are asked or can be asked in the civil services in one or two statements which we tend to neglect. In that context, with respect to the India's location, India is the 7th largest country based on the area. Now this is what? This is based on area. Based on area. The largest country on the basis of area is Russia, second being Canada, third being China, fourth being United States of America, fifth being Brazil, sixth being Australia, seventh being India. If you analyze the India's area, you know that very well. It is 32,87,263 kilometers square. Now, this particular area is merely 2.4% of the world's total surface area. Merely 2.4% of the world's surface area. The question arises, sir. Okay, we understood India is the seventh largest, but it becomes very difficult for us to remember this order because UPSC can very well ask you. And at that time, not only with respect to India, they can ask certain countries and tell you to arrange them. How are you going to remember? One simple way. You recently saw Royal Challengers basically won the IPL trophy, and many Royal Challenger Bangalore's fan would be here. You can take it as a mnemonic. Royal Challengers went to Cuba Island. I'm repeating it again. Royal Challengers Bangalore or Royal Challengers went to Cuba Island. What is here? Russia, Canada, China, USA, Brazil, Australia, India. So this is a way you can basically remember this particular order and useful for your preliminary examination and a general information that you should know because it is very categorically mentioned in your NCERTs. Let's move ahead. Now, something very important that you can use while you're writing your answers in the mains examination, and of course, it can be useful with respect to the prelims, is with respect to the latitudes and the longitudinal extent. If you see from the perspective of longitudes, the extreme point on the western side of India is this particular longitude, which is 68 degrees 7 minutes east. Now this is the westernmost part of India. The particular place is Guhar Moti, which is in Gujarat. Again repeating, the westernmost extent with respect to the longitude, if you analyze, it is 68 degrees 7 minutes east. And the point is Guhar Moti in the state of Gujarat. Now, if you see the easternmost point, it is 97 degrees 25 minutes east. The point being Kibuthu, which is in Arunachal Pradesh. So this is what is your longitudinal extent from 68 degrees 7 minutes east to 97 degree 25 minutes east. Now, if you have understood the longitudinal extent, let us understand from the latitudinal extent. See, the topmost point is 37 degree 6 minutes north. This particular point is known as Tashkurgan. Many books tend to put wrong marking of India, Indra Kol and all. So please be careful. This northernmost point is Tashkurgan. On the other hand, this is Indra Kol, which you generally refer to as the northernmost point, but this is the position of Indra Kol. The actual northernmost point is Tashkurgan, which is 37 degrees 6 minutes north. If we consider, please understand, if we consider the southernmost point of India with respect to Indian mainland, then it is 8 degree 4 minutes north. 8 degree 4 minutes north latitude. The point being Kanyakumari in the state of Tamil Nadu. So, northernmost being 37 degree 6 minutes north, southernmost being 8 degree 4 minutes north. Now, we know something very well. If we analyze the islands, then this further latitudes will further go down. That means the southernmost point of overall India is the Indira Point in Great Nicobar, which is located at 6 degree 45 minutes north. The overall extent, if you want to see the extreme points, it will be 37 degree 6 minutes north to 6 degree 45 minutes north. Something very important which were used to be written in the old NCERTs of geography, which is not present in the new geography. That is the alternative name of Indira Point. That you should know because UPSC can very well use them. See this. The latitudinal extent is this 37 degree 6 minutes north to 8 degree 4 minutes north and 6 degree 45 minutes north. That is the Indira Point. Previously, Indira Point was referred to as Pygmalion Point and the Parsons Point. Once it was Parsons Point, then Pygmalion Point. Later on, it was changed to Indira Point. So these are the old names of Indira Point. That is the southernmost point of India. With respect to longitude, you very well know 68 degrees 7 minutes east to 97 degree 25 minutes east. So this is the latitudinal as well as a longitudinal extent of India. So you can remember them. It becomes very important also because when you are asked questions in your mains, sometimes you might use them. In the prelims, obviously, they can very well ask you with respect to the extent, and they can very well mention the longitudes and alter certain figures here. So you should be well aware and well read, and you should remember these particular figures very categorically. Let's move on to the further aspects when we study India. Let's see. Now, we have already seen what is the westernmost point and what is the easternmost point. We have seen the point here from Guhar Moti till Kibuthu. Now, what is the distance between these two points? That means the west-east distance, it is 2933 kilometers. 2933 kilometers is the maximum extent, that is east to west distance. On the other hand, if I want to calculate the northernmost to southernmost point till Kanyakumari, the distance is 3214 kilometers. This again becomes important. This has been asked previously also in your preliminary examination. Certain figures have been changed. So you should be aware with respect to these data because they are very categorically mentioned in your NCERT. Clear? Next. Now, something for you to solve, and every aspirant who's watching this particular video, take this as a quiz. In all the lectures we do, there will be certain IQ-based questions that will be there for you from my side, and you have to write the answers in the comment section. Let's see what the question is. The question is, what are the least number of states or union territories one has to go through or cut if traveling from the northernmost state or union territory to the southernmost, and traveling from the westernmost state or union territory to the easternmost, including the origin and destination state or union territory. That means, let us assume you are traveling from the westernmost state towards the easternmost state, right? You have to calculate what is the least number of states you will travel to reach this particular state, and in the calculation you have to include the origin state as well as the destination state. Similarly, when you are traveling from the northernmost point to the southernmost point, what is the least number of states that you can go through and reach this point? In the calculation you have to include the northernmost, that is the origin state, as well as the destination state. In the comment section, please mention the question number, that means 1A and 1B, and write them in the answer section. Let's see how many of you get the answers right. I will be commenting in the section to give you the right answer. Let's continue with the lecture. See, something very important. Whenever we read this particular thing, especially with respect to coastline, has been in the news of late. And that is why it becomes important for us to remember and analyze that also. If you generally read the NCERTs, whether it is class 6th to 11th, you will come across this particular fact which says the frontier, that means the land boundary over here, this whole is 15,200 kilometers. It is fine. This is generally accepted fact. Now when we talk about the coastline of India, if I exclude the islands, according to the NCERT, it is 6,100 kilometers. If I include the islands, then it will become 7,515 kilometers if islands are included. But bache, please understand this. We always say that if there is a contradiction that is present with respect to NCERT and other data, you generally follow NCERT. But in this case, a special document has been produced by the Government of India. In this particular case, we realize that there has been an updation in the coastline as presented in the circular. This circular makes the coastline as, what is this figure? It is 11,098.81 kilometers. So it is 11,098.81 kilometers. This is the updated coastline with respect to India. Now, so please remember this. You have to follow this particular figure for your examination. 1, let me write it again. I think it is not clear. Let me write it again. 1,1,098.81 kilometers. So this is the actual coastline. Now the question arises, sir, if the change in the coastline has taken place, there is a great probability that UPSC in the coming years can ask us question with respect to what is the coastline of which state, arrange them in order, arrange them whether the coastline length of the island is more or which state is more. Absolutely. That is why this question is one of the most probable question for your prelims also. And again, if you want to appear for mains, you have to qualify prelims. But also for your mains perspective also, you should be knowing this. Let's see here. This is the updated coastline length, that is 11,098.81 kilometers. Now please understand this. This is the data, exact data from the Government of India. Because over here NCERT was lacking a little behind, so we have updated this. So you should also update in your notes with respect to the coastline length. I will be telling you also how to remember them. So if you see, this is state versus union territory. Wherever there's a union territory, I've written them in the bracket. So if you see the length, Andaman and Nicobar Island, the coastline length is 3083.50 kilometers. That is the maximum. Now that is overall, if you see, the Andaman Nicobar Island has the maximum length with respect to the coastline. With respect to a state, it is Gujarat. Gujarat has 2340.62 kilometers. Now please remember, you might have to remember the order. You might not remember the exact length, but order has to be remembered because you can be asked. So Gujarat 2340.62. After that is Tamil Nadu 1068.69 kilometers. Then Andhra Pradesh 1053.07. Maharashtra 877.97 kilometers. West Bengal 721.02 kilometers. Then Kerala 600.15 kilometers. Odisha 554.71 kilometers. Karnataka 343.30. Goa 193.95. Lakshadweep 144. Daman and Diu, Dadar Nagar Haveli 54. Puducherry 42. So what do we analyze from this? Firstly, the maximum coastline of, if the question is state and union territory, then it is a union territory, that is Andaman Nicobar. If with respect to state, it is Gujarat. Now everybody studies generally Gujarat has a maximum coastline, so they might ask you with respect to arrangement of, let us say, 3 states, and they can ask you arrange them which on order, which according to the length of the coastline. In that case, you should know them. So the problem that arises is, sir, how can we remember that? That is what the problem arises. So, bache, see, if you all know that there is a meme or the trend that is going on that GTA 6 is coming, GTA 6 is coming. You would have heard that. Grand Theft Auto. All the boys who play games or previously would have played games, you would very well know the Grand Theft Auto is one of the very prominent games, right? Let's use that to analyze it. See, can I say a GTA man worked knock to knock, glad for points? Again, a GTA man worked knock to knock, glad for points. Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, West Bengal, Karnataka, Odisha, Kerala, Goa, Lakshadweep, Daman and Diu, Dadar and Nagar Haveli, and Puducherry. Now see, I tried my best to make mnemonics, and this was the easiest mnemonic that I could create. And this was easy for me to remember also, and possibly for you also. So when you remember in such way, because you very well know that there's a possibility that they can ask you the questions. Let us say, they ask you, let us assume here, there are 3 states mentioned: West Bengal, then you have Karnataka, and then you have Odisha. They tell you to arrange the states in accordance with the length of their coastline, from greatest to the shortest or the smallest. You very well know that over here, when you see the question, possibly you might not be able to attempt if you do not know. Now you know that GTA man work knock to knock. So that means we know that the greatest length over here is West Bengal, then Karnataka, then Odisha. So we can arrange them. Becomes easier. If you do not know them, then it will be a problematic situation. So please, 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 this is some of the problematic things that you should solve it in an easier way. Clear? So we have done with the coastline, again important from the perspective of the location. Let's move ahead. Now, you know that very well. Unlike various countries which follow various time zones, we have selected one longitude as a standard time. That is Indian Standard Time. That is 82 degrees 30 minutes east, which passes through Mirzapur, which is near again Prayagraj, but it is not exactly. So the exact position being Mirzapur. Exact location being Mirzapur. Now, with respect to civil services examination, they can ask you, okay, if this particular longitude is being crossing India, to which all state does it basically cut? This can be asked because this is again present in your NCERT. So you should know them. First of all, it is traversing or traveling or cutting Uttar Pradesh. It is cutting Chhattisgarh. It is cutting Madhya Pradesh, Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh. Please make this clear in your minds that many might get confused that if in the examination of the civil services, they present one more state in the form of Telangana. Please understand, it does not cut Telangana. People will get confused because they assume that possibly because Andhra Pradesh was divided into Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, so possibly it might cut from Telangana also, because you are not able to recall the exact position of this particular longitude. It does not cut through Telangana. It cuts through all these 5 states: UP, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. This is with respect to the Indian Standard Time. Clear? So I think it will be clear for you and easy for you to remember also. So you should remember this. Next, when we are studying, again an important thing that is present in your NCERTs, right from your class 6th even till class 11th, they mention about Tropic of Cancer dividing the country into almost half, right? The Tropic of Cancer basically refers to the 23 degree 5 minutes north. So the upper part basically lies in the temperate, the lower part in the tropical. This is what generally we study. Now, when we study this line, the important thing with respect to analyzing it is, if it is crossing this, what all states are basically being cut in this particular case. So if you move from the westernmost part of India towards the easternmost, you will be able to analyze it is cutting various states. It is cutting Rajasthan, it is cutting Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Tripura and Mizoram. Tripura and Mizoram, right? So if you see Mizoram, Tripura, it is cutting through West Bengal. It is cutting through again Chhattisgarh, it is cutting through Jharkhand, it is cutting through Madhya Pradesh, it is cutting through Rajasthan, it is cutting through Gujarat. So all these states are basically being cut. So what are the number of states which are being cut? That is 8. Again, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Tripura, Rajasthan and Mizoram. These are the states which are being cut by 23 degree 5 minutes north, that is the Tropic of Cancer. Now this is a basic knowledge that you should have. Questions have been asked previously also, directly and indirectly through this. This becomes very core or important for your examination. With respect to this, let us move a little forward. Now, once we know that this is the particular latitude, it is also a latitude, right? It's a latitude. So let's analyze it further. Now see, this is one thing that UPSC can ask you. Which all states? They might mention 1 or 2 more states intentionally to test you. So you should be very well aware of these states. Let us go a little step forward. If you realize, these are the capitals of the states which it is cutting, or the important places with respect to the states which are being cut. Now see over here, Gandhinagar in Gujarat, Bhopal over here in case of Madhya Pradesh, Then you have Ranchi, Raipur, Kolkata, Agartala, Aizwal, Jaipur with respect to Rajasthan. These are the important places which are present in the map in the NCERT, and they very categorically mention it. So when we analyze this, do you realize one thing? Over here, Gandhinagar, Bhopal, Raipur, Kolkata, all of them lie south of the Tropic of Cancer. What? Gandhinagar, Bhopal, see here. Gandhinagar, Bhopal, Raipur and Kolkata. So what is the uniqueness over here? Let's do it again. Gandhinagar, Bhopal, Raipur, Kolkata. These four important places, what is the commonality? Lie south of Tropic of Cancer. Tropic of Cancer. It is lying south of Tropic of Cancer. Clear? What is another unique thing that you note? See here. Ranchi lies on the Tropic of Cancer. Lies on the Tropic of Cancer. So you can be asked also which among the following important places lie on the Tropic of Cancer. Over here it is Ranchi. And with respect to the other states, other places, they lie below. Now there are three other places among the states, 8 states that we have studied, which lie above. That means Jaipur with respect to Rajasthan, Agartala with respect to Tripura, Aizwal with respect to Mizoram. Now these three lie above the Tropic of Cancer. If it is asked, you know that very well. Obviously Jaipur is far in the north. It will by default lie above the Tropic of Cancer. But people get confused when they see Agartala and Aizwal. So you should know that these three places, they lie above Tropic of Cancer. They lie above Tropic of Cancer. Clear? Now many will ask, sir, there can be many other cities can be asked. Yes, they can be. But again, the interesting thing that happens is, even when the examiners are making the papers, they refer to the NCERTs and particularly the maps, and so many maps are given there. It is easy for them and sufficient for them to use the maps and create the questions. So if you have done even the map study in the chapters well, you will not be having any problem. And these are the things that basically sum up what is written in that particular chapter of India location. This is what these things are mentioned directly, indirectly, and because this chapter is very crisp also, so you will not have much problem. But this is again something based on analysis of the one particular huge map that is present on the NCERT, right? Okay. Next. Now comes the aspect of India's neighbor. India's neighbor, if you realize, we have so many neighbors, some good, some not so good, some enemies, as any other country. Now if you realize, if you move from the westernmost part, our favorite enemy, that is Pakistan, you will be realizing it shares a border. That means over here 3310 kilometers. Starting from here, moving here, then this part. This is 3310 kilometers. Then we have Afghanistan. Please understand that one thing should be very clear in your mind. Many people will say, sir, this is the Radcliffe boundary line. This is again a little bit the international border. Then we have the LOC. Then we have the AGPL, actual ground position line. Yes, that is clear. That is a different scenario. We very well know that this particular whole map of Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir, or the Union Territory, and this Ladakh portion is ours. They are integral part of the India, the Union of India. So for us, even the Afghanistan that lies here is our neighbor. And we have to take that into consideration very well. So we have Afghanistan also sharing a border that is 80 kilometers. Next, if you see, this is a part China, that we share it with China. Now this is 3917. Please understand, 397 does not cover only this, it also covers this part and this particular part. Clear? So 3917 is not only this, but this part also and this part including. Clear? So this is basically the McMahon line which we will be studying. McMahon line. These are certain things which I've added extra other than the NCERTs, which I'll be including in the following slides and making you understand all these intricacies. See here. So we have Afghanistan, we have Pakistan, Afghanistan, we have China, that is 3917, Nepal 1752 kilometers. Then you have Bhutan, that is 587 kilometers. This we have already covered in China. Then you have Myanmar, that is 1458 kilometers, and then you have Bangladesh 4096 kilometers. Now the question will arise is, see, this is very easy to tell that this is the length, that is the length, very easy to present also, I agree to you. But the question arises, how can we remember them? Because this is again mentioned in even in the NCERTs, the length and what are the neighbors, who are the neighbors, right? Understand this, there's a way to remember it. If you know, if you observe, you do not necessarily have to remember the figures or the kilometers, but you should know the order. How can you remember that? Understand this. How are you going to remember? BC Pakistan, Master of Business Administration, MBA. Nepal being a buffer country will come in between. Right? How? BC Pakistan, Master of Business Administration, MBA. Nepal as a buffer state comes in between. Like Nepal is a buffer state between India and China. So let us take it as a buffer state or something that is between two countries, buffer. So BC Pakistan, MBA, in the middle, Nepal. Bangladesh, China, Pakistan, Nepal, Myanmar, Bhutan, Afghanistan in the descending order. In the descending order. This you already seen, Bangladesh, see over here. All the numbers are mentioned, the kilometers. If you see this, you will be able to remember it very, very well. Clear? This again becomes important for your examination. Even such questions have been asked in your interviews for that matter. So NCERTs again form a very core or basis of your preparation right from the first step of your prelims till the last step of your interview. Clear? So having done this with respect to Indian neighbors, let's move ahead. Now this is something that is very controversial. Very controversial, which when I was discussing with certain aspirants also, they said, sir, please tell us one thing, that when we talk about Indian subcontinent, there are certain NCERTs of class 6th and 7 mention certain other countries like Maldives and Sri Lanka also. But when we talk about the NCERT of class 11th, India's physical environment, it basically mentions only these countries. That is India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh. So, sir, what should we refer to? Now, please understand, based on the analysis and study being done, please understand this. When we refer to the Indian subcontinent, various NCERTs, particularly of the smaller classes like 6th and 7th and certain other books also, they tend to consider Indian subcontinent from a very loose context. Loose context, that means they can consider it from the perspective of common history, common culture. We can consider Indian subcontinent from that perspective also. So that is why the 6th and 7th NCERTs use this terminology of including the countries of Sri Lanka as well as Maldives in this particular section. But when we study the class 11th NCERT, which only considers these 5 countries, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that is Pakistan, India, Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh, they are considering themselves only from the perspective of geography. Geography, particularly the area. So in the examination, based on the questions that have been asked in the previous years, not only in the civil services, but also in the other examinations, UPSC has taken these 5 countries as their answer. So please remember, when the question of Indian subcontinent simply is asking, nothing else is mentioned, then take these 5 countries that comprise Indian subcontinent. If in the question it is mentioned in Indian subcontinent with respect to culture, in that case you can include Sri Lanka and Maldives, not otherwise. So what all the countries that are included here? See here. First Pakistan, second Nepal, third Bhutan, fourth Bangladesh, and fifth India. I think this makes it very clear with respect to understanding of the Indian subcontinent. Clear? Let's continue. Now, now comes something that I have added extra. Please, students, remember this. Till now, whatever you had studied, was very directly mentioned in your NCERTs. Yeah? And certain other concepts, please remember, have been mentioned in NCERTs which are very old NCERTs. Over there, they had added or certain other aspects were present. So what I have done is I have added those elements also when I am considering the chapter of India location, so that you do not have any problem. You are holistically covering a particular chapter of India location. Let's see this. Now, please, students, understand. When I talk about location, because you very well know that we have to study the neighbors and dimensions associated with them, there is a Radcliffe line which basically separates India and Pakistan, or for that matter, this former East Pakistan also covers this Radcliffe line. That was basically an outcome of the report of the Radcliffe Boundary Commission, right? Now, please understand, when we talk about Radcliffe line, this line begins from the Gujarat, moves, traverses from Rajasthan, and ends the close boundary where Punjab state is ending. So these are the states which are covered in the Radcliffe. Now the problem that arises is, sir, okay, we have accepted it. This is a border also, international border, but we call it as a Radcliffe line. Now, is this the only line that separates India and Pakistan? No. So understand what are the other elements that are involved here. Let's see them. See, bache, the moment till here, what was the line? Till here, it was the Radcliffe line. Post that, this region of Jammu, please understand this very well. This is the region where Jammu is also here. This is known as the international border. 221 kilometers. Why it is called international border? Because there is no dispute with respect to India and Pakistan in this particular border that is there. Clear? There is no dispute. Now, when we move ahead, we realize that this is particularly, this line which you see in the form of green is known as LOC, line of control, 776 kilometers. We'll understand them also. Line of control. Now, this particular part, please understand. This particular part this is Pak occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Pak occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Clear? We earlier, when we were studying the lengths of the frontier lengths and what all neighborhood we have, we had studied those lengths. But now we also need to analyze these things also. Clear? Post the LOC, please understand, this is a particular point which is known as point NJ9842. Clear? From this line lies the AGPL, that is actual ground position line. Now this forms again the western side of the Siachen Glacier. Now what Pakistan says is, Pakistan says no, this is the line. We have our Pak occupied Kashmir and it should be till here. But India says no, Siachen is R, so we have this line that is actual ground position line. So this is the region where the Indian soldiers are located in the highest battlefield in the world, guarding our borders. So this line is actual ground position line. The length is 110 kilometers. Now, you can be asked in your examination, let us say they will put AGPL, they will put LOC and this international border part and tell you to arrange them in the order of their length. Now, you know that very well that LOC is 776 kilometers, international border in the state of Jammu and Kashmir 221, and AGPL as 110 kilometers. Clear? Now, let us see, understand a little bit about these three before we move on to LAC. Actual ground position line and LOC. See here. The actual ground position line. See, it is a line that currently divides the current positions of India and Pakistan troops in the Siachen Glacier region, right? So this is where the troops are located fighting for the land, right? Indian soldiers are there, right? Now, next come here, LOC, line of control. Please understand the earlier name of line of control was ceasefire line. The name was changed to LOC by the Shimla Agreement in 1974. After Pakistan had basically been dismally defeated in the war, a Shimla Agreement took place where this particular agreement basically stated that this ceasefire line would be called as the LOC. So what does it mean? It refers to the military control line between India and Pakistan. Clear? Now comes the LAC. LAC, let's understand. Now you know that very well that there is a region which is occupied by China also. They put it as Askaichen. This is the region of Pak-occupied Kashmir. So this is the region which they have occupied. Now, this particular line which is separating the territory which is occupied by China and the one which is in the Indian gamut is known as the line of actual control, LOAC or LAC also for that matter, which is 3488 kilometers. Clear? Let's move ahead. So the line that separates Indian controlled territory from the Chinese controlled territory. Chinese controlled territory. This is what is LAC. Now, something that you will observe is many will be saying, sir, is this length 3488 kilometers? No. The LAC is not confined to this particular region, but also extending to other regions where basically we share a border with China. So it has various other segments like in the northeastern region also. So complete LAC is basically 3488. It is not confined to this here. So that means other parts, which includes the middle and western segments or sectors. Western segments. If you realize this, there are parts which you have in Uttarakhand also, then you have this particular region also, and there is problem with respect to this particular region also. So the completely it is known as 3488 kilometers. Clear? So this is the aspect which we see with respect to Jammu and Kashmir. So this is, please understand, this is not complete 3488. It includes the other parts also. Clear? So when we are going over here, please understand this. This is line of control, then this is actual ground position line, LAC, this part. Again, LAC has other parts also in the middle and the western segments. And this is the international border. Please understand again, the border which you study from, which is currently known as Radcliffe line also, that is also international border. But we generally call it as a Radcliffe line, and this particular segment, again, the international border. So you can, if you want, some books, what they mention is they mention complete Radcliffe line as international border along with this. So again, those are things that are very easily depending upon book to book, but this is something that you should be aware of. Clear? Okay. Let's move ahead. Now comes with respect to Nepal. Let us see. Let's move right from Jammu Kashmir region to a little bit towards the middle part. You know, this is, if you realize this is the state of Uttarakhand. Right? This is the state of Uttarakhand. And you know this very well that this is what is the, this is the Nepal. This is Nepal, right? Now there is a particular region over here, the extreme corner, extreme point of the state of Uttarakhand. Now this, it was recently the tri-junction, which is Kala Pani region. Now this is very important from the perspective that this shares border, this particular point or region shares again intersection with China as well as Nepal and India also. So it is a tri-junction. Tri-junction, why? Because this is India, this is Nepal, and this is China. That is why it becomes very, very problematic also. So the problem should be resolved. Now please understand what the problem is. If I magnify this, you will realize this particular river that is coming, this is Kali River. Clear? And you know very well, we need to go a little bit back also, we'll explain that. This particular region is India, and this is also the part of Uttarakhand. Now, what happened recently is Nepal claimed this territory to be theirs. There are important places. Lipu Lake Pass is over here. Then Kalapani region is here. So Nepal claimed this yellow region that is in the state of Uttarakhand as their own. Now, India protested that it is not theirs, it is ours. Please understand this. The problem that arises is Treaty of Sugauli in 1816 established the Kali River as the western border of Nepal with British India. Now, what happened is during that time, a lot of misinterpretation took place. And this particular region again becomes sensitive because Nepal is claiming to be theirs, India is claiming to be there. Right now, it is under the control of India. But what India says is, see, till this point, it can be yours, but this complete segment is ours. You cannot be claiming this part. So India says this is not something that is in the jurisdiction of Nepal. So this is a dispute that is going on because of an old treaty that was signed during the time of British India. So small disputes with respect to the interpretation of what they mean is again the cause. So Government of India and the Government of Nepal are currently working on this together to resolve this problem. The problem enhances because China is also something a party of it. And China being on the side of Nepal, and Nepal considers China as an all-weather friend, that is why this problem further escalates. So let's see, probably India is closely working with Nepal to resolve and negotiate this problem. Let's move ahead. See, as we said, misinterpretation by the both countries of Treaty of Sugauli has led to this dispute. Let's move ahead. Important thing here. This particular line, again, when you consider it as a line of actual control, again, but this is also known by a particular name, McMahon line, 1890 kilometers. Now the problem arises, please, because we are studying India location, so we need to consider these problems also. India location over here, this particular line, basically it borders what? Arunachal Pradesh. This is the northern part of Arunachal Pradesh. Now, India claims that this is the actual line which is separating India from Tibet, Tibet being an autonomous part of, again, China now. China does not agree to this. Now, how did this problem basically arose? That is where the issue lies. What happened is, a Shimla Convention in 1914 was held between the British Indian government and Tibet. At that time, China had not completely captured Tibet. So, that agreement that was done was between British India and Tibet. Later, what happened? When China fully captured Tibet in 1950, they said that, see, we were not the ones who made this agreement or this Shimla Convention 1914, and we were not a part of it. So we are not going to adhere to this McMahon line, and we are not going to follow it. So what happened? China claimed Arunachal Pradesh as southern Tibet. So what is China doing right now? China is saying that this part, this particular region of Arunachal Pradesh is southern Tibet. They claim it on the premise that the Arunachal people of Arunachal Pradesh have similar cultural association as that of China, and that is why it is part of southern China, and they are continuously claiming, creating disputes of stapled visas and all that has been going on for a very long time. And this is, again, they do not agree to this line. They said this should be the actual line that should be present, which India completely disagrees because Arunachal Pradesh forms an integral part of the Union of India. Let's move ahead. Next, very interesting with respect to Sri Lanka. Now, if you see this, this is Sri Lanka. Yeah. Now, when you see Sri Lanka, there are a lot of problems that basically arises. Please you realize that there are this place is very sensitive. Obviously, there are corals, but this region is very important for the fishermen. This is the Tamil Nadu, and this is again the northern Sri Lanka. So a lot of fishermen, what they do is they tend to move across the waters or territorial waters of India. They get arrested by the coast guards of India. When the Indian fishermen, particularly from the state of Tamil Nadu, move to this particular region, they get arrested by the coastal forces or guards of Sri Lanka. And that is why, if you realize, this particular region, the problem is basically the fisherman problem. And what happens is that when you are basically fishing, catching the fish, you tend to cross or enter the territorial waters of the other country. And then you get arrested. So that is why many times the fishermen of either countries, either sides are arrested in the jails, and after some time they might be released when the governments make efforts together. This is one major problem. Second problem that arose is with respect to Kachathevu Island. Now, this is an island over here which was given to Sri Lanka by the government of India in 1974. What is the dispute that arose is, the state of Tamil Nadu says that they were not considered while this island was being ceded to the country that is Sri Lanka. Because what used to happen, many times fishermen used to, this is an uninhabited island, though it has a church also. So some Tamilians say it is important with respect to culture. Some say the fishermen used to rest there, spread their nets there. So what is going on when it is belonging to Sri Lanka? When fishermen basically go there, it basically creates issues. Many might be getting arrested and all. So it has created a lot of problem. And that is why, please understand, this dispute had arisen that the state of Tamil Nadu says, why has the central government in 1974 ceded this island to Sri Lanka? This again begins or remains a bone of contention, though the government of India has made it very clear because it has been given to Sri Lanka, so it remains theirs right now. Let's move ahead. Now, when we talk about, let me again move towards the western part. If you see, this is the Gujarat region, right? In Gujarat, now you realize this is the Sindh part. This region over here, this region is the Sindh part of Pakistan, right? This is Gujarat. Over here, let us magnify this. There are certain creeks. Now, what are creeks? Please understand. First of all, creeks are narrow area of water that flow into the land from the sea. So that means the water is entering from the sea towards a narrow piece of land, right? Let us assume this is a narrow piece of land. Let us make it even better so that you understand it well. Supposingly, there is a narrow piece of land, right, like this. This is all land, right? Land. Now, what is here? There is all sea or ocean or water here, right? A sea is here. Now, water from the sea is basically entering this region. So this is a narrow area of water that flows into the land from the sea, right? Clear? So basically over here. Clear? Chalo. Let's see. So the dispute that arises over here in Kori Creek becomes very, very important from the perspective that, let's analyze it. So if we see here, we'll be analyzing that this particular region, there are two major creeks that we study with respect to Pakistan and India. This is again a Kori Creek that is within the Indian jurisdiction, so there is no problem. There is another creek that is Sir Creek. Now, if you see this very categorically, this is a red line that is drawn here that is almost in the middle of the creek according to the international conventions. If such disputes arises, so generally the middle line between such creeks can be drawn as a boundary or a border separating two countries. So India says, okay, we'll follow the convention that is an international award, and a middle line can be drawn. This is the red line which India claims should be separating India and Pakistan. On the other hand, what is the Pakistan claim? This is the Pakistan claim. Pakistan claim says no. This complete creek should be there, so that is why they have drawn this green line. Why or what is the reason? See, Sir Creek becomes very important from the perspective of recent development with respect to oil and gas exploration or the minerals have been found. So they want it as a strategic measures as their own, whereas India is very ardent from the perspective that it is going to follow the international norms where the complete Sir Creek cannot be given to Pakistan. And if Pakistan wants to resolve this dispute, then in that particular case, the middle line, what is expected from the international award and the tribunals, it should be followed. Now, this is what is the issue of Sir Creek that we basically study here. Okay. This is the second lecture where we are going to study the structure and physiography of India. Please remember, aspirants, UPSC considers this chapter as a very important chapter for your prelims as well as mains examination. So please remember, while you're listening to the lecture, please try to note down whatever is written on the board. The maps that are drawn on the board should also be made by you if you want to have a command over this particular chapter and geography as a whole. So let's begin today's lecture, and let me assure you that if you follow this lecture properly, you will be able to solve almost all the questions of the prelims as well as the mains examination that come from this particular chapter. Let's begin. This is a Telegram account where you can find this particular PDF of the lecture that I'm taking right now, along with it, guidance with respect to anthropology optional, as well as civil services preparation in general. Let's begin. The topic is structure and physiography. Now, something very important, students. If I want to study the structure and physiography of India, it is something important that I go a little bit in the background and understand certain concepts if I want to explain the concept of structure and physiography. Let's see. Please note, the NCERT very categorically mentioned that the Earth is about 4.6 billion years old. Now, this is very important. In the UPSC examination, not only civil services but other examinations also, a question related to this age has come, where certain standard books mention the age as 4.5 billion, some mention 4.4 billion, some as 4.3. UPSC is only going to accept 4.6 as it has previously done in other examination. So you should very categorically adhere to certain facts that are mentioned in the NCERT. So the age is 4.6 billion years old. Now please understand, if I want to understand the structure or physiography, I should understand something, that if the surface of Earth is being, let us say, experiencing a lot of changes, what we're going to study in structure and physiography, so there would be certain forces that would be acting on it, right? Some from inside, some from outside. And that is how you realize that various landscapes are being carved out. So see here. Many changes have taken place due to, first, endogenetic forces, second, exogenetic forces. Let's leave what their explanation is right now. Let's see from a very simple perspective. When I mention the word endo, the word endo itself means inside. Inside or internal. Or internal. On the other hand, when I mention exogenetic, the word exo means outside, exo. You should remember in the perspective that when you're studying atmosphere also, you have the outermost layer as exosphere, that means outside. Similarly, when we talk about exo, it means outside, outside. Now, so something that is very evident from the word itself. This is related to inside or internal. Can I say that there would be certain internal forces acting which will be impacting the surface of the Earth? So see here, the internal forces of factors that shape the Earth's surface. Now you know that very well. Plate tectonic movements, you know that volcanic activities, you know earthquakes, you know faulting activities taking place. Now these are internal forces that is taking place inside the Earth, which impacts the surface of the Earth. Right? Supposingly there is a lot of volcanism, right? You can have or see or observe, let us say, a mountain being built because of volcanic activities. Yes? We very well know the Deccan Plateau is formed because when the Indian plate was moving over the Reunion hotspot, right? So the Deccan trap or a stair-like structure was formed. So those were internal forces which are impacting the surface. So these are known as endogenetic forces. When I talk about exogenetic, now leave what is inside the Earth. Let us talk about surface. Let us say a lot of rain or a lot of rainfall is there. Do you realize that something that is on the surface, rainfall drops and it might lead to erosion activities? Yes? Even due to, let us say, worms being there in the soil, or let us say organic matter being there, let us say animals being there, that might also shape or carve the landscape in various ways. So what do we see? Exogenetic means external forces or factors that shape the Earth's surface. They can be, let us say, weathering, erosion, depositional activities taking place. Now, let us say, you know that very well, if I talk about the course of a river. In the initial stages, the youth stage, a lot of erosion takes place. But when I go to the old stage, deposition of the sediments takes place. Now, this is taking place on the surface of the earth. Surface of the earth. Now, these are known as exogenetic forces. Now, many will be thinking, sir, are these forces completely different? Are they not dependent? But please remember one thing. Right now, when I'm telling you, I'm taking them individually. I know that very well that these forces definitely impact exogenetic forces also. There is an interrelation. But when we take as separately also, then also we can understand that these forces are affecting the surface of the earth. Clear? Now, this is something basic that you should know because we are studying the structure in physiography. Now, let's move ahead and see something very, very important. The moment you read the NCERT of class 11 in particular, a very particular statement is mentioned which most of the candidates, if I ask them, are unable to understand. The statement says that physiography of an area is an outcome of structure, process, and stage. The moment this statement is said, people assume that what this means or what could be the meaning. But please remember this, these are certain geological laws and all which people study in the geography optional. You do not have to study here, but the statement is mentioned in the NCERT, so it becomes important for us, and it can be asked as a 10 marker or even a 15 marker in your mains examination. Now let us understand the three statements that are present. Physiography of an area is an outcome of structure, process, and stage. This is a line. Let's understand what you mean by structure. If I want to talk about structure, what does it mean? It refers to the type, arrangement, age of rock, presence of fault, fold, and joints. So something that is a foundation on which various processes will take place. That means that is why we are talking about the type, the arrangement, what type of rocks it might be, whether there are joints, whether there are faults or folds. So this is basically the structure of an entity which we are referring to, or the foundation we are referring to. Example, the folded structure of the Himalayas create rugged mountains. Now you know that very well when the Indian plate basically collided with the Eurasian plate, then there was some subduction and that led to the rise of the Himalayas. Clear? So now this folded structure led to the creation of what? The Himalayas. That is why this is a structure. That is why when we are talking about structure, it does not only refer to a shape, it also refers to the type, what type of rock it is. Supposingly, when I'm talking about Deccan Plateau, we refer to basaltic rocks, right? Now, the nature is different. Its composition is going to be different. When I'm talking about the Himalayas, we very well know that it is an outcome of the sedimentary rocks. Clear? So the nature is going to be different. That is why type, how the arrangement is there. We know that very well when the sedimentary rocks are there, they're going to be layers. One layer over the layer, one layer over the layer. That is why it is known as stratification. This is something that you do also in geography, which we'll be covering later on, right? On the other hand, you know that igneous rock is an outcome of the solidification, crystallization of the lava and the magma, which we generally study when we are studying volcanic activities. So over here, type, arrangement, age of rocks, because age of rock also becomes very, very important. Presence of fault folds. This is known as a structure. Having understood structure, second thing comes the process. Now you very well know, supposingly this is a basic foundation. What all processes is this foundation being subjected to? These processes are basically what we studied in the previous slide, endogenetic and exogenetic forces. Refers to the endogenetic and exogenetic forces that act upon the earth. Supposingly, river erosion, now this is exogenic. Why exogenic? Because it is an external process that is moving and affecting the surface. On the other hand, faulted structure, faulting or faulting that is taking place is basically what? Endogenic. What do you mean by endogenic? Something that is inside. Supposingly, let's take an example. Let's take an example. Supposingly, this is a paper in front of you, right? Now, let us take this. Now, I know inside the earth, a lot of movements of plates taking place, a lot of processes are going on, right? Now, let us say that if there is a pressure exerted from this particular side, there will be this fold-like structure created. Visualize this. Now, this is due to the internal forces that is taking place. That is why it is endogenetic or endogenic forces. This is folding, right? So, that is why please understand, Processes over here refer to the endogenic and the exogenic processes that are basically being experienced by the landscape. Now why? Because an external process can also affect the surface, the internal process can also affect the surface. So that is why the process becomes very important. Stage, third part, refers to the evolutionary phase of a landscape. What do you mean by an evolutionary phase? When you study a river or its life cycle, do you realize you study the river in its youth stage, it is in a mature stage, or it is in the old stage? Do you study this? That is a life cycle of a river, or the erosion cycle which we study. Do you realize, supposingly, the processes that are taking place in the youth stage, a lot of erosion is going to take place. On the other hand, if I talk about, let us say, the mature stage of a river, depositional activities will be taking place along, let us say, formation of deltas will be there. So do you realize these are the stages? Formation of landscape, formation of the various physiographic structures on the surface. So this is referring to the evolutionary phase. Example, youth, mature, and old stage of, let us say, a river. Of a river. So please remember, this is a little technical. The one technical part which people tend to neglect, they do not even read the statement. This is very, very important. Structure, again repeating, refers to the types, arrangement, what type of rocks are there, what is the age of rock, what type of joints are there in the rock, or what type of, let us say, folding or faulting has taken place. That is the structure. Process basically means the various endogenetic or endogenic, exogenic or exogenic forces that are basically acting on the particular, let us say, structure. On the other hand, in which stage basically that particular structure is, or we can refer to the evolutionary phase of a landscape. This is the meaning of the statement. To sum up this, can I say, geological structure means something that is the foundation of any rock or whatever thing we are considering with respect to, let us say, even a mountain. It is a folded structure. Processes are something that modify. Now you realize this, that if the Indian plate is further moving towards the Eurasian plate, again, these are endogenic forces that are taking place. It will further lead to rise in the height of the Himalayas, right? So various processes taking place. Along with it, do you realize the Himalayas also experience a lot of exogenic forces? The rivers are eroding, right? So they bring out the silt also. So those forces are also acting on them. So processes are basically that modify this foundation over the time. Stage is the development or the phase where this foundation has reached. To which stage it is right now? Which stage it is right now? So stage is in the process of these endogenic and exogenic forces. Which position or phase of development is this particular foundation lying right now? It can be in the youth, it can be in the mature, it can be in the old stage. So this is the brief idea of the statement that was mentioned in your NCERT. We know that as we move ahead, we will be analyzing that even better. But this is often neglected by the candidates, so I've taken this in prior so that you understand it. Let's move ahead. Coming to the topic which we were studying, that is the physiographic divisions. If I see the physiographic divisions, we can broadly classify India's physiography into various categories. First, the northern and the northeastern mountains. Northern and the northeastern mountains. Then you have the northern plains. You have the Indian desert, you have the coastal plains, you have the peninsular plateau. Obviously, we have, in addition to them, we have islands also. Now, the islands do not cover only Andaman and Lakshadweep, they also cover various other islands that are present, which we will be covering in this particular lecture. So, everybody over here, I request you, these are all hand-drawn maps. These are all drawn by hand by me, specially for you. So I request you all to please draw them. You can pause the video. You can draw the map. Yes, initially it becomes a little difficult to understand how one has drawn, but with practice, it is very easy. You can draw this particular map, the outline, in less than 5 to 6 seconds if you practice. Yeah? So these are the divisions. Now let us take them one by one. First of all, northern and the northeastern mountains. It is further classified into various categories as the Trans-Himalayas, the Greater Himalayas, the Lesser Himalayas, the Shivaliks, and the Purvanchal range. Now see here, before I begin, as I always say, I'm going to begin with the Trans-Himalayas. This is the map. Now please remember, when I'm in the examination also, when I'm drawing, referring to, let us say, the Trans-Himalayas, I don't have to make the complete map of India. I can just refer to a specific part because my focus is on the Trans-Himalayas. This also you should keep in mind while you are answering in the mains examination. Supposingly you have to draw Karakoram range. You don't have to draw the complete map. Why are you wasting the space? This should be very categorically kept in mind because marks are cut if you waste the space. The examiner very well understands your motives. Clear? So, firstly, the map that we have drawn, I have enlarged that. Let's see the Trans-Himalayas. The Trans-Himalayan ranges basically comprises various further ranges, right? So, what are the Trans-Himalayas? Now, these are composed of first the Karakoram range. This is the Karakoram, right? Now, when I am writing certain things over here, something is written over here, you have to note it down because this is a detail that you should know and it is more than sufficient for you to know them. That can be asked in your prelims also and mains for that matter. Karakoram, it is located in the, please see here, in the Gilgit-Baltistan and the Ladakh region. Now, you very well know that this is the Gilgit-Baltistan region, Ladakh region, and certain parts of Askaichen for that matter also. But this is the complete Karakoram range. The length is about 500 kilometers. The length is about 500 kilometers. The highest point is Mount K2, which I'm going to show you in the further slide with respect to the peaks. So the highest peak, Mount K2, is over here. Also with respect to India also, 8611 kilometers. Meters, sorry, not kilometers, it is meters. Just to correct it, meters. Something very, very important again. It has an alternative name also. It has an alternative name also. The name is Krishnagiri range. Krishnagiri range. Why it is important? In the examination, they might mention Krishnagiri range is a part of the Trans-Himalayas. Now you will say, we have never heard Krishnagiri range. It is not possible. You will cut it as one of the statements. Please remember that the alternative name of the Karakoram is Krishnagiri range. That you should keep in mind. Clear? It is more than sufficient for you to remember this. Now let's move on to the other ranges of the Trans-Himalayas. Second, this particular range is the Ladakh range. Clear? Ladakh range. Let's study. Now, it is about 370 kilometers. The average height is less than 5,000 meters. And there are certain notable passes. Why I'm asking the passes is sometimes it is asked also that Changla Pass is located on which mountain range? Khardungla is located on which mountain range? At that time, it will be very confusing if you do not know this. So, Khardungla and Changla are very important passes which are located on the Ladakh range. Clear? Now let's come to the third. This in pink or purplish pink as you say is a Zaskar range. The length is about 300 kilometers. The average height is approximately 6,000 meters. There are various important passes here that you should remember. Pensila, Chingola, these are important passes. Very important thing, one more. Nanga Parbat, 8126 meter is located here. Nanga Parbat is located here. We'll be showing you the with respect to the peaks also, don't worry. Next comes the Kailash range, something very important from the perspective of religion also. You know that Mount Kailash is present in the Kailash range, which is an abode of Lord Shiv. So it becomes very important from the perspective of religion also. So this is a very important range. Now see here. And in particular, please remember, this also shows us a close connect between the geography, the religious belief system, our spirituality, and how we lead our lives. That is why you realize in the Indian culture, we are very closely attached to the environment. And that is why you realize people worship the rivers also, trees also, mountains also. This shows a belief system where you have to protect them also. We should also keep up the environmental spirit in us, right? Okay. Kailash range, the length is about 320 kilometers. The average height is 5,500 to 6,000 meters. Then again, you have the Mount Kailash that is 6,714 meters located here. Something again very important, Indus River. Indus River originates from the northern slopes of the Kailash range. From the northern slopes of the Kailash mountain range. Clear? You can note it down or you can, along with it, draw the map and note it down because once you have done in this manner, you will not forget it. The problem that arises is, when you read geography, you read this content, do not see the map. When you see the map, you do not read the content. This is what is a problem. Why people find it difficult? Because they're not able to correlate the map study along with the content. Now, what I have done is I have used all the content that is required or present in the NCERTs and certain books and along with the maps. So when you use this, you will not forget the details as well as the location that is present there. Clear? So this is the Trans-Himalayas. Now comes an important aspect. See over here. We see a lot of important peaks are present here. Yeah, very important peaks are present here. Let's see. In the Karakoram range, you have Broad Peak 8047 meters. You have the Stelgal Sar 7885 meters. Then you have Mount K2, which is also known as Mount Godwin Austen, 8611 meters. Then you have Gasher Brum, that is 8068 meters. Then you have the Ladakh range over here. Then you have the Zaskar range, which has Nunkun Peak. Then you have Mount Kailash present over here. So you realize this, that all these peaks are again very important. This can be asked in your prelims paper, definitely. And those who have geography optional also, you can also make the best utilization of these maps because they become important for you also. Yeah, this is important. Why? Please understand. Sometimes when the questions are asked, even in your mains, they can ask you to write a note on the Trans-Himalayan mountains and a description about them. In that case, if you have drawn this map or shown these map, shown certain peaks in that, you can get very good marks, right? So this is again important peaks. Let's move ahead. Now let us come to the Great Himalayas and obviously the Middle Himalayas and the Shivaliks. Let's study them. I have added a lot of content that is required for your preparation. Now if you see, this is the extent. This particular range which you are seeing in brownish color, brownish orangish color, is your Great Himalayas. Now please understand, Great Himalayas or the Greater Himalayas is not the only name that they have. Great Himalayas or the Greater Himalayas, Himadri or the Inner Himalayas. These are again the names or the various names which are basically designated to this particular range. Now see, the average height is 6,100 meters. Width is 25 kilometers. Formed by the central crystalline. That means if you realize over here, if I want to study the structure of the Great Himalayas, underneath lies granitic structure or rocks, granite and genesis. On the top of it are metamorphized sediments that is made up of limestone. This is what is the structure. What is the structure? So that means the base is formed by the granite and genesis. On top of it lies the metamorphized sediments that is majorly limestone. This is something that you should remember. Clear? Okay. It terminates abruptly at the Nanga Parvat and Namcha Barwa, which are on the extreme sides, which we will be studying after some time. We'll be seeing the mountain peaks, and then we'll study them. Now, it has the highest peaks. Why it has the highest peaks, which we'll be seeing that like Mount Everest and all the important peaks are present in this particular mountain range. Let's see here. Let's see some passes. Now, this can be asked in your prelims also. Burzil and Zojila Pass are again, these are all with respect to the Greater Himalayas. Burzil and Zojila Pass in Jammu and Kashmir. Baralacha and Shiplika Pass in Himachal Pradesh. Thangla, Niti Pass, Lipulek Pass in Uttarakhand. Nathula and Jelepla in Sikkim. Now, these can be asked in your prelims and they can give you a mismatch. Let us say this pass in which stage, this part in this stage. So, you should be remembering this. Clear? You can all note it down. It is very important for your, again, examination. If you have this much content, it is more than sufficient for prelims and mains. Clear? Let's move ahead. Having done the Greater Himalayas or the Himadris or the Inner Himalayas, let's move ahead. Now, see. These are with respect to your peaks. If you see, we have done earlier also Badrinath, Nanda Devi over here, Dholagiri, Annapurna, Gauri Shankar, Mount Everest, Makalu, Kanchenjunga, Namcha Barwa. All these things are basically present here. Clear? Now, very often, please understand, very often, question is asked with respect to them. Very often. Now, please understand how to remember them. Remember this in like way. The gem. In this order. Dholagiri, Annapurna, Gauri Shankar, Everest, and Makalu. So you can remember it in this way. These are the important peaks of the Great Himalayas. Let's move ahead. Next comes the Middle Himalayas. The Middle Himalayas, the Lesser or Lower Himalayas, or the Himachal. Now this pink range which you are seeing basically is representing your Middle Himalayas. Clear? Now let's see. When I talk about the average height is 3,500 to 4,500 meters. Width is about 80 kilometers. Now again, if I see the structural aspect, because I told you very well, the structure includes what type of rocks are there, how they are laid, arrangement and all. So over here, what happens? The main rocks are slate, limestone, and quartzites. A very important thing with respect to this particular range is that extensive erosion due to deforestation, urbanization, and rain has taken place. So though earlier on we realized that this mountain range was full of forest and all, lot of erosional activities, lot of urbanization has taken place. It has very badly impacted this particular range, because a lot of commercialization activities or commercial activities have taken place, particularly states like Uttarakhand or the states like Himachal Pradesh. It has many hill stations like Shimla, Mussoorie, Ranikhet, Nainital. So these are the certain important characteristics. Now let's see something. That this particular range has been given various names. If you see, this part of the Middle Himalaya is known as Pir Panjal Range. It is about 300 to 400 kilometers and average height is about 1400 to 400 meters. It varies. Post that you have the Dhauladhar Pass. Now the passes through Dalhousie and Shimla. Now these are very important places. Why? Please understand. Dhauladhar is basically in the Himachal Pradesh. The Middle Himalayas in the Himachal Pradesh region are referred to as Dhauladhar. Now you have places like Dalhousie and Shimla also located in this place, so very important from the touristic aspects also. And Britishers used to find them very attractive during the summer times when it used to be really very exhausting in the plain areas. If you come to Uttarakhand region, you realize that this particular range has two names, Nag Tibba and then is Mussoorie range. Now both are in Uttarakhand. These are in Uttarakhand, Dhauladhar is in Himachal Pradesh, and obviously Pir Panjal lies in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. In Nepal, it is known as Mahabharat range. Now the moment you move to the northeastern region, this state is basically Arunachal Pradesh. In Arunachal Pradesh, please understand, there are a lot of names which have been given. The names are Dafla Hills, Miri Hills, Mishmi Hills, Abor Hills. One thing that you need to understand here, though the names have been given, there is something very interesting or interesting fact that you should. These are not only the names of these hills, these are also the names of the tribes which are residing here. These are also the names of the languages that are spoken by the tribes. So this is something very important. See, these are names of hills, along with it tribes, along with it languages. What do you mean by that? That means Miri tribe, Abor tribe, Mishmi tribe are staying here. They speak the same language also. So this is, from a way you can say, it is the name of the hill also, the name of the tribe also, the name of the language also. We study in anthropology optional also with respect to these tribes. So this is something that you should be knowing. Clear? Let's move ahead. Next comes the Shivaliks or the outer Himalayas or the sub-Himalayas. See here. This is again the Shivalik range. Clear? Now see this very carefully. The length is 240 kilometers. The width is 45 kilometers in the west to 8 kilometers in the east. This can be asked in your papers. It is wider in the west or in the east. So you should be very well clear about this. Average height is 1300 meters. Next is, it is a non-continuous range. It is broken through various regions. It is very clearly visible also. It is not a continuous range. It is composed of sandstone, clay, limestones. So again, when we're talking about the structure, you can use this, right? These are the types of rocks that are present here. Now, please understand, this is again very, very important for you here. These are certain lines which are picked up very important from the NCERT. The Shivalik from the northeastern India, northeastern part of India, up to Nepal, are covered with thick forest. The forest cover decreases towards the west from Nepal. As you move towards the western region, the forest cover keeps on decreasing. As you move towards the west, the forest cover keeps on decreasing with respect to Shivalik. Why? The reason behind it is that a lot of commercial activities have taken place which have completely destroyed the natural vegetation. If I take an example, let us understand, even in the regions of Uttarakhand particularly, a lot of commercial activities taking place. So large number of cutting of trees happens. And that is why you realize that the forest cover, as you move towards this direction, continuously keeps on decreasing. Another fact, very important. In Punjab and Himachal Pradesh, the southern slopes. What do you mean by the southern slopes? See here. Supposingly, this is a mountain. This is a mountain, right? Now, one that is facing the north, this is the northern slope. This is the southern slope. So the southern slope is, let us say, this side. The northern slope would be the upper side. Again, see, supposingly this is the Shivalik mountain range. This is facing towards the northern plains. This is facing towards the middle Himalayas, right? This is facing towards the middle Himalayas and this is facing towards the northern plains. So this is the southern slope. This is the northern slope. Yeah. So the Himachal and Punjab, the southern slopes of the Shivaliks are devoid of forest cover. Again, because of commercial activities, agriculture being practiced. Over here, there are certain seasonal streams that flow, which are known as chaws. Chaws basically refers to seasonal streams in the regions of Punjab and Himachal Pradesh. So again, an important word that you should be knowing. Clear? Okay. Let's understand one more thing that is very, very important. Possibly you might not be aware of this. You have heard of dunes. Have you heard of dunes like Dehradun? Right? So a lot of dunes are there. Let's see. Let's take an example how these dunes are formed. For example, I am from Dehradun. Now you will be saying, sir, you are in a hilly region, but it is not visibly hilly. Absolutely agreed. Had I been in Mussoorie, I would be among the mountains, so I could feel, yes, I'm in an elevated platform or some like hill, standing some on a hill. But in case of Dehradun, I do not feel. I feel like I'm in a plain region. Why? Why? See here. Let's see. This is supposedly the Great Himalayas. Right? Let's see, it is a Great Himalayas. Supposingly, there is another mountain range over here. Let's see. This is the Middle Himalayas. Now, this is the Shivaliks. Let's take them as Shivaliks. Now, you know that very well, a lot of erosional activities would be taking place from the side of the rivers that will be coming or melting of the glaciers. Yes? So what is going on is, because of the erosional activities, lot of deposition takes place over here. Right? Now, if you see this is a relatively flat region. If I'm standing in Dehradun, if I see, I can far off see, yes, there will be some mountain range, yes, possibly, but I do not feel that I am in some hilly region or let us say I'm standing on the top of a mountain. No. A plain-like view is observed. Why? Because this dune has been formed because of the deposition of the silt and alluvium on this particular gap that was present between the middle and the Shivaliks. So this led to the formation of what is known as dune. Clear? So this is again very important. And these are very important places because with respect to commercial activities also, tourist places also, because the average height is 4. The climatic conditions are also good over here. That is why Dehradun, and similar places have been attracted or been, the Britishers are very attracted to these regions and they settle a lot of institutions of theirs in these regions, right? So again, it gives you a plain structural view also, and along with it, what happens? It is not at a lower altitude also, so the climatic condition is also good. So example is Dehradun. Clear? This is something that you should be knowing. Clear? Let's move ahead. Now let's move on to the Purvanchal or the northeastern ranges. Now please understand, I'm just showing you something that there are two parts which I'll be understanding. This is again the Himalayan ranges. They turn in the form of these northeastern ranges. You see this region, this is Patkai Bum. Next, in the Nagaland region, you have the Naga Hills. Over here, a very important peak is present, that is Saramati Peak, that is 3826 meter. That can be asked in your paper also. Then you have in the Manipur region, the Manipuri Hills. When you move further south, you have the Mizo Hills. Southern part of the Mizo Hill is also known as the Lushai Hills. In the Lushai Hills, you have a very important mountain peak, which is known as Blue Mountain, which is Blue Mountain is important because over there, a very important tribe, Lushai tribe, basically stays. So Lushai tribes are present over here. Now, if you come to this region of Tripura, you see Tripura Hills. Now, you'll be asking, sir, all good, we have understood this part. But the important is that these mountains, peaks, or the ranges which you have mentioned here, are they not a part of the Purvanchal? I'll say no. No. This over here, please understand. Let me make it very clear. Not a part of Purvanchal. Why? Because it is a part of the Deccan Plateau. It is a part of the Deccan Plateau. Though I'm teaching you here, over you have the Mikir Highlands and obviously the regions of the northeastern peaks. In the Deccan Plateau also we study, it is this part. This is a structurally, again, what? Structurally. What does the structure means? Based on the rocks, based on the arrangements, based on the age of the rock, based on the joints and also studies have been carried forward, and on the basis of that we have analyzed that these are not a part of the Himalayas. This particular portion is not a part of the Himalayas. They are resembling the structure of the Deccan Plateau. That is why, though I'm teaching you here, please make this clear in your mind. They can ask you, the Khasi, Mekhir, Rengma are an important ingredient of the Purvanchal or the northeastern ranges or hills with respect to the Himalayas. No. Yeah. So let's see, though we have studying here. See, this is over here, what? This is here Garo. Important thing again, Garo range over here or hills over here are inhabited by the Garo tribe. This is Khasi, they are inhabited by the Khasi tribe. This is Jaintia, inhabited by the Jaintia tribe. Then you have the Braille range over here, Brail. Then you have the Rengma, again the Rengma tribe is over here. Then you have the Mikhir, right? The Mikhir, very important, a very important range again over here. So these are part of the Deccan Plateau. Now let's see certain things about them. See here. I have minimized the size over here. Purvanchal, these are the extensions of the Himalayas. These are heavily forested, joined by the Meghalaya Plateau. What is the Meghalaya Plateau? Please understand. This region of the Meghalaya where all these peaks are present is the Meghalaya Plateau, which is again a part of your Deccan Plateau. So that is why, please understand, this is not the part of your Purvanchal, part of the Himalayas, right? Extensions of the Myanmar mountain chain continue southwards to the Andaman and Nicobar, even up to the archipelago of Indonesia. So please understand, when you see, there are a lot of explanations by various geographers also. So when you see the islands, extensions in the form of Arakanuma mountain ranges, or even to the Andaman Nicobar Islands, they assume that it is basically an extension of the Himalayas. Right. So there are a lot of theories on that. You can accept that, you can write it, there is no problem in that. Clear? Let's move ahead. Now comes the Northern Plains. This is the second division. You can very categorically, please write the heading Northern Plains here. Please quickly write it down. So when we see the Northern Plains, everybody here, please make sure that you copy it well. There are various types of divisions on which we can classify the northern plains. One type is a regional division. What it is? The regional division. Based on the regional division, we can classify the northern plains into the Rajasthan plains, the Punjab plains, the Ganga plain. The Ganga plain is further divided into three categories: the upper Ganga plain, the middle Ganga plain, and the lower Ganga plain. We'll be studying all that. Then you have the Brahmaputra plain along the Brahmaputra river, right, in the northeastern, right? So now these are the important regional divisions of the northern plain. Let's see them and study them one by one. If I see the broad map or show you the broad map before I explain everything, you can see here is the Punjab plain, you have the Rajasthan plain. Please understand, we'll be taking Thar Desert separately, right? There's a desert part also. Rajasthan plain. This is the upper Ganga plain. This is the middle Ganga plain. This is the lower Ganga plain. And this is the Brahmaputra plain. Clear? Brahmaputra plain. Now, if you want to copy it, quickly copy it down. This will be easy for you to remember also, because using these maps and all do give you an edge over the others when you're writing the answers, right? So this is the basic division which I have shown you over here. Let's move further. Let's see the first part, that is the Punjab plain. You very well know this pink part refers to the Punjab plain, right? Now the Punjab plain, please understand, we are dealing from the various aspects. It is important for you to analyze them. 1.75 lakh kilometers square is the area. The area is 1.75 lakh square kilometers, drained by 5 rivers, you know, Punjab, that means 5 rivers. From west to east, it is 300 kilometers. From northeast to southwest, it is 650 kilometers, right? From west to east. From west to east, 300 kilometers. From northeast is this part. Southwest, it is 650 kilometers. Clear? This is the distance, how it is shown here. Clear? Now, separated from the Ganga plain by the Delhi ridge. Now, please understand, Delhi ridge something, if you go to Delhi, you must have heard about Raisina Hills, right? Where the Rashtrapati Bhavan is located. If you go to various places in Delhi, you will see ridge, Central Ridge, Southern Ridge, and all those. Now, these are very old mountain range or ridge which is now broken part is present. Now, please understand there are a lot of theories, though we do not have to go into those details, but let me give you a brief idea. This Delhi ridge, which you generally observe in Delhi, is considered as an extension of the Aravalli range. Now, there was a various famous thinkers like J.D. Dana and all, they basically say that the Aravalli range basically extends from the Gujarat region, moves on, then even extends or divides in the form of Delhi, in the form of Delhi ridge. If you go to Haridwar, if you ever move from, let us say, Delhi to Dehradun, or you're crossing via Haridwar, you will see some mountainous-like structure. That is the Haridwar ridge. That is also considered as a extension of the Aravalli range. That is why these are very old fold mountains, right? Unlike the Himalayas, which are the young fold mountains. Yeah. So, Delhi ridge. Intervening delta. Please understand, this is something very important. Supposing there is one river, right? There is another river over here. So, this region between them is known as a Doab. Clear? So, intervening delta between the rivers is known as a Doab. Now, there are various Doab. Let us say Sindh Sagar Doab. Sindh Sagar Doab between Indus and Jhelum. Then there is Jech or Chhaj. Jech, Jech or Chhaj, same thing. Based on the word you can understand. Jech means Jhelum. Then Chhaj means Chenab. So Chenab and Jhelum. Rachna, again, based on the name you can, R for Ravi, CH for Chenab. Ravi and Chenab. Majha, between Ravi and Beas. Bisht, between Beas and Satluj. This can be asked in your papers. It has been asked in the previous years also. So, Doab is an intervening delta between the rivers that is formed. Now, it can be between all these rivers. So, this is a name. Based on the name only, you can remember which all rivers we are basically dealing. So, this is the part of your Punjab plains. When I talk about Rajasthan, now Rajasthan plain is basically a plain which is drained, which is not very fertile, not fertile at all. It has arid conditions, obviously. Over here, it is drained by various seasonal rivers. seasonal rivers over here. Clear? So let's move ahead. Then comes the Ganga plain. Let us take one by one the upper Ganga plain. The upper Ganga plain is 1.32 lakh kilometers square. The region is where the Green Revolution basically showed its best colors. The regions were like the Punjab, Haryana regions and the regions of the upper Ganga plain where the Green Revolution basically worked out really very well. Then you have the Ganga, Yamuna, Kali, Sharda. These are the important rivers. Then you have certain word which is used in the NCERT, Bhur. That means undulating, aeolian or sandy deposits that are found in this particular region. These are aeolian. That is an outcome of wind erosion. And sand-like structure which is basically found here. These are known as Bhur. So you can remember that this can be asked as a small or one of these statements in your prelims examination. This is the upper Ganga plain. Next comes the middle Ganga plain. Now middle Ganga plain is 1.44 lakh kilometers. There is thick deposits of Kankar that is here. Gandak, Kosi, Son are the important tributaries which are basically present here. This can also be asked. Then comes the lower Ganga plain, the smallest, 81,000 kilometers square. Tista, Jaldhakya, Sankosh, Mahanada, Ajay, Damodar, Subranakha are the major rivers which are basically you see their presence over here. So this is the lower Ganga plain. Now let's come to the Brahmaputra plain. This is 56,000 kilometers square, 720 kilometers long and 80 kilometers wide. It is the depositional plain. Because over here, the slope decreases tremendously. So the deposition, tremendous amount of silt that is brought by the Brahmaputra while it is crossing the Tibetan region. So the moment the slope decreases, a lot of deposition takes place. That is why between the river that is flowing, a lot of riverine islands are formed. Clear? So this is again a very important dimension with respect to Brahmaputra plain. Let's move ahead. Now, please understand, when I studied this, I told you this is a regional division. This is a regional division, there is another type of classifying is the physical division. Physical division. Based on the physical divisions, you have the Bhabar plain, Tarai, Khadar or Bagar. It is sometimes in certain books it is Bhangar, but majorly it is written as Bagar. Bagar is a more famous word. So what is this? Understand. Let us say this is the Himalayas, right? Just below the Himalayas are a type of region where you will be seeing that, particularly at the foothills of the Himalayas, where you will be seeing that boulders, cobbles are present at a very large number. It is not a very fine soil that you see. It's a very big boulders that are present. So what happens is, please understand, any river that is coming from the mountains will not be able to move over them because these are big boulders and cobbles that are present there, right? So what happens is water tends to seep down and move here. This is Bhabar. Now let's see Bhabar. Bhabar. It lies along the foothills of the Himalayas from Indus to the Tista River. It is 8 to 16 kilometers. It is 8 to 16 kilometers wide, formed by the alluvial deposits, mainly pebbles and boulders. Because it is pebbles and boulders, so what happens? Porous, dry and gravelly. So what happens? The river disappears underground. This is what we understood. It goes underground. Now next is the Tarai. You realize just after the Bhabar, see here, just after the Bhabar, it lies south of the Bhabar. Now this is approximately 15 to 30 kilometers wide. It is formed by the deposition of the finer alluvium. That means in the course of, as you move ahead, those cobbles and those pebbles will further erode and become finer, right? Because of the erosional activities taking place. So over here you realize that this Tarai is basically a region where the finer alluvial deposits are present. Now the river which had disappeared will come up on the surface. And we can see the river. Clear? So the streams reappear over here. So what do we see? These are the regions which are again marshy, which are waterlogged, which are fertile. But today's time you realize lot of them have been cleared and been utilized for agriculture practices. So this is a region again where the river reappears. Clear? The water reappears or the river reappears. Next comes, this is the two things that you should know. Next comes two concepts which are very important. Bagar and Khadar. Bhagar and Khadar. Now see here. If you see, supposing a river is flowing, next to the river I've drawn certain red stuff. Or let us say it is a deposition. Yes, it is a deposition. Now, if something is deposited close to the river, it will be fresh alluvial deposits, more fertile. Something that is very far off deposition made by the river during earlier phases, so that will be old alluvial depositions that have taken place. So they will not be so fertile because these red deposition, which is known as Khadar, will every year again new fresh alluvial deposition will take place. So it is very fit or very good for cultivation also for the crops. On the other hand, which are very far away from the rivers, over there you will see, because it is not replenished every year, definitely it will not be as fertile. So with respect to the depositions also, we can take two words, Bhagar and Khadar. Khadar are fresh alluvial depositions and Bhagar are the old alluvial depositions which are less fertile. Let's see them. Bhagar, upland areas which are older alluvial plains. They are less fertile, coarse, reddish, have calcareous nodules. Calcareous, that means calcium content is present. And these calcium nodules are known as kankad. Clear? Khadar, it lies close to the river channel, that means young floodplain. So newer alluvium is deposited annually. So by default, it will be more fertile. It will be more fertile. So this is again a division that we have done. This division was based on the physical division. These are the 4 categories you can be asked, and very often this question is asked in the examination, particularly the prelims. It can be asked in the mains also based on the physical or the regional divisions. Let's move ahead. Next comes the Thar Desert. Thar Desert, a very important region. Now you know that very well, the desert, because by default there will be very high temperatures, rainfall will be very less, vegetation will be very sparse, population density will be very less. Yes, these are the basic characteristics. If you see overall, it is 2 lakh square kilometers. Now out of this 2 lakh square kilometers, 85% is in India. That means the remaining 15% of this is in Pakistan. Yeah. It is surrounded by Aravallis in the east and the southeast, Indus Plain in the north and northwest, and Run of Kutch in the south. Surface sand comprises aeolian deposits. Rainfall is low and erratic. So obviously it will be having a lot of sand dunes present, sand deposits present. Why? Because these are regions of desert. These are very unfit for cultivation. Yes, we realize that if certain efforts are made, as we have seen with respect to Indira Gandhi Canal, also things can change. But you realize these are regions of extremes of climate. During the daytime, the temperature might rise up to even 50 degrees Celsius. And during the night time, it can fall to even -5 degrees Celsius. So staying here becomes very, very, very difficult here. Clear? So this is the Thar Desert that we studied with respect to India. Let's move ahead. Next comes a very important aspect, that is a peninsular plateau. Very important. Many questions are asked from here. And this is something important because we will have to analyze it also very well. It covers 16 lakh square kilometers. A general elevation is 600 to 900 meters. Bounded by Aravallis in the northwest. We'll be seeing this. Aravallis in the northwest. Hazaribagh and Rajmahal Hills in the northeast. Maikala Hills in the north. And the eastern and western Ghats, as you see along the edges of the peninsular region. Clear? So this is again the boundary. This is something that you should be aware of because again it can be asked in your prelims as one of these statements. Now how you'll remember them, because when we will be using the maps, become easy for you, right? Don't worry about that. Let's move ahead. If I see the peninsular plateau, we can divide the peninsular plateau into various divisions. First, the central highlands. Second, the Chota Nagpur plateau and the surrounding plateaus. Third, the Deccan Plateau. Fourth, the Meghalaya Mighir uplands. This is something we have already done. We've already done this when we were doing the northeastern region or the Purvanchal. Last, the eastern and the western Ghats. So let's study each one of them, right? Central Highlands. Now please see. Central Highlands. The slope is from the southwest towards the northeast and the north. Now see over here. This particular region, if you see, let's see this region, like Central Highlands. So you see the rivers flowing upward. People generally see this is north, this is south, but you see the rivers flowing upward. That means the slope will be upwards. Yes, or this way or this way. That is why, please understand what it is saying. It slopes from southwest towards the northeast and north. That is why the river Chambal and Betwa move towards the direction of northeast or north. They do not move south. So do not get confused on this parameter. Clear? If you see the map of India, you realize that Chambal move towards this direction, northeastern direction, north direction. That means the slope is also that way. So we'll be studying this. So Chambal, Betwa, Sindh can flow here. That is why the direction or the slope is in the way from southwest towards the northeastern direction, northeastern and north direction. It is wider in the west and narrower in the east. Average elevation is 600 to 900 meters. This is just a broad overview. You'll be getting confused of where is this central highland, you do not understand. Don't worry, bache. We will be studying this. This is just an introductory part. Now you see this central highland is basically made of two parts. North Central Highland has the Malwa Plateau, Marwar Upland and the Aravali's. On the other hand, the South Central Highlands have the Vindhyan Range, the Bundelkhand or the Vindhyanchal Plateau and the Baghelkhand. This is the complete Central Highland. Clear? The slope is from the southwest. Slope is from the southwest towards the northeast and towards the north. That is why the rivers flow upward. Clear? Let's move ahead. Let's see. The first is Aravali's. What is this? Aravali's. So let's see Aravali's. In the Aravali's, you realize that this is the Aravali range that you generally see. There are certain theories which also say that it basically moves even from the Arabian Sea and moves forward. There are a lot of theories. Certain thinkers like J.D. Dana have said this, but we do not have to go into all that detail because that is a work of geography optional. Do not have to go there. This is the Aravali range. Now you know that well. The elevation is 600 to 900 meters, runs northeast to southwest. Old Fold Mountain, 1.8 to 2 billion years old. One of the oldest mountain ranges that you can come across. Northwest of Udaipur, the Aravali is called Jarga Hills. This is again important. Northwest of Udaipur, it is known as Jarga Hills. In this particular Aravali, there is something again a very important peak. Guru Shikhar, 1722 meter, that is located over here. Should be knowing that. Again, there is Mount Abu also located here. Yeah. This is Aravali's. Let's move ahead. Now, I'm showing you a brief aspect of the Central Highlands which we were discussing. This is the Aravali's. This is the Marwar Upland. This is the Malwa Plateau. This is the Bundelkhand. This is the Baghelkhand. And you have the Vindhyan range over here. And then you have certain extensions in the form of Banre range and the Kaimur range. So this is again broadly a complete representation of the Central Highlands. So we have already studied the Aravali's. Let's move ahead. Next is Marwar Upland. Now the Marwar Upland lies east of the Aravali range. Made up of sandstone, shales and limestone. Banas, again a river, important river with respect to this region. Banas from the Aravali flows through it before joining Chambal. So again, these are the certain details that you should be knowing, because more than that it is not required. We've already taken from NCERT plus certain other sources in order to supplement the knowledge which can be asked in the civil services examination. So this is again Marwar Upland. Next comes this pink part, Malwa Plateau. Now the Malwa Plateau length is 530 kilometers, width is 390 kilometers. General elevation decreases from 600 meters in the south, 500 meters in the north. See, this is what we were talking. Over here, the elevation is about here. Very interesting. That is why the rivers flow towards the north. Over here, the elevation is what about? 600 meters elevation. When you talk about this region, the elevation is about what? 500 meters. Now, if the elevation is falling by 100 meters, that means this is the southern part, this is the northern part. Obviously, the rivers will flow this way. That is why you realize rivers tend to move towards the upper region. It is not upper, it is because the slope is like this. This is the southern part, this is the northern part. Like this. That is why the rivers flow upward. Yeah. So composed of extensive lava flows covered with black soil. Obviously, there is an impact of the lava that is present there. It has an impact of the sort of volcanic activities have taken place in the past. So we find aspects of the black soil also present over here. Aravali's in the north, Bundelkhand Plateau in the east. See, Aravali's in the north, Bundelkhand Plateau in the east, Vindhyan Range in the south. And the Chambal ravines are present over here. Very important. Chambal ravines are present over here due to the extensive erosion that has taken place because of the Chambal river, which makes it completely unfit for cultivation. Huge ravines are present, many, many feet. Extensive erosion has taken place over there, right? So this is again Malwa Plateau. Next comes Bundelkhand. General elevation 300 to 600 meters, area of 54,560 kilometers, made up of Genesis and Skits. Betwa, Kane, and Dasan are important rivers. Erosional work of the rivers has been converted the land unfit for cultivation. Now, as we have seen these regions, due to the extensive erosion or the gullies or the ravines that have been created, it becomes very difficult now to make this region fit for cultivation. So this is again very, very important for you to understand that these regions are regions where cultivation is very difficult. The regions where poverty is also high. Because again, there is lack of economic activity. So all these things are related. When we study the topics which are asked in the prelims, they tend to relate the aspects of geography to the economy and life. Some of the examples which you see. These are the regions where the people are very poor. That is why you realize you used to hear about dacoits of Chambal and all. Why? Because there were no alternative sources of income that were present there. People used to resort to such means of looting and all. Now, obviously, there is very strict control by the police now. These things have been curbed. But these again, that is why we say how the geography of a region influences the life, the economy, the way we think, the way we live, what the facilities are provided to us. So this is one of the ideal examples of that. Clear? Let's move ahead. Next comes the Vindhyan range. Now see, Vindhyan range is 120 kilometers approximately, elevation of 600 to 400 to 650 meters. These are block mountains. Now please understand there is something very important, block mountains. Let us say there is some rock structure. Let us take a small example over here, right? If supposingly there is some fault activities due to the endogenetic forces takes place, and we realize that this part moves down. It moves down. So over here, this part is elevated. These are some of the ways through block mountains can be formed. So this is again a higher region. On the other hand, let us say this force pushes it upwards, it can move upward. So these are blocks. So this is basically leads to the formation of such type of structures known as block mountains. Either two ways, either this moves down, the other regions are elevated, or let us say this part is pushed up and it leads to, let us say, increase in the height. In that particular case also, what we'll say, a block has been pushed up or down, which leads to the reason or formation of certain block mountains. In very simple words, you don't have to go into a lot of detail over here. So this is what is the process. Now when we say about Vindhyans, continue eastward as Barmer and Kaimur hills, which we see in this form, right? This is the Vindhyan range. Now comes the Baghelkhand plateau. This includes the plateau of Satna, Rewa and Mirzapur, lies east of the Maikala range, made up of limestone, sandstone in the west and granite in the east. General elevation is 150 to 1200 meters. This, again, you should remember, the western side is majorly composed of sandstone. The eastern side is majorly composed of the granitic rocks. Clear? That means on the eastern side, sedimentary rocks play an important role. On the western side, sedimentary rocks plays an important role. On the eastern side, the granitic rocks plays an important role. Let's move ahead. So what have we seen? We have studied Aravali's, we have studied Malwa, we have studied Bundelkhand, we have studied Baghelkhand, we have studied Vindhyan. Further extensions are these of the Vindhyan range are in the form of Banrer range, and further are the Kaimur range. These are the two ranges which further extend from the Vindhyan range. Let's move ahead. Now see, we have studied all this, Vindhyan, Banner, Kaimur, all these things have been studied. Now comes the part of the Chota Nagpur plateau and the surrounding plateaus. This is the region. which was the second part of the peninsular plateau that we were studying, Central Highlands we were studying. So please understand this, that this particular region becomes important because we are studying the Chota Nagpur Plateau and the surrounding region. Let's zoom it. Now see, one by one, let us study this region. If I study this yellow part, that is majorly what is known as the Chota Nagpur Plateau. Let's see, it lies east of the Baghelkhand, area of 87,000 square kilometers, general elevation of 700 meters, highest elevation of about 1100 meters in the mid-western part, which is known as the Patland. Clear? This is the Chota Nagpur Plateau. Below the Chota Nagpur Plateau, you have the Ranchi Plateau. Ranchi Plateau. Now, this is south of the Damodar, 600 meters is the max elevation. If you see on the north and northwestern part of the Chota Nagpur Plateau, you have the Hazaribagh Plateau. This Hazaribagh Plateau, again north of Damodar, 600 meters elevation. Parasnath Peak, important peak, lies over here. If you see on the northeastern side, you have a very important hill, that is the Raj Mahal Hills. Towards the southwestern part, you have this important hill that is known as Garjat Hills. So this is the Chota Nagpur Plateau and the surrounding hills, plateaus and the ranges. Clear? Let's move ahead. Now, having studied this part and all, let's move further south. Below this, over here, you have the Satpura range. Satpura range is 900 kilometers south of the Vindhyan range. Again, Dhupgarh 1350 near Panchmari is the highest peak. That is again very important. That can be asked in your papers. Further extension of the Satpura are the Mahadev Hills and the Maikala Hills. So this is again important over here for the prelims perspective as well as the mains perspective. Clear? Let's move ahead. Now see, we have done the Central Highland region, the Chota Nagpur Plateau regions. We have done the Satpura range, the Mahadev, Maikala range. Let's come towards the east. There are certain important hills that are there. This is known as the Gir Hills. This is known as the Gir Hills. This is known as the Kutch Hills. And this is known as the Mandav Hills. Mandav. This is the Mandav Hills. Mandav Hills. These are certain things that you should extra just have the knowledge about, because this was extensions of this. So just a little bit knowledge about these hills and ranges is important. Now, let's move further south. You will be realizing this is the part of the Deccan Plateau and all. We will be studying Deccan Plateau after this. Deccan Plateau is there. But before we study Deccan Plateau, let me put certain ranges and important ranges that are present in the Deccan Plateau region. You see over here lies the Satmala range. Towards the east of Satmala range lies the Ajanta range. If you see, Satmala range is further extended in the form of Nirmal range here. Further south of this lies one more range, that is Balaghat range. And another important range below that is the Harish Chandra range. So Satmala, then you have the Ajanta, you have the Nirmal, you have the Balaghat and the Harish Chandra. These are in the region of the Deccan Plateau, right? Let's move ahead. Now, in this region only, there are two important peaks, Kalsubai and Mahabaleshwar, that are present here. When we'll be doing the drainage system also, this holds a very important significance. We'll study there. Let's move ahead. Now, we have seen certain important ranges over here. Now, let us see it from the perspective of the description of the Deccan Plateau. See, the Deccan Plateau comprises, again, the North Deccan Plateau. Along with it, you have the Karnataka Plateau. Again, you have the Telangana Plateau. This can be considered as the southern part also, but we will take it into three parts. North Deccan, then that is known as the Maharashtra Plateau. Second, we will be taking as Telangana Plateau, and then the Karnataka Plateau. Yeah. Overall, this is known as the Deccan Plateau. It has 5 lakh square kilometers, 5 lakh square kilometers, bounded by Satpura and the Vindhyan range in the northwest. Satpura and the Vindhyan range in the northwest. Mahadev and Maikala hills in north. We had just studied Mahadev and Maikala. Western Ghats in the west and the Eastern Ghats in the east. It is divided into following parts. One is the North Deccan, that is this past Maharashtra Plateau. Then is the Telangana Plateau, and then the Karnataka Plateau. Three parts. Let's study one by one. Let us see the North Deccan or the Maharashtra Plateau. Over here, we see that it lies in Maharashtra. It is made up of the basaltic rocks of the lava origin and famous for the black soil. Clear? Now, you should very well know, while the Indian plate was moving over the reunion hotspot, a lot of volcanic activities took place, and it is an Deccan Plateau was thereby formed during that time. That is why it was a Cretaceous period. Cretaceous period with this volcanic eruptions that took place that led to basaltic structures or rocks being formed over here, and it is step-like structure. That is why it is known as Deccan Trap also, right? So this is a basic detail that you should know with respect to the Deccan Plateau, North Deccan Plateau. Let's move the other part. Let's see the Telangana Plateau. Telangana Plateau is 500 meters to 600 meters. Southern part is higher than the northern part. Southern part is higher than the northern part, drained by Godavari, Krishna, and Kaveri. These are the three major rivers which basically move over this particular plateau, again becomes important. Next comes the Karnataka Plateau. Now the Karnataka again has major important part, Maidan and Malnad. This can be asked or has been asked in your papers, becomes important. This is again, this complete region, Karnataka Plateau. Average elevation is 600 to 900 meters. Ulangiri 1913 is the highest peak in the Baba Budan Hills. Malnad. Now see, this is the Malnad region. This is the Maidan region. The Malnad basically refers to the upland or the higher elevation region of this particular plateau. On the other hand, we have the Maidan, which is the planar region of the Karnataka Plateau. So this is Malnad and Maidan. These are two parts of the Karnataka Plateau. Again, a part of the complete Deccan Plateau. Let's move ahead. Next comes a very important aspect, that is the Western Ghats. Eastern and Western Ghats are going to begin. We have already done that. Western Ghats basically begin from the Tapi River till the end over here, right? Till the Kanyakumari. So if I'm talking about Western Ghats, you should know from Tapi till Kanyakumari, length is 1600 kilometers, height is 900 to 1100 kilometers, the width is 50 to 80 kilometers, and it's spread over 6 states, right from Gujarat till Tamil Nadu. Now, in addition to the ranges that we have studied over here, it has Nilgiris, Annamalai, and the Cardamom Hills also that are present here. Yeah. Let's move ahead towards the Eastern Ghats. Now, the Eastern Ghats is not as continuous as the Western Ghats, and a lot of broken and different ranges are present here, which basically comprises to make the Eastern Ghats, because a lot of rivers that are moving from the Western Ghat region towards the Eastern Ghat and form deltas here. So there is a lot of erosional activities that have taken place, which have broken the Eastern Ghats to many parts. So let's see here. If you see, we had done Garjat Hills earlier on in association with the Chota Nagpur Plateau. So if you come here, there is again a very important range or hills. This is known as Nayangiri Hills. If you come south, this range is known as Nala Malai Hills, that is in Andhra Pradesh. Then you have this particular range, which is known as Palakonda Range, again in Andhra Pradesh. Then towards its east lies the Velokonda Range, again in Andhra Pradesh. Why I have written the names of the states is because it can be asked in your papers, right? Further south you come lies the Javadi Hills, which is in Tamil Nadu. Then further south comes the Shivroy Hills, again in Tamil Nadu. Further south you come is the Panchmalai Hills, which is again in Tamil Nadu. And this again an important part, the Palani Hills, Tamil Nadu. We have already done these three. We already know that is Nilgiri, Annamalai, and Cardamom. Nilgiri, Annamalai, and Cardamom Hills are present here. So this again, please remember the Eastern Ghats and Western Ghats merge around the Nilgiri Hills. So this is again the various ranges, hills that comprises the Eastern Ghats. Overall, if you see, what do we observe? From Odisha till the Nilgiri Hills, length 1700 kilometers, height 600 meters, lacks structural unity because it is broken. Many rivers flowing from this region tend to erode the various mountain hills and ranges. That is why these are lacking structural integrity, right? Width 100 to 200 kilometers. It's more wide, right? This is the Eastern Ghats. Let's move ahead. Let's come to the coastal plain now. Western coastal plain and Eastern coastal plain. If you see the Western coastal plain, it is a Gujarat plain. Gujarat plain is 2340 kilometers, formed by the alluvial from the Sabarmati, Mahi, and Luni. Then you have the Konkan. Please, Gujarat plain is in the Gujarat state majorly. Konkan, you will be realizing, is in the state of Maharashtra and Goa. So 530 kilometers long, 30 to 50 kilometers width. When you see the Karnataka region, Karnataka coastal plain, it is 525 kilometers long, 8 to 25 kilometers wide. Further south, you have the Malabar, that is in the state of Kerala. So Malabar, over here it is 550 kilometers long, 20 to 100 kilometers wide. You should be aware of these figures because you can be asked in your papers with respect to their arrangement in a ascending or descending order. You should be knowing that. That is why what is required has been written over here. This is the western coastal plain. Clear? Now, if I move on to the eastern coastal plain, see, eastern coastal plain. Eastern coastal plain overall is 1750 kilometers, 100 to 200 kilometers wide. It is divided into various parts. First is the Utkal plain. Again, this is in the region of your Odisha. Northern Circars basically covers the region of Andhra Pradesh plus Odisha. And then you come down to regions of, again, parts of Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu that is present. That is the Coromandel coast. Now see over here. Utkal plain is 400 kilometers long, includes Mahanadi Delta at its head and even has Lake Chilika along this coast. Northern Circars is 480 to 500 kilometers long and 150 to 150 kilometers wide. Andhra coast and parts of Odisha are also covered here. Coromandel coast, 675 kilometers long, 100 kilometers wide. It is very fertile. So this is again the eastern coastal plain. Now, having known or having explained you the various parts, categorizations, their features, something becomes very important here. That is the difference between both of them. See, it is a submergent plain. It is an emergent plain. Why it is emerged? Please understand. One, we should understand because of the structural movement. Structural movement, there has been an emergence over here. See, first of all, what is important is the moment you see this, just first of all, put the heading and write it down. Put the heading and write it down, and then we'll analyze one by one what is the submergent and emergent. Just note down first of all. That is very important. If you see over here, very categorically, see there is western coastal and eastern. When I talk about submergent, that means something has gone down. So what we analyze when we study, please understand, though the Deccan Plateau or the Peninsular Plateau is considered stable in nature, there have been geological evidences which have shown that there is slight subsidence on the side of the western coastal region. Because of that, the word submergent plain has been mentioned. That has basically led to this being emerging because little shift has been observed. Second reason is that emergent is also mentioned here because a lot of deltas formation take place due to the depositional activities. So little bit rise, let us say emergence is there. So that is why it is also known as an emergent plain. So submergent and emergent. Erosion dominates over here, deposition dominates over here. There is no delta formation as precisely takes place in the western coastal plain. Few estuaries are being found. On the other hand, huge delta formation takes place in the eastern coastal plain. Narrow in the middle, broad in the north and south, broader than the western coastal plain. Length is 1400 kilometers, length is 1750. Width is 10 to 80 kilometers, width is 10 to 100 to 200. Natural harbors are present. No natural harbors are present here. So this is a broad aspect of the differences that you should be knowing. Now you will be saying, sir, why natural harbors are not present here? Bache, please understand. Because lot of deposition is taking place on the eastern coastal plain, lot of delta formation is taking place. By default, if something was present, a geological structure was present also, because of the delta formation that has been covered by that. A natural harbor formation does not take place there. So the ships who come to the coastal regions also, the depth should be, a lot of depth should be there. Because of the alluvial being deposited there, the depth of the coastal region along with the coast decreases and it makes it difficult for the ships to come to the coast. The natural harbors are not present over here. If you want, then you'll have to do a lot of digging and a lot of effort has to be created. That is why we have more commercial harbors present on the western coastal plain, not on the eastern coastal plain. Less in number, obviously, in the east. Let's move ahead. Islands. Now, please understand. If I see the islands, you should know major islands over here is Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and next the Lakshadweep. Among the Andaman Nicobar, please understand, you have the North Andaman Islands. A very important peak is the Saddle Peak. Then on the eastern side, you have the Narcondam and then the Barren Mountains that are present here again. Then over here south of it lies the middle Andaman, and further south lies the South Andaman. Now 11-degree north or 11-degree channel separates the South Andaman from the Little Andaman. Further, the 10-degree channel separates the Little Andaman from the Car Nicobar. Clear? Further south you go, there is Little Nicobar and the Great Nicobar. This is majorly the Andaman and Nicobar. If you come to Lakshadweep, you have few important islands that are there like Amini, Kiltan, Android, Minikoy, Kavarati. These are few examples of the important islands of Lakshadweep. Now, certain important things that you should know. 8-degree channel separates Lakshadweep from Maldives. 9-degree channel separates other Lakshadweep islands from Minikoy. Other Lakshadweep islands from Minikoy over here, right? Next comes the 10-degree channel separates Andaman from the Nicobar Islands. 11-degree channel separates Amini Islands from the Kannur Islands, that is in Lakshadweep. So this is something that can be asked in your prelims examination as well. Something that is present in your NCERT again is few important peaks. Saddle Peak, again this is the highest peak in the Andaman Nicobar. Saddle Peak is present in North Andaman. Mount Diavolo is present in Middle Andaman. Mount Koyob is present in South Andaman, and Mount Twiller is present in Great Nicobar. How you can represent? You very well know this is in order. North, Middle, South and Great Nicobar. This is in order. So you can remember SDKT. SDKT, Saddle Peak, Diavolo, Koyob and Twiller. This is how you can remember it. Clear? Now moving on to certain other islands, if you realize. Over here, many other islands are there. Though names, new names have come up. Yes, obviously there are there. But these are the ones that are present in the NCERT. We are using that. You have the Diu. You have again the Cross Island that is present near to the state of Maharashtra. Then you have the Elephanta Island that is present in the Maharashtra. Then you have St. Mary's Island and Pocock Island that is present in front of Karnataka. Important islands along Tamil Nadu are Crocodile Island, Vantivu Island, Avandi Island, Pamban Island. These are in Tamil Nadu. If you come over here, Wheeler Island, again, you know it's in Odisha. Then you have the Sagar Island and Moor Island in West Bengal. These are the important islands that you should be aware of, right? This particular chapter becomes or is an integral part of your civil services preparation. The problem that students face is they are not able to remember the aspects or details about the rivers, which all tributaries are joining the main rivers. And the problem is that those are the questions that are asked in your preliminary examination. People think that we have to rote learn it. No, please understand. These are concepts that are involved. If you see it in a form of a map, then you are possibly able to remember them very well. So what we're going to do, we're going to resolve the problem that the students face. We will be studying the content also of the rivers and the details. Along with it, we'll be studying the map also. Now, what happens is once you study the content along with the map, you will not forget it. So before we begin with the analysis of the various rivers in India, let us also study the basic concepts that are related to the concept of drainage system. So let's begin today's lecture. Students, this is a Telegram account where you can find this particular PDF. All what I'm writing on the board will be available here. Along with it, you can get a lot of guidance with respect to the anthropology optional and all the other aspects of the civil services preparation. Let's begin today's lecture. So the first thing that happens or comes across you is the word drainage. Now, please understand this is a small hand-drawn diagram that I've made. See, this is the land surface on which water is flowing, and I've shown you the side angle. The side angle. Now, this is the length of the river. Just for your understanding, this is the length of the river, and this is the depth of the river, right? And this is the flow of the river that the river is flowing. Yeah. Now, see, what do you mean by the word drainage? Flow of water through well-defined channel is called drainage. Now, this is a channel in which the water is flowing, right? This is a well-defined channel. So, the flow of water through well-defined channel is known as drainage. And such network of drainages that are present with respect to the channels, the network of such channels is known as a drainage system. Look, this is one unit. Collection of such units in a form of a network is known as a drainage system. Again, if I say that water is flowing through a well-defined channel, I can call it as a drainage. If there is a network of such channels, One river is flowing, others are also flowing, they are in their own channel. So what I can call it as a drainage system. Clear? This is the first and the basic premise that you should be knowing. What is drainage and drainage system? There's certain other concepts, please remember, that are mentioned in your NCERTs. Now, they also become very, very important. So let's begin and understand them. See. Thus, drainage system is an integrated system of tributaries. These are very important words. Integrated system. Why it is integrated? Because they're going to be a major stream or the mainstream. Along with it, there are other streams that are joining the mainstream. Those other streams which are joining the mainstreams are known as the tributaries. What do you mean by tributaries? Small rivers joining the main river, right? So I'll explain you, just understand this. Supposingly this is the main river that is flowing, and this is supposingly the sea. These are small rivers that are joining the main river. So the small rivers which are joining the main river are known as tributaries with respect to this particular main river. Clear? Now, why is the drainage system known as an integrated system of tributaries? Because you realize that there is a mainstream, other tributaries are coming, joining them, and again the water is going to the sea. So it is integrated because it includes not only the mainstream, but it also includes the tributaries that are associated with that mainstream, right? Mainstream or main river. Mainstream over here means main river. The drainage system is an integrated system of tributaries. That means the mainstream or the main river along with its tributaries, which collect what is going on. This is all the water is coming and getting collected and funnel the surface water to sea, lake or some other water body. So whatever water is collected is funneled into the sea, lake or whatever water body we are studying. This is also a way of understanding the drainage system. Clear? Now, the various other concepts that we have to study. Okay. Now comes certain key concepts that are important because they can be asked in your preliminary examination and for that matter in your mains examination as it is a classification or description also. So, catchment area. By default, when you study the catchment area, the word itself is defining a lot of things. What does it mean? A river drains water collected from a specific area. There is a specific area, right? And water is collected from this specific area. This will be the catchment area. Clear? In various books, catchment area, drainage basin, watershed, these are taken as approximately as similar. But again, there are specific various books that have defined it differently also based on their understanding. So we have to study from that perspective. So it is a way of understanding which varies over here. So the catchment area, basically, a river drains a water collected from a specific area is known as the catchment area. Now, please understand when I talk about catchment area, it also is classified into various aspects. Again, various words are given, but again, they're all related. When I talk about catchment area, a catchment area of a large river is known as a river basin. River basin. On the other hand, of a smaller river is known as a watershed. The catchment area of a small river can be called as a watershed. A catchment area of a large river can be known as a river basin. This is again exactly as per the NCERT's convention because then in the examination also such types of statements are put and asked. Yeah, okay, let's move ahead. Then a area drained by a river and its tributaries is known as a drainage basin. Now please understand, various places river basin and drainage basin can also be, let us say, interchangeably used. Interchangeably used. So certain books will be using like, let's see, it says large river area drained by a large river is known as a river basin. It can also be written as a drainage basin also, river basin also. So these are again different words. Similarly, as a river basin is written, it is equivalent to the drainage basin, where area drained by a river and its tributaries is known as a drainage basin. Again, it can also be written as a river basin. There is no problem in that. Next is watershed divide. Now, please understand, what is the meaning of watershed? You knew something very well that the catchment area of a small river can be called as a watershed. Yeah? But there is something else known as watershed divide. Let us assume this. Supposingly, rainfall is happening or rainfall is occurring and there is a small mountain-like structure or elevation that is present. Now, water will be falling. So because of this elevation, some water in the form of streams will be flowing this way, some will be flowing this side, right? What is going on? Some rivers would be, because of this divide, some would be flowing this way. Let us assume this. Because of this divide, some water would be flowing this side, some water will be flowing that side. Now, water will be going to the other side, this other side. So this is what? A divide. This is a divide, which is again what is going on. It is dividing various drainage basins. So this can be a drainage basin for some other river, this can be for somebody else. The watershed divide is a ridgeline or an elevation or height of land that separates neighboring drainage basins. Because there is an elevation. So because of that elevation, you will realize that certain rivers will be flowing the other direction, some of the other direction, because based on their elevation. So this divide is separating the drainage basins, because this particular area will be drained by these rivers. This particular area will be drained by these rivers. So there are different drainage basins that are created, right? Different drainage basins that are created, and these drainage basins are divided by what? By the watershed divide. So this is known as watershed divide. This should be very clear with you. These concepts should be very clear. Revise them again. It will be clearer to you again. These are all topics that are related to each other. River basin, drainage basin again. People might use the word catchment area. So please understand, these are all related, all pointing out to the similar thing only, but understood from different perspective. Clear? Let us move on to the next part, that is drainage system classification. Now please understand, in your NCERTs and certain standard books, this classification has been given. Now this becomes important. This has been asked in previous year questions long ago in your general studies mains paper also, and repeatedly asked in your prelims paper also. So let's understand. When I talk about drainage system classification, now what happens is, on the basis of the size of the catchment area. Now the first basis is the size of the catchment area. The size of the catchment area. Now, when I talk about size, definitely we'll be covering the aspect of area that is present, obviously. So it is divided into three categories. First, the major river basins. Second, the medium river basins. And third, the minor river basins. Again, based on area. Let's see them. The catchment area of about 20,000 kilometers square. Now, this is again a parameter for which, on the basis of which it has been classified. Now, the area limit is this. That means 20,000 square kilometers or even greater. Even greater. Over here, they amount for 85% of the total runoff all over India. While these are 14 in number, 14 in a way, like Ganga River Basin, Indus River Basin, these are big basins. These are big basins. So these come under the categorization of major river basins. If I put it in very simple words, let us assume I see a map of India, and based on the various rivers, I demark the various drainage basins of the various rivers. And if the area is close to 20,000 square kilometers or even greater, I will classify those river basins into the major river basins. Now, if you see, rivers like Indus, rivers like Ganga, these can be classified into the major river basins because of the larger area. Clear? Now let's see. Out of the total water that is flowing, right, the total runoff that is taking place, these contribute close to 85% because of their large size, along with it, the various tributaries that are associated. Next is medium river basins. Now the catchment area lies between 2,000 and 20,000 kilometers square. So let us say 20,000 square kilometer and above was categorized into the major river basins. Now, from 2,000 to 20,000 square kilometer, it is medium river basins. Contributes 7% of the total runoff. 44 in number. That means if I demarcate all the rivers along with the drainage basin, the medium category within this particular area, 44 river basins will come. Example, Periyar River Basin, Meghna River Basin. So these are examples of the medium river basins. Yeah. Third, the smaller ones. Now, these are again very small size. That means area below 2,000 square kilometers. These are 8% of the total runoff and 55 in number. Now, if I add all of them, major, medium and minor, you'll realize 14 plus 44 plus 55, that means 113 river basins or drainage systems, you can say, are existing over here. Clear? So 113 is important. Why? Because in the examination also it can be asked. What is the basis of classification? It is basis of the size of the catchment area. Now you realize something. I use the word catchment area. Then I also use the word river basin. Why? Because I told you catchment area itself is classified into various words based on the dimensions. Let us say the area. If the catchment area for the larger rivers would be called as river basin, I can also call it as a drainage basin. For the smaller rivers, a catchment area might be known as what? A watershed. So do not get confused when I interchangeably use these words, because I had already explained you. When you're reading the NCERT also, bache, what happens is that sometimes you get confused. Acha, sometimes river basin is mentioned. Catchment area is mentioned. Are they different or not? I had made the chart for that also. You have seen here. Catchment area drains the water collected from that. So for larger rivers, the river basin. For smaller rivers, the watershed. So it can be changed, interchangeably used. For river basin, I can also call as drainage basin also. Then also it doesn't make any difference. Okay, let's move ahead. We have done first classification. Second is on the basis of origin of the river. Now, from where have the rivers originated? If I classify them, I can classify them into two broad categorizations. First, the ones that have their origin from the Himalayas, and the others which have the origin from the peninsular regions. Yeah? Now you very well know that we will be differentiating between them also as we move ahead once we have studied the drainage systems of India. Himalayan rivers are fed by the glaciers as well as the rainfall, right? So that is why you realize they have a continuous source of water that is there. On the other hand, peninsular rivers are those rivers which are majorly receive their water from the rainfall. That is why they are of seasonal nature also, right? So the amount of water that is in the channels varies tremendously on the basis of the season that is there. Clear? So Himalayan rivers can be like Indus, Ganga, Brahmaputra, tributaries. Peninsular can be Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, and many other peninsular rivers which you're going to study later. Let's begin. Now, other is the orientation of the sea. Now let us say first previous classification we had studied from where the river originates. Now let us see where does the river finally ends or drains into which water body is this classification. Now broadly can I classify them with respect to India, whether they are draining or going into the Bay of Bengal or the Arabian Sea, right? So Bay of Bengal drainage, the river that drains into the Bay of Bengal, these are 77% by number. What means? That means if there are total of the 100%, 77% rivers are draining into the Bay of Bengal, right? And 90% by volume. So if I see the total water that is drained into either the Bay of Bengal or the Arabian Sea, 90% by volume would be draining into the Bay of Bengal. Clear? This is the first classification or the first basis. Second is the Arabian Sea. The rivers that drain into the Arabian Sea. Now these are 23% by number and 10% volume by water. Now this can very well be asked in your preliminary examination. And obviously, if they want to twist your leg and want to ask questions with respect to drainage in the mains examination also, this can also be asked. Because they can ask you like, describe a drainage system, what are the problems, how it is important with respect to economy. Along with it, give the basis for classification of the drainage systems in India. In that particular case, these things can be very well asked. Clear? Let's move ahead. Now comes a very, very important thing, drainage pattern. Now please understand something. Various books, NCERTs though going to some detail, not a lot of detail. Various books also classify things on various bases. So I am taking a standardized classification that is again present in the Government of India books also. Along with it, something that is accepted by Government of India and UPSC for that matter. So it might be a little bit contradictory to some other sources. This is the standard stuff which is accepted by UPSC, present in various government documents also. So I'm using them. So please understand something. Sometimes it happens when we're teaching in the class, certain facts, certain concepts might a little bit contradict with certain books, because we have to accept those facts which are accepted by UPSC or has been accepted by UPSC in the previous year questions, because then the onus lies with the UPSC. Clear? So let's begin with the drainage pattern. Now please see, when I say pattern, the first thing that comes into my mind is some arrangement that is there. Yes, you're correct. The drainage pattern basically refers to a geometric arrangement of the streams in a region. Now see, till now when we were talking about drainage basins, we're talking about, again, some main river is flowing. Then we realize that certain tributaries are joining the main river. But do you realize something? That the way the tributaries are joining the rivers and way the shape overall is formed will not vary or depend upon what is the amount of water that is present, what is the, let us say, the rock beneath the rivers. So a lot of factors will be determining how the shape of this stream along with its tributaries is. Let us assume this. There's a main river flowing, and let us say there are certain rivers that are joining like this, like this, like this. So you see, realize something parallel-like structure. Now, we might use the word parallel over here. There might be multiple reasons for that, right? So we are referring to the arrangement or the shape when we look at the river along with its tributaries. So what type of shape is formed? If I see it from an aerial view, let us assume you are you're at a particular height and you see a main river moving and you see some tributaries joining it. What type of shape would possibly be formed? That means it is an arrangement, it is a pattern. That is known as drainage pattern. The geometric arrangement of the stream in a region is known as a drainage pattern. That means a design which a river along with its tributaries form together from the source to mouth. What is the meaning of source to mouth? The place of origin and to the point where it drains into, whether it is Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea, whatever. Clear? This is the drainage pattern. Drainage pattern, geometric arrangement of the streams. Now please understand, there are certain books which contradict this system. This is again accepted, standardized by UPSC also and Government of India. So we're using this because even Survey of India documents use this specific classification. So I'm using that. So there is no problem because it is accepted by government. Okay. Types of drainage pattern. Every single word that is present over here is going to be explained. So don't worry, when I'm mentioning the word, don't think that's what is the meaning. Don't worry about that. We'll be explaining. Broadly, when I see the types of drainage pattern, I can divide them into two broad categories. First, discordant drainage pattern. Next, concordant drainage pattern. Two big classifications. One is discordant, other is concordant. Clear? Under the discordant, we have antecedent drainage and superimposed drainage. Concordant drainage pattern, we have consequent drainage and subsequent, and under this we are going to study basically the various types or the patterns which we are going to study. Don't worry about that. This is our major focus right now. We'll be studying this. Having seen the map, so what having seen this chart, what do you understand? Discordant pattern, which basically can be classified into two types. One is antecedent, another is superimposed. Second is the concordant, consequent or subsequent. Now let us study each and every one in detail along with the handmade diagrams that I've made for you. Let's see. Okay. Something very important. When I mentioned discordant drainage pattern, you remember? You remember when I mentioned discordant drainage pattern? What do you mean by discordant drainage pattern? See, the drainage pattern follows the initial river path and is independent of the changes in the topography and geology. Let us assume this because you very well know antecedent is a form of this. So we can take an example over here. Let us assume a river is flowing here. This is let us say a ground or a plain surface, and supposingly certain internal or let us say endogenetic changes take place and some mountain ranges or some landforms basically rises. And the river is still flowing because it might be cutting that particular landform, right? But cutting that landform. So do you realize one thing? That the drainage pattern, the way the river is flowing, the shape it is following, is not being impacted by the landform that has been created. So what does it mean? The drainage pattern follows the initial river path, like it was flowing earlier on, the pattern of the shape. This is the pattern still being followed. In spite of the fact that due to some endogenetic forces, some mountains have risen, it is not being impacted by that. That means it is following the course that it was following earlier on, not being impacted. So what does it mean? The drainage pattern follows the initial river path and is independent of the changes in topography. That means whatever topographic changes have taken place, it is least being impacted by that. This is known as discordant drainage patterns. Under that, we realize that we have certain examples like antecedent rivers. We'll be studying them. So have you understood discordant? Discordant means that if certain uphills or changes are taking place with respect to, let us say, the topography or geology, the river will follow its initial path as it was following. So that is why it is known as discordant. Clear? Now, under the discordant, we have two types. The antecedent drainage or inconsequent drainage, as we say. And second is superimposed drainage. Clear? So please understand, under the discordant, we have two categories. First is the antecedent drainage or the inconsequent drainage. Same thing, doesn't matter. Now let's see them. What do you mean by an antecedent drainage? Have you realized something when you are studying the drainage system, or if you have studied something, you would have realized that there are certain rivers like Brahmaputra, there are certain rivers like Indus, rivers like Satluj, which are cutting the Himalayas and then further moving ahead, right? So this is something very important for you to analyze. These are examples of what antecedent rivers. What does it mean? See. Here the river vertical incision matches the land uplift due to tectonic forces. These rivers existed even before the upliftment of the Himalayas that cut the courses southward. Now understand. You need to understand this very, very carefully. Over here, let us assume this river is flowing. What do you mean by antecedent? Because please understand, this is itself discordant because antecedent is an example of discordant. Let's see them. This river is flowing, and the previous example that I had given you is itself an example of antecedent. So what happens? If, let us say, due to tectonic activities or whatever endogenetic forces are taking place, there is a rise of certain mountains. As we basically see in the case of the Himalayas also rising, we realize that Indus and Satluj, they're all cutting the Himalayas. So how that has been possible? Because the rate at which the Himalayas, or let us say any mountain range or topography is rising, it is matched by the erosional ability of that particular river. That means that is why, let us assume this. Let us assume this. There is a flat land on which this river is flowing, right? Now I say slowly, there is, let us say, slowly there is a rise of the mountain. But this river is still cutting that landform at a similar rate at which this landform is rising. If the rate is same, it will be cutting or making those gorges over there, gorges. And so what will happen? These rivers will be cutting those landforms and still flowing in a similar pattern as it was flowing. That is why it is discordant, because it is not being impacted by what? The changes in the landforms that are taking place. So see here, did you realize this? So that is why this river was flowing. Now these, let us say, Himalayas have risen. They have cut through the Himalayas and still flowing. So how is it possible if the vertical incision, what do you mean by vertical incision? That means vertically cutting ability. Vertically, they're cutting now. That is why they're able to flow. So vertical incision ability matches the rate at which a landscape, or let us say a rise of mountain, is taking place. So can a simple word say a river that is flowing in a region even before the changes in the topography that took place, like in case of the Himalayas, those are known as the antecedent rivers. Clear? So this is an example. Indus, Brahmaputra are major examples of this, even Satluj for that matter. Clear? Let's move ahead. Next comes superimposed. Now this is again a very important aspect under discordant. See what we have done? We have done, what do you mean by discordant? You realize that we have done, what do you mean by antecedent drainage or antecedent rivers? Let's see the superimposed drainage. What does it mean? Let's see. Now please understand, this is something very, very interesting, and many people when they are studying, they are not able to understand this because the diagrammatic representations are generally not provided in various books also. So let's see. First understand what it says, and then we will be using a diagram to understand that, right? rivers flowing over a layer of soft rocks. Now, this is a general condition where we observe this type of drainage. Supposingly, a river is flowing, and supposingly these layers are made up of soft layers, soft rocks. Yeah. And supposingly beneath them, this darkened white color represents hard rock. Yeah. These three layers are soft layers. These one, this, and this. These represent hard rocks. Clear? Clear? Now the river's flowing over the layer of soft rocks. So the layer of soft rocks the river is flowing slowly leads to the erosion of these soft layers. Yes, so if the river is flowing over the layer of soft rocks, slowly those layers will be eroded because the rivers have a tendency to erode, and if the rocks are soft, it is easier to erode them. Lesser amount of energy is required by the rivers. So the erosion will be at a rapid pace and quickly the erosion will take place. So that means these soft layers will be eroded slowly. This leads to the below hard rock being exposed. Now understand something, that if due to erosion and the meandering activities, these layers are slowly after, let us say, hundreds of years, whatever be the time, are eroded. Clear? Now what will happen? This leads to this hard rock surface or this particular region being exposed to the river because the upper softer layers have been already eroded. The rivers tend to retain their courses. Thus, the stream pattern is superimposed on the ridge or the hard rock. Now, understand what happens. What is going on is, why it is called superimposed? The river was flowing. The river was flowing as it is flowing. Now also it is flowing the similar way. When it was flowing in the soft rock part, the soft rock got at a greater tendency got eroded. So the hard rock surface was exposed. Now the river is still flowing and cutting through those regions because these hard rock surfaces were exposed. So what is going on? The pattern that was flowing earlier on is imposed or superimposed on the hard rock surface. That means, like, this was a soft rock, it was flowing like this. Now it is still flowing over here. That means the pattern in which it was flowing is being superimposed on this particular surface as it was on the softer rock surface. So that is why it is known as superimposed drainage. Again repeating, the rivers tend to retain their courses. What do you mean by courses? The way they were flowing. They tend to retain it. The only thing happens is that the stream pattern, the way it is flowing, the shape it is flowing, it is superimposed on these hard rock surfaces because of the erosional activities. Obviously, eroding the hard rock becomes little difficult for the rivers, but over the time you realize that they eroded and they maintain their course. Now, why it is superimposed? Because the river that was flowing the soft rock, the pattern that it was following is imposed over the hard rock also. So this is known as superimposed drainage. Clear, everybody? I guess it should be clear to everybody. Now what we have done is, we have done antecedent and superimposed drainage. So this becomes very, very clear for you. Now comes concordant, under which we have to study consequent and subsequent. See here. Concordant. Concordant basically means that the drainage pattern is dependent upon the topography. Now, the way the shape or the arrangement of the river is, it will depend upon the topography, let us say slope of the land and all. So all these factors, right? So that is known as concordant. Now, first type is consequent. Consequent. The consequent drainage or the river will be consequent if it follows the direction of the slope. Let us assume if supposingly this is the slope of the region or a topography, and the river is coming and it is moving down. As you see here, this is the slope and the river is moving down. That means it is following the slope. This is known as what? A consequent river. Again, you can classify rivers on various categorizations, but if you want to label a river, if it is following the slope, it will be consequent in nature. That is simple. You can call these rivers as consequent rivers. Clear? Like Godavari, Krishna and Kaveri. These are what? Consequent rivers, you can say them, right? Next is subsequent drainage, or in a way you realize that For the rivers, you can call them as subsequent rivers. What are these subsequent rivers? See, tributary stream that is formed by headward erosion along with an underlying rock surface after the main drainage pattern has been established is known as subsequent rivers. Now please understand this. Supposingly this is a river. Now some erosion would have taken place and this river mainstream would have followed. Now let us say there is another river stream which basically due to erosional activities come to the level and merges with the mainstream. This is known as a subsequent stream. Why the word headward erosion is used? Supposingly, you will realize this river will also have to do some erosion in order to match the level of this particular river, main river. So it will be headward erosion. And later on what happens? It is basically merging with this particular river. That is why it is known as a subsequent river. Clear? Clear? A lot of tributaries are subsequent in nature as you come across them. Now comes the major thing. The shapes which we basically say, it is trellis, it is rectangular, it is dendritic in nature. All these are basically under a broad category of what? Consequent and subsequent drainage systems. Right? Now let us understand what these shapes are. Dendritic drainage pattern, it basically means that when you see a river or view it from an aerial aspect, let us say you are few hundred feet above and you seeing a river along with its tributaries, and you see that it is like a tree-like structure. Okay, this is a main river. There are certain tributaries also here. So what is going on? Over here, we realize that this represents a branch of a tree. That is why it is known as dendritic. Means, what does it mean? Like a tree. And the drainage pattern resembles a branch of a tree and the most common drainage pattern that is found in India. Here the channels follow the slope, and terrain of this pattern has uniform lithology. That means with respect to joints and faults. So first thing, as I told you, if it is following the slope, it is going to be consequent in nature. And you realize that uniform lithology, that means there are uniformity with respect to faults and joints that are present. So that is why this structure can be easily formed. If you want to see the example, Mahanadi, Krishna, Kaveri, Indus also are examples of the dendritic pattern. Clear? Let's move ahead. Similarly, if you see trellis. Now trellis is, see here, the primary tributaries more or less parallel to one another, while the secondary tributaries joining from the sides. If you see this, more or less parallel to each other, and secondary tributaries are joining. So this is known as trellis drainage pattern. Example being Son and Damodar. These are examples of the trellis drainage pattern. Let's move ahead. Radial drainage pattern, very interesting. Characterized by outflowing rivers from a central point. Let us assume, like when we talk about Narmada, we talk about Amarkantak Plateau and all. Supposing there is a higher altitude region where, let us say, water is falling, rainfall, and from that particular point, various rivers are moving out from a central height. That is why, let us say, this is a region of some height, water is falling, and what rivers in the various forms of streams are moving out. So that is why what is said, characterized by outflowing river from a central point, which is generally of certain height, water is falling, so rivers will be flowing outward. Rivers will be flowing out from this central height. So this is known as, this type of drainage, if you view from the above, will be known as a radial drainage pattern. Example is Narmada in the Amarkantak region. Parallel. Now if you see, rivers like Jhelum and Ravi are almost parallel. So you realize that when there is some rivers which are parallel to each other, joining the main river, you can call them as parallel drainage pattern. Example, Jhelum and Ravi, as I mentioned. Next is annular. Sometimes what happens is, if there is a region where river tends to follow a curvy path, and then possibly further move ahead, then it is known as annular. So what happens? Rivers following a curving or an arcuate courses prior to joining a consequent stream. So what is going on? These are following some round path because of the topography and later joining with the main stream. Then it is known as annular drainage pattern. Example, Bhavani River in Tamil Nadu. Next comes rectangular. Over here you realize there is something known as right angle connections in which they are joining to the main river. So what does it mean? marked by right angle bends and right angle junctions between the tributaries and the mainstream. So you realize that mainstream, right angle, their tributaries also joining them at right angle. So this is known as rectangular drainage pattern. Example, Subranarekha. That can be an example over here. Clear? Let's move ahead. Now comes the important thing, which we basically study when we're talking about the drainage systems in India. Clear? Let's begin with the drainage systems of India. When we talk about the drainage systems of India, there's something very important that when you're reading your NCERTs, particularly of class 11th, you read all the stuff which I have mentioned till here in, let us say, very brief manner, right? This was important for you because if you want to comprehensively understand the drainage system, you need to understand these concepts well. So many will be thinking, sir, why have we studied that? We could have straight away moved on to understanding the drainage systems where we can study Ganga, Indus, Brahmaputra, peninsular rivers. Yes, important. But if you want to understand them, these concepts should be very clear. And why I have made the handmade diagrams over here, you would have seen all the diagrams were made by hand so that you get the feel of these concepts and you can yourself learn and then make it clear in your head. Many people, please understand, feel that there are a lot of things to remember. But please understand, if you want to prepare for civil services, just saying that I am a good person who can analyze stuff does not mean that you will qualify this examination. Why? Please understand. Supposingly you are a district magistrate, you are a person who, let us say, even if you want to qualify, let's assume you have qualified and you are a district magistrate and you say you are good at analysis, but you do not remember anything. What will you analyze? You cannot analyze without knowing things. NCERTs form the very basic route or basic stuff that everybody should remember or know. Today when people say, na, so we need to remember so much stuff for this, please understand, these are the foundation that should be on your tips. You should be knowing them. If you know them, that will form your basis and obviously for prelims as well as mains. So NCERT's content, which we are teaching in so much detail, should be on your tips. Read them, revise them, watch the lecture, and along with it, you can download the content and then again revise and make your own notes if you want. Yeah, let's begin. When I talk about drainage system in India, we need to understand certain things with respect to concept of right and left bank tributaries before I basically begin. See here, supposingly there is a river. Supposingly this is a river. Clear? Now, for me to understand what are the right bank tributaries, what are the left bank tributaries, I need to be very well clear in which direction the river or the main river is flowing. Let us assume this river is flowing in this particular direction. Clear? If it is flowing in this direction, you know that that is good enough for me to analyze what are the left bank tributaries and right bank. So supposing certain rivers are joining it from this side. Certain rivers are joining from this side. Now, what you need to do is analyze from the side of the direction. That means if it is going this way, the ones that are joining from the left side of the direction of flow are left bank. The ones joining from the right side from with respect to the direction of flow are considered as right bank tributaries. So can I say something over here? This is a right bank tributary. This is also a right bank tributary. RBT, LBT, right? So can I say this is a left bank tributary? Left bank tributary, because it is joining from the left side with respect to the movement or direction of flow. Now let us change the situation. If I say this is the direction of river, right? Let me mark it as this. Clear? Now, can I say something that supposingly certain rivers are joining like this, yeah? So, can I say that this is the direction of flow? With respect to the direction of flow, the ones in the left, they are left bank tributary. From the right, right bank tributary, right bank tributary. Now, even let me turn the condition completely over here. Let's see. River is flowing in this direction. Now, please understand, under normal circumstances, if I do not know the flow of the direction, things will be reversed. Now let us say I am saying that this is flowing in this particular direction. Yeah. Now if this is the direction, the rivers joining from this side will be right bank tributary. Yes or no? Supposingly rivers are joining from this side, some are joining from this side. Now see the direction of flow. This is the flow. So from this perspective, if you see on the right side are the right bank tributaries. Right bank tributary. Right bank tributary. On the other hand, these are left bank tributary, left bank tributary. So what is important here? You can get or understand whether a tributary is left bank or right bank only on the basis if you know the flow or the direction of flow of the main river. Only then you can understand. So this is again very important concept because many people tend to get confused, sir, what is right bank, left bank? So this should be clear to everybody because again, these are certain basics that should be known to everybody, right? Okay, let's move ahead. Let's begin with the first concept. The first concept is, or the drainage system is the Indus drainage system. Now please understand, we will be doing or analyzing stuff from two aspects. First, we will be reading the content also. We'll be seeing the map also, and so that you can understand them very well. Let's begin with the drainage of the Indus River. Now see over here, do you realize this is a particular map that has been drawn for you? Right? Now for the timing in this particular map, I am primarily focusing on the Indus River and its tributaries. What I'm focusing on? Indus clear? Let's take a minute and analyze its content, what is mentioned in the NCERTs and standard books, and then we will track its course. Clear? This is a map in front of you. Now see. What is it saying? The Indus drainage basin, again, you know what is drainage basin. That is why I made you understand that. You should be now aware of that. That means the area that is being drained by what? The Indus River. So covers an area of 11 lakh 65,000 square kilometers, out of which 3,21,289 square kilometers lie in India. Clear? So you can very well know that majority of the drainage basin of the Indus lies in Pakistan. If I see the total length, 2,880 kilometers, out of which 1,114 kilometers lies in India. This is again the basics you should know. Now, where is it originating? It is originating from the Bokharchu glacier. Now see here, Bokharchu. Now it is located on the northern slope of Mount Kailash, first of all. So we will be studying this Bokharchu glacier. Now, Bokharchu glacier, it flows between the Ladakh and the Zaskar range. Again, something very important from the perspective of your preliminary examination. They can ask you which particular river flows between the Ladakh and the Zaskar range, or while asking multiple statements, they can put one of these statements and change them with respect to Karakoram, Ladakh, all these things. So you should be very clear that it flows between the Ladakh and the Zaskar range. It enters into Pakistan near Chillad. So when it enters near Pakistan, it is area known as Chillad. Clear? Now let's come back. Indus River has various tributaries. Left bank tributaries Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Beas, Satluj, which we'll be analyzing again. And right bank Khurram, Tochi, Sangar and Gomal. Having understood the basic content with respect to the major Indus River, let us analyze its course now. See here. I told you that, students, that there are certain other things also mentioned here. That the Indus River originates from the Bokharchu glacier. Bokharchu glacier, which is in the northern slope of Mount Kailash. Where is Mount Kailash? Kailash range, which you have studied in your previous lecture with respect to the Trans-Himalayas. Now, this river starts moving, and this is a region in Tibet. In Tibet, the Indus River is known as Singhi Khamban. In Tibet, the Indus River is known as Singhi Khamban. The meaning is lion's mouth. Clear? Then it enters India. It tends to move in the northwestern direction. It moves between the Ladakh and the Zaskar range, further moving upwards, then takes a turn and then enters Pakistan near the Chillar region as we had mentioned. And this further again you can say moves and goes ahead, right? Now see this. When you have seen the major course of the Indus River, let's see certain tributaries also associated with them. These are not very important ones because we will be doing the major ones, but this is something that you should be aware, can be asked. Now see, when you are moving here, you know the direction of flow is this. So this is a left bank tributary. This left bank tributary is known as a Dras River. Now, please understand this from the right side because we should know what is the direction of flow. This is the direction of flow, right? This is the direction of flow. Based on this, I know that there is an important tributary that is joining from the right. What do you mean joining by the right? That means right bank tributary, which is known as Shylock River. This is Shylock River. Now, the Shylock River itself has certain tributaries. One is Nubra River, which is joining the Shylock, Nubra River. Then there is another major important river joining the Shylock River. This is known as the Shigar River. Shigar. Now the Shigar itself is made up of two major rivers. What are those? Basha and Braldu. B-R-A-L-D-U. Braldu and Basha. So these two, Basha and Braldu, merge and then move ahead in the form of Shigar. Clear? Now these are again providing a lot of water to the Indus River also. Now these move ahead. Now you realize again there is very important river. This joining again from the right side. This is the Gilgit River. If you move further, there is a left bank tributary which is known as Aster River. A-S-T or Aster River. This is something that you should be aware of along with the facts that we have studied here if you want a very comprehensive understanding of the rivers and the river system and the drainage basins or drainage system as a whole. So this is our Indus River along with certain tributaries. You're going to study the major tributaries after this. So this is a part. Now let's go on and study the major tributaries of the Indus River. Clear? Let's move ahead. Now please understand, I'm using the same map and certain modifications with respect to this previous map would be done so that you understand or maintain the consistency with respect to the map when you are making. We have studied the river Indus and its small tributaries which are lying in the north, right? Now let us analyze the other important tributaries or the rivers. Over here, my focus is Jhelum River. Jhelum River. Now, if I want to understand Jhelum River, before I tell you the course and how the things are going on, let us understand something about Jhelum River. Let us see. Jhelum is also known as Vitasta. This can be asked in your paper, Vitasta. It rises from a spring at Verinag at the foothills of Pir Panjal. So I have already highlighted those sections which are important, which can be asked in your prelims in these yellow. It can be asked, arises from a spring at the foothills of the Pir Panjal range. So again important. Flows through Srinagar and Wullar Lake. It joins the Chenab at Trimu and near Jhang in Pakistan. The length is about 400 kilometers. Now this is the detail with respect to the Jhelum River. Let us analyze it with respect to the map. Now what happens is when you're studying the NCERT, why do you not remember these things? Why? Because you are studying this without analyzing it on the map. Now when you analyze this along with the map, you will not forget it. Clear? Let's see. Now let me analyze or take the example of this particular Jhelum River. See bache. This is a particular point. What is this? A spring at the Verinag at the foothills of the Pir Panjal. This is the Verinag from where the river is originating. It moves in the southwestern direction. It touches Anantnag. After that, it moves in the northwestern direction. Then again, it is interacting with the Wullar Lake. Wullar Lake, as we had mentioned. Now it moves almost in the direction which is west direction. Then it basically touches what? Baramulla. Then it moves in the northwestern direction It moves in the northwestern direction and almost forms a natural border with India and Pakistan, and later then it enters what? Enters Pakistan, right? It enters Pakistan. Important thing over here is a very important tributary is joining the Jhelum river. You know now direction of flow is this. So a right bank tributary. What is a right bank tributary here? See, the river joining one is Kishan Ganga. Kishan Ganga is also known as the Neelam river. So I've highlighted this. This is Jhelum. Jhelum rising from the Verinag and Pir Panjal, then Anantnag, then Wular, then Baramulla, then forming almost a natural border. This can be asked in your papers also. Which particular river acts like a natural border between India and Pakistan? This is again Jhelum. And then it enters Pakistan. You know very well over here that when we talk about this entering Pakistan, it is entering near Jhang. So we can basically analyze this. We'll be analyzing at what point it is meeting Chenab and all in the next slide. Till now, we should understand what is Jhelum. Clear? This is the path. Having understood this, you have understood now Indus, main Indus river's flow and certain tributaries joining it. You have understood Jhelum. Let us move ahead and see from the aspect of Chenab. Chenab river. Now see everybody here. Now, before I analyze what is Chenab and how the course is flowing or what is the course, let us analyze certain content on the basis of Chenab and then we can analyze the course. Chenab is the largest tributary of Indus. Again, this has been asked in the prelims as few of the statements that are mentioned. Let us if 3-4 statements are present, they can put some other river. That Jhelum is the largest tributary and all. No, Chenab, right? Formed by two streams, Chandra and Bhaga. Now these Chandra and Bhaga, two streams basically merge. They merge at Tandi at Himachal Pradesh and it is known as Chandrabhaga. Now Chandrabhaga is an alternative name for Chenab. This should also be known to you. It runs for about 1180 kilometers before entering Pakistan. So that means this is the length which is in India. After that, obviously, it is in Pakistan. It is also known as Askini. These are Sanskritized words of these rivers. So this should also be known to you. Yeah, this can be asked. Now we know this part. Let's move back and analyze this, bache. See here. Okay. Very well understand this. When I'm talking about Chandrabhaga, see over here very well. These are two rivers. These are two rivers. Just give me a minute. These are two rivers over here. Chandra, Bhaga. Now these Chandra and Bhaga, from where are they originating? They are basically originating from the either side of the Baralacha Pass. They are originating from the Baralacha Pass. They basically merge at what point? This is a point which is known as Tandi. T-A-N-D-I. Tandi. Tandi is a point where the Chandra and Bhaga are merging. Once it is merged, it is known as what? Chandrabhaga, alternative name for Chenab. It further moves northwest. It crosses Kishtwar, again a very important place, culturally also. It then moves little bit southwestern region, then crosses an important place, Rayasi, and then it moves and enters Pakistan, and it meets the river Jhelum at a point known as Trimu. At a point known as Trimu. T-R-I-M-M, known as Trimu. So Chandra and Bhaga meet at Tandi. They move cross Kishtwar, Raisi. Then it at this part has been in India. Then it moves into Pakistan and it merges with Jhelum and meets them at what? A point known as Trimu. Clear, everybody? Clear? Okay. This was something that you should be aware of. Okay. Next. The next thing that comes is an important river which is known as Ravi. People call it Ravi sometimes. It is the correct pronunciation is Ravi River. Clear? Ravi River. Now see over here. Before we analyze this uh, whole course of this Ravi River, let us analyze. Please understand, this is a Ravi River. Certain description has been given over here, right? Let us analyze the content of the Ravi River and then we'll follow the course and understand it. Let's see. If I see from the perspective, Ravi has alternative names also. Parushi and Iravati. These are again names. Sometimes what happens is in the examination, the UPSC might use the word Iravati, right? And many people will be thinking, okay, Iravati, so we haven't studied. And they'll say Iravati is a important tributary of the Indus drainage system or Indus River. People will say Iravati will be some South Indian river. So this is wrong. No, it cannot be. So people will mark that statement wrong. This is how UPSC plays with it. That is why these statements which I'm telling you, each and every single word, if you want to analyze further also, if you do not know these things, it will be very difficult for you to qualify this examination. Everybody tells make your foundation strong, make your foundation strong. It basically means that at least the NCERTs and the basic books are done very well by you. What do you mean by very well? It doesn't mean rote learning. No, it doesn't mean rote learning. It means if I'm telling you how the river is moving, you know the course, you're understanding it. If you repeat it, revise it multiple times, they are stored in your mind. That is what is the difference between understanding, learning, and obviously different from rote learning. Obviously, when you revise many times, things are stored in your mind. But if you understand how things are happening, then that is learning. If you just cram it without understanding, then that is rote learning. So this is a difference you should all remember, right? You have to learn. That means you should know also and understand how it is happening. That is what true learning is, and that is what is required by civil services, right? Okay. Ravi is called Parushian Iravati. Where does it originate? It originates in the Kullu Hills west of the Rohtang Pass. It joins Chenab near Sarai Sidhu. This is again an important place which I have marked on the map also. Sarai Sidhu joins again the river over here at Sarai Sidhu. Clear? River drains the region between the southern part of the Pir Panjal and the Dhauladar range. Now please understand, this again has become important. When I was talking about Indus, you saw we were talking about Ladakh and the Zaskar range. When we're talking about Ravi, we are saying that the region between the southeastern part of Pir Panjal and the Dhauladar range. This can again be asked. It has been asked, so it becomes important. Length is 725 kilometers. Clear? Now let's come to the map. Now you know that very well that the river over here is originating in the Kullu Hills. It moves in almost at a 30-degree angle towards the northwestern direction. Then it moves into Pakistan and finally merges at Sarai Sidhu with Chenab. So this is again the major thing that you should know. And I think this is what is the important part also. What we extra that is required is already mentioned over here. So we already know that it joins Chenab near Sarai Sidhu. So this is what you should require. And this is the basics that you should understand as mentioned in NCERT. Let's move further. Now there are two other important tributaries with respect to what? Indus. Those are Beas and Satluj. What? Beas and Satluj. Let us see. When I talk about Beas and Satluj, we will first analyze also what do you mean by Beas, then Satluj also, right? Let's see Beas first. Let me mark it here so that it becomes clear for you. This particular river is known as Beas, right? This particular river known as Beas. Clear? First Beas. Let's see Beas. Beas originates from the Beas Kund near Rohtang Pass. Beas merges with Satluj at Harike. Length is 465 kilometers. It's also known as Vipasha and Argikia. Right? These are again alternative names. So what does it mean? See, what is this place? This particular place is Beas Kund. Let us decrease the font. Known as Beas Kund. from where it originates, then it moves, it merges with what? It merges with your Satluj river at Harike. Now, which is this point? Which is this point? This is Harike. Do you analyze one thing? Out of all these rivers, Beas is the only river which is completely in India. All the other rivers which you realize with respect to Indus, Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Satluj, these are also present in Pakistan. Only Beas is the one that is present in India. This can again be a statement in your prelims. So you should be very well aware of this, because at the time when you are writing your examinations, it is you are already under a lot of pressure. If you do not know them, then it becomes very difficult to answer it. So this should be clear. Clear? Now we have understood Beas. Rising from Beas Kund, moving, then you realize that it basically merges with the Satluj river at Harike. The length is 465 kilometers, and the two alternative names you have already studied. Now comes another important river, that is Satluj. Now let us mark the Satluj river. Let me meanwhile convert this into lighter color so that it will be easier for you to comprehend. Let me make it lighter color, right? This is Beas. Now let us see what is Satluj river doing here. See, there is a very important location that is known as Arrakis Lake in the Tibetan region. Now from there this is originating. So let us first mark it. Clear? So this is a complete path which you see of the Satluj river, very long river. That is why it is 1050 kilometers. Now let's understand the dimensions of Satluj river. See here. Satluj river originates in the Rakas Lake near the Mansarovar Lake in Tibet. Satluj is also called Langchen Khamban in Tibetan region, because you very well know what does it mean that Satluj is an antecedent river, right? It is an antecedent river. It flows parallel to the Indus for 400 kilometers before entering India. So this again becomes important. It is flowing parallel. It passes through Shipkila Pass in the Himalayan, that is in Himachal Pradesh state. You have this Shipkila Pass. Now see here. It rises in the Rakas Lake near the Mansarovar in Tibet. It moves. It passes through what? This is what? The Shipkila Pass. Shipkila Pass. Crosses it. It feeds the Govind Sagar Dam. It further moves. Beas merges with it with Harike. Later moves on and meets the Satluj river at Mithankot. This is the pattern. This is the way. This is the drainage of the Satluj. Clear? Hopefully it is clear to everybody. I have used all the maps and all the content has been written over here. So by default, it becomes easy for you. If you forget, supposingly what happens if had I been just using the maps, possibly you would have not been able to recollect. So what I've done is I've written everything also. What I'm speaking is already mentioned here. When you are revising with the content, it will be easy for you to recollect, because you just have to see the map, see the content. Yes, it is fine. We know what it is and we can analyze and we can remember it also. Clear? Okay. So this is what was the Indus drainage system that we studied, right? So, Bache, now let's begin with the other aspect of your drainage system. We have done with the Indus drainage system, again a very important drainage system. Many questions are asked from that. And the next part that we are going to study is the Brahmaputra drainage system. Now the Brahmaputra drainage system again becomes very important. If you see, a map has been drawn to you representing India, northeastern part of India, Nepal, Bhutan and Bangladesh, right? Now this also is very important, but there are certain very important concepts that are associated with the Brahmaputra river system. So please make sure that you recall them and remember them in the examination. And for that, you have to adhere and listen to the lecture very properly. While listening to the lecture also, make notes if you want. You can obviously download this file, a PDF file later on, but listen to the lecture very carefully. That is again important, which something that you might miss if you do not watch the lecture. So please watch it very carefully. Okay. Let us first see the course of Brahmaputra, and then along with it, we will put various tributaries that are coming, right? Okay, just having just a look before I explain again, we have certain explanation also before we understand. You can see a certain region that is Chemangyeongdong Glacier from the Kailash range and Brahmaputra River, which is known as Yarlung Zanglo or Tisangpo in Tibet. Later turns and then enters India, right? And further moves ahead. Before I analyze this again, let us first understand a brief about the Brahmaputra River and its origination and various aspects associated with that. Let's see. Brahmaputra originates from the Chengmengdung Glacier in the Kailash range near Mansarovar Lake, right? Mansarovar Lake. It carries a lot of silt along with it. Understand, what happens is that because it is eroding the region of Tibet, so that erosional activities basically lead to a lot of silt coming along with the Brahmaputra River, which is known as Tisangpo in your Tibetan region, right? So it moves eastwards. You realize this? It is moving eastward, right? It is moving eastwards for 1,200 kilometers in southern Tibet, where it is called Tisangpo. So can I say that in Tibetan region, or what is known as autonomous part of China, it is moving for 1,200 kilometers there. Then it enters India. It creates deep gorges in the central Himalayas. Where does it create deep gorges? In the central Himalayan region here. Very deep gorge. And near the Namcha Barwa, 7755 meters. So where is Namcha Barwa? Here, Namcha Barwa. The river emerges from the foothills of the Himalayas as Siang and Dihang. Siang and Dihang. Now, this is a description. Now, let us move ahead and understand certain things very carefully. Now, this is important. The Brahmaputra River originating in the Chemyung Glacier in the Kailash range. It travels or moves for 1200 kilometers approximately. Then it takes a sharp turn. And in the sharp turn, again, it creates a deep gorge because it is cutting through the Himalayas just near the Namcha Barwa. Now, please understand this is very, very, very important. Tisangpo, or what is known as Yarlung Zanglo, is not called Brahmaputra when it enters India. It is not called Brahmaputra. It enters with the name of Siang or Dihang. The river is known as Siang or Dihang when it enters India. Is it clear to everybody? It is not called Brahmaputra when it enters India. It is known as Siang or Dihang. Afterwards, after traversing some distance, you realize that Lohit and Dibang rivers basically meet the Siang or Dihang river, and once the merger takes place, then it is known as Brahmaputra river, and then what we call as Brahmaputra, which moves ahead, right? Clear? It is not called Brahmaputra when it enters India. It enters as Siang or Dihang. It is called Brahmaputra when Dibang and Lohit merges with the Siang or Dihang. Then it is known as Brahmaputra river henceforward. Clear? This is a basic thing that is clear. Let's move on to the next map in addition to this, where I am going to show you the tributaries of Brahmaputra. Let's see this. Okay. Quite an interesting map here. Everything has been hand drawn so that you are able to feel like that it can be drawn, it can be understood. If I had used the Google Maps or not, it is very easy. This takes a lot of effort. It is for you so that you make the best use of it. Okay. We already have known this Yarlung Zangpo turning, Siang and Dihang merging and going ahead. This was done in the previous part. Now comes very important dimensions, the other aspects here. Clear? What we can do over here is, please understand, I am going to explain this after this in this case, because it is very important for you to understand the map in this particular case, because a lot of new words are going to come here. See, I am talking about the major tributary. I'm talking about the major tributary that basically originated from Tibet, moves on, enters as Siang. Then you realize very well that it moves further. and is going ahead, right? Now the names of this particular river, you should understand that very well. That does not remain the same. Now see, the Brahmaputra over here loses the slope. That means the topography becomes, or the slope decreases tremendously. So the lot of silt that is brought here tends to be, let us say, deposited in this region. That is why you realize that lot of riverine islands are there, like Majuli and all, because the slope tremendously decreases, and the amount of silt that was brought by the Tisangpo river from Tibet was a great extent. And along with it, because it is creating a deep gorge in Himalayas, that erosional activity also produces a lot of silt, right? And that silt is again because of the fall in the slope deposited in this region. Clear? Okay. Now please understand, as we all know that, we know the direction of the river. This is the direction. So I can analyze what is the right bank, left bank tributaries. That is clear. Okay, see. There is one important river that is again a right bank that is joining as Subhansiri. Then as you move ahead, there are other river like Manas. Then you have another important river in the form of Sankosh. This is Sankosh. Then there is another important river, Raidak. Now please understand, these three are coming from the Bhutan Himalayas. So this can be asked. They can be ask you the order, let us say from east to west, west to east, or they can ask you which among the following are rising from the Bhutan Himalayas. Then you have the Tista River from the Sikkim region and then merging with the Brahmaputra. On the other hand, if you see the left bank, you have an important tributary as Dhansiri. Then you have the Kapili. Clear? Please understand, one thing should be very clear to you. Till this particular point, see here, till the point where Tista is joining Brahmaputra. Till here you realize that it is called Brahmaputra after the merger with Lohit and Dibang. Once Tista joins Brahmaputra, it is known as Jamuna. NCERT also mentions an alternative word by the base of pronunciation as Yamuna also. Please do not confuse it with Yamuna or a tributary of Ganga, not that. In Bangladesh, when Brahmaputra merges with Tista, it is known as Jamuna. Sometimes people pronounce it as Yamuna also. So don't get confused if the name is present. So we are using the word conventionally as Jamuna. So Tista merges with Brahmaputra and it is known as Jamuna. Clear? Now see. Now see here. There is another river, you know that, Ganga, coming and it is merging with what? The Jamuna river, which is what? The Brahmaputra after merging with Tista. It is known as Jamuna. Now Jamuna river is flowing. This is what? Understand this. This is what? This particular part of river is known as what? Jamuna. Jamuna. Why? Because it is merged with Tista. Now, this particular Jamuna, now Ganga is coming from the northern plains and it is merging with Jamuna. When it is merging, where is it merging? It is merging at a particular point, which is known as Golundu. Golundu. When we'll be drawing this in a form of a flowchart also next, so don't worry. Tista plus Brahmaputra leads to Jamuna. Ganga merging with Jamuna creates a river which is known as Padma. That means the Ganga joining with Jamuna, this particular portion is known as Padma. Now what happens is, as it moves ahead, the Barak river, which had originated from the Manipur hills, merges with what? Padma river. When Barak river rising from the Manipur hills, that is the northeastern India, merges with Padma, it is known as Meghna. It is known as Meghna. This part is Padma, this is Meghna. Now, the point where Barak river is merging with Padma is known as Chandrapur. Now, this is something which might sound complicated, very easy. I'll be showing you the next slide, but you should be aware of this. Can I repeat it again? See, Brahmaputra is flowing. Conventionally, if you say Brahmaputra is known as Jamuna in Bangladesh, but to be more precise, when Brahmaputra merges with Tista, it is known as Jamuna. Some books also mention in a slang wise as Yamuna. Both are right. Do not get confused with Yamuna of Ganga, right? Then, now Jamuna river is flowing forward. Now Jamuna is flowing here. Now Ganga merges with Jamuna at a place known as Golundu. Over here, post the merger, it is known as Padma. Now Padma river is flowing further. It is merged by a Barak river which arises from the Manipur hills. Padma plus Barak leads to a name that is Meghna. Clear? Let's see here. When tributaries of Lohit and Dibang merge with Siang and Dihang, it is called Brahmaputra. One important thing. Brahmaputra plus Tista leads to Jamuna near a place known as Chilmari. Jamuna plus Ganga at Golundu, then it is known as Padma river. Padma river plus Barak from the Manipur hills meet at Chandpur, it is known as Meghna. So this should be very clear to you. If you have a doubt, please read this and see the lecture again and this particular flowchart that I've drawn. What I've told you here, I've put it here so that you do not get confused. Clear? Let's move ahead. Overall, if you see, Brahmaputra has various left bank, Dhansiri, Kapili, Barak, left bank tributaries, right bank, Subhansiri, Manas, Sankosh, Raidak, Tista and Ganga. So these are again a brief sum up of what we had studied. Clear everybody? Clear? Okay. Now comes a very important drainage system, that is the Ganga drainage system. Clear? Ganga drainage system. So please, again, as we have done in the previous, that is Indus and Brahmaputra, you have all hopefully understood that well. If you haven't, please just again move back and see the lecture again, or lecture part which you haven't understood. You'll be analyzing it well or understanding it well. Over here, the Ganga drainage system again is important because a lot of rivers are there. So we need to analyze. Please understand one thing. If I see the Ganga river and it's the mergers of the various rivers and taking place, it would become very difficult because a lot of things are happening in the state of Uttarakhand. Now see here. Over here, a lot of things are happening. I cannot draw all of them here. So what I've done is this Uttarakhand region from where we realize the origination of this Ganga river and all taking place, I am considering in prior over here. And then we will move ahead after all these rivers have merged and the Ganga has formed, and we will be considering all these things then, right? So let us see what is happening in Uttarakhand. Let's see. If you go to Uttarakhand, it is again, Uttarakhand is known as Devbhumi. Why? Right? Very important from the perspective of religion. Very important religious places are located here. Lot of dhams are located here. Not only from the perspective of Hinduism, even from the perspective of Sikhism, even from the perspective of Jainism, even from the perspective of Buddhism, a lot of important places are here. So this is again a land of gods also, Devbhumi, right? So let's study them. See over here very well. Let's see, the word when I start with the river, it is not that Ganga simply originates from here. No, it originates later on. It is named Ganga later on. What are the processes that take place? See, if you see here, from Badrinath region, you realize Alaknanda basically originates. What can I say? I think it is not clear. I'll write it again. Alaknanda, right? Alaknanda. Now, Alaknanda, originating from the Badrinath, is merged by Dholi Ganga. When it is merging, it is known as Vishnu Prayag. So, in people, especially from the Uttarakhand state, if you are going to the interview, there is a great chance that you can be asked with respect to these Prayags. So, you should be very well aware which river is merging with what. And for that matter, in the prelims, it is very, very good question. For PCS papers, also very important question. So, Alaknanda from Badrinath merges with Dholi Ganga at Vishnu Prayag. Alaknanda continues. Please understand, Dholi Ganga is merging with Alaknanda and Alaknanda is still continuing. Please understand, I am putting Alaknanda as A, right? Alaknanda as A. Now, Alaknanda is still continuing, right? Alaknanda is merged with Nandakini and it is known as Nandprayag. Nandprayag. Alaknanda is still flowing. Pindar Ganga from the Pindar glacier merges with the Alaknanda at Karnaprayag. The place where Alaknanda merges with Pindar Ganga is known as Karnaprayag. Again, you realize this, Alaknanda is still flowing. Now, Mandakini river from the Kedarnath merges with Alaknanda at Rudraprayag, right? That means Alaknanda is still flowing. Mandakini merges with Alaknanda at Rudraprayag. Alaknanda is still flowing. Now Bhagirathi from Gangotri merges with Alaknanda at Devprayag, and this is known as Ganga henceforth. It is known as Ganga henceforth. And obviously, you know that Yamuna from Yamunotri, we'll be studying later on where the merger takes place at Prayag and all. And this is what is Ganga. Ganga name comes after the merger of Bhagirathi and Alaknanda. And then it is known as Ganga, not before that. Clear? So this is something that is happening or taking place in the state of Uttarakhand. Clear? Now we know we have a river Ganga here and the river Yamuna. Now we can study this particular part. Clear? Clear? Let's see. See, I am studying, I know this is a major river. You very well know, I have a little bit highlighted also. This is what is a major river Ganga. Clear? So over here we are going to study. I guess it is for everybody, it is clear. I guess it is clear for everybody. Tell me quickly. Now see, we have studied what happens in Uttarakhand. After that, it becomes important for us to analyze what is happening later on. Now, if you see over here, everybody, see this. If I see the direction of flow of the river, this is the river. So all these rivers are coming from what? All these rivers what are coming from the left side. These are the left bank tributaries. Obviously, you will have the right bank tributary as Yamuna, though I've drawn it. These are the left bank tributaries. Yeah. Let us analyze each one of them. We will be giving a description. I'll be giving a description of each of the rivers, and then we will be analyzing all the rivers also, right? Okay. Just have a look at this map. This is the main Ganga river and the other tributaries that are joining from the left side, left bank tributaries. Ramganga arises from the Gadwal hills near Gairsen, 596 kilometers, joins Ganga at Hardoi. So what is there? This is the Ramganga from the Kumaon region, right? This is the part, and it is joining Ganga over here near Hardoi. Clear? Now comes Gomti. Gomti is a river, very important river, which basically originates from the Gomat Tal near Pilibhit. 940 kilometers, joins Ganga near Sadipur in the Ghazipur district. So if you see this particular river, Gomti river, you realize this is the region where Gomat Tal is located, right? Gomat Tal is located. So this is where Gomat Tal is located, and it is joining near the Ghazipur district. Clear? This is what is the Gomti river. Important aspect is Gomti river is located on the banks of again Lucknow. So Lucknow has Gomti river. So this should again be known to you because it can be asked. Next, move ahead. Sharda river. Sharda originates from the Milan Glacier in the Nepal Himalayas. Called Kali in Nepal, it is also called Gori Ganga. Right? Now let us see what is Sharda. Please understand, this is Sharda. Now it is originating from the Nepal Himalayas, moving ahead, and then further moving ahead. And later we know that how it is called Ghagra and all. We will tell you that. So this is basically Sharda river. Yeah? Sharda river. Now please understand, after having done Sharda, important river is known as Ghagra. Now please see here, there are two things that you should know. Chadra, Ghagra and Karnali over here. See this. When Sharda river merges with the Karnali river, it is known as Ghagra. Right? It is known as Ghagra. This should be very well clear to you. The name Ghagra comes after that. Clear? It is not called Ghagra before that. It is known as Ghagra after that, due to the merger of Sharda and Karnali river. So you can see over here, Ghagra originates from the glacier of Machungo, and initially it is called Karnali, yes, because it is not called Ghagra before. It is known as Karnali. Later when Sharda merges, then it is known as Ghagra. So when Sharda merges with Karnali, it is known as Ghagra. Merges with Ganga at Hajipur in Bihar. Clear? Let's move back again. You have another important river, that is Rapti, which basically merges with Ghagra. Next comes certain rivers like Kosi and Gandhak, right? Kosi, Gandhak and Mahanada. This river is what? Gandhak from the Nepal Himalayas. This is Kosi river and this is Mahanada river. That is the most rightmost left bank tributary of Ganga. So let's come back and see the description also. Kosi. Kosi is an antecedent river. What does it mean, antecedent? That means before the uphill also this was present. So it has basically cut down through the mountain ranges and made its path. It made up of 7 rivers. Out of the 7 rivers, there are a lot of Sapt Kosi, it is called. So there are 7 rivers which basically make up the Kosi river. Out of them, very important river is Arun river, which is the main river. It is also known as Sorrow of Bengal because of the large flooding that it causes in the state of Bihar. Meets Ganga near Kursela in Bihar. So let us see Kosi again. Kosi here, antecedent river. Over here in Bihar, it basically merges with Ganga. Next. Gandhak comprises 2 streams as mentioned in the NCERT, Kali Gandhak and Trishul Ganga, rises in the Nepal Himalayas between Dhaulagiri and Mount Everest and joins Ganga at Sonpur and Patna. So let us see where is Gandhak. Gandhak is this particular river. Right. Last is Mahanada. Let's see Mahanada. Mahanada originates from the Darjeeling Hills. It is the final left bank tributary of Ganga. So this can be asked in your paper also. So this is what? Mahanada. This is Mahanada. Clear? Clear? So this is absolutely clear to everybody. This is the left bank, the important ones, the left bank tributaries of what? Ganga. So I can put left bank tributary if I want. Clear? Okay. Though Yamuna is not a left bank tributary, I've just marked it because just to show you that this is also a tributary. The left banks are this one. You know that very well. Let's move ahead. Now comes an important aspect. Do you realize that these rivers, what I'm showing you, basically is referring to an important tributary of Ganga, that is Yamuna. And Yamuna and its tributaries. And Yamuna itself is a right bank tributary. So you know that Yamuna and its tributaries. Yamuna and its tributaries. And its tributaries. Yamuna itself is a right bank tributary. Now Yamuna itself might have many right bank and left bank tributaries, which we'll study, right? So what is here? If I want to see Yamuna, see this Yamuna river from Yamunotri. This is again moving ahead and finally merging with the Ganga river, right, at Prayagraj. And it has a lot of rivers over here. Let us see and analyze all of them, or let us see a little bit description over here also and then compare it. Let's see. Okay. First, Yamuna, the westernmost and the longest tributary of Ganga. It originates in Yamunotri Glacier on the western slopes of Banderpuch range. It merges with Ganga at Prayagraj. So we very well know this is a region where it is Prayag, or Prayagraj is a region where it is merging, previously known as Allahabad. Now it rises from, very well know that, Yamunotri Glacier. So this is again Yamunotri Glacier, then it is moving. It has another very important river, Tones, which we'll study later on. This is the main river. Clear? Now let's move ahead. Chambal River. Now let's see Chambal. This is the Chambal River, right? Now when I talk about Chambal River, I know many of the rivers are merging. Let's see first. You see Banas and Kairi rivers. These are from the Aravali's merging with the Chambal River from the left side, because Chambal itself has left bank tributaries. Then you have Shipra and Gambhir. These are rising from the Vindhyan range and merging with Chambal from the right side, right bank tributary of Chambal. Then you have this important river as Kali Sindh. Kali Sindh, rising from the Malwa Plateau, is merging with Chambal. And then you have last as the Parbati river. This particular river is a Parbati river that is again rising from the Malwa Plateau and merging with Chambal. Clear? Now let us understand this based on the description. See, major tributary of Yamuna originating from Mao in the Malwa Plateau. It is known for Chambal ravines. That is a badland topography where massive or very deep erosional activities have taken place in those regions, which make it completely unfit for cultivation. Right? Very big ravines have been created. Right? Joins Yamuna near Etawah with respect to Chambal. Both Kali Sindh and Betwa originating from the Aravali range are right bank tributaries of Chambal. We've already seen that. Similarly, Gambhir originating from the Vidyan range, while Parbati and Kali Sindh originating from the Malwa Plateau join the Chambal as right bank tributaries. We just now saw that. Tones is one of the largest tributaries of Ganga, that is right bank. Which is Tones? This is the Tones river. There's a large quantity of water. Initially, more than what Yamunotri from Yamuna has its initial part. Tones has more water. Then it finally merges, and obviously the amount of water increases in Yamuna. Clear? So Tones is here. Now, Tones is an important tributary. Now comes another few rivers. Please understand, we'll read it and then go. Sindh and Betwa, both from the Vidisha Plateau, join Yamuna. And Ken from Barmer, Madhya Pradesh, join Yamuna near Chila. Let's see them. We have the Sindh river and Betwa river from Vidisha Plateau. And you have again Ken river from the Barmer range, which is again joining the Yamuna. Now these are what? The right hand tributaries of Yamuna, because they are joining from the right, because the Yamuna river is flowing in this direction. So these are the right bank tributaries. Now there are certain left bank tributaries also very small, like Hindon, Rind, Sengar and Varuna river are also there. So this is what with respect to Yamuna. Now let's come to certain other rivers which are again right bank tributaries of Ganga itself, because one was this Yamuna river as a right bank tributary, then other Son, then you have obviously Barakar river over here, you have Damodar over here. So let us see, Son river has certain tributaries as Zojila. Please see here, let us see first of all, you have this Son river. Son river has tributaries like Zojila, Gopal, Rihand. These all rising from the Amarkantak plateau. So let's read it. Son originating from the Amarkantak plateau and merges with the Ganga in the west of the Patna. West of Patna, it is merging with Ganga. Damodar river flowing from eastern margins of the Chota Nagpur plateau, eventually merging with the Hooghly river known as Sorrow of Bengal because of the large floods that it causes. Where is Damodar? See, the Damodar river is here, merging with the Hooghly river. Now Damodar has again a tributary which is known as Barakar. Barakar. So these are again the right bank tributaries of Ganga. Clear, everybody? Okay. So we have done with the Ganga drainage system also. So hopefully you understood it. Please note it down also very carefully. Next comes the peninsular drainage system. Again, bache, peninsular drainage system again becomes very, very important because of the very fact that the rivers of the peninsula are different little bit from that of the Himalayan region. Because as I told you in the beginning also, that the Himalayan rivers are fed by the glaciers as well as the rainfall. The peninsular are fed majorly by what? The rainfall. So automatically there's a lot of difference also. Again, there's a difference with respect to structure, as we had mentioned in the previous lecture also, the types of rocks, the arrangement of the rocks. Now you see whether when you are in the Deccan Plateau region, let us say for that matter, you have a lot of igneous rocks that are present, right? When you see the Himalayan regions, you realize those are young fold mountains. So erosion of that is very different from that of the peninsular regions. So a lot of differences also there. Let's analyze the peninsular rivers also. That is important from your perspective of your civil services examination. Let's move. Okay, over here, first we are going to do section wise. Let me tell you the plan before we move ahead so that it is not confusing for you. We are covering, let us say, Narmada, Tapi, few small rivers over here. Then I'll explain you all of them. Then I'll move on to Mahanadi. I'll explain all of them. Then I'll move on to Godavari and its tributaries. I'll explain all of them. Then I'll move on to Krishna, explain all of them. Then I'll move on to Kaveri and explain. So this is a system that I'm following so that you should be able to understand what I'm trying to convey. Because when I've divided into parts, it is easy for you to remember and recall in your examination. Let's see. Over here lies the Narmada River. Again, an important tributary is Hiran over here. And then south of it lies the Tapi. Now, the Narmada River originating from the Amarkantak Plateau and Tapi River from the Satpura range. And there are certain other rivers also, Luni from the Aravali, small Banas River, Sabarmati River and Mahi from the Aravlis. Okay. Now, having seen the path, let us analyze a little bit. Now, the Narmada River originates from the Amarkantak Plateau. It originates from the Amarkantak Plateau, flows between the Vindhyan range and the Satpura range. This has been repeatedly asked in your various PCS examinations and even in the UPSC as one of the statements. Which river flows between Vindhyan and Satpura? People tend to get confused between Narmada and Tapi. They know it is out of them only, but they get confused in the examination. So, always remember that Narmada is the one which is flowing between Vindhyan and Satpura. Clear? Then, Duhandar waterfall near Jabalpur basically lies with respect to the Narmada River. So this is an important waterfall associated with Narmada River. So this is what? Your Narmada River. An important tributary is Hiran tributary, which is again the right bank tributary because the flow of the river is this side, right? It is basically moving on the, it is draining into what? The Arabian Sea. Clear? Yes. Next comes Tapi, originates from Multai in Madhya Pradesh. Basin lies in Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat. So the drainage basin is covering these three states. Clear? So this is what? The Tapi River. Now let's move ahead. Luni. Luni originates near the Pushkar, Rajasthan. It has two main branches, Saraswati and Sabarmati. Drains into the run of Kutch. It is epiphermal. What does it mean? That means it is seasonal, not annually. That means it is flowing throughout the year. No, it is just seasonal whenever there is rainfall. So let us see Luni. This is your Luni River. Right? Slowly it merges, moves here. Now if you see, Sabarmati originates from the Aravali range and drains into the Gulf of Khambat. Okay? See here. Sabarmati drains into the Gulf of Khambat. This is the river. Next comes, this is Mahi. Let's see, Mahi originates from the Amarkantak, again drains into the Gulf of Khambat. So these are the small parts, Narmada, Tapi and little bit associated rivers, which we have done now. Now let's move to the other part, which is the focus is Mahanadi. Mahanadi. Now Mahanadi, please understand, has various other tributaries. If you see here, please understand, this is the flow. So these are what the left bank tributaries, these are right bank tributaries. Left bank is Hasdio, Manda and Ib, Ib. On the other hand, Jonk, Ong and Tel are the right bank tributaries, right? Mahanadi rising from the Chhattisgarh basin, right? And there is another very important river, that is Subarnarekha, rising in the southwest Ranchi. This is again Subarnarekha. Let us, having seen these pictorial representation in the map, let us analyze them here. I have minimized the size over here also. Mahanadi originates from Sihava in the Raipur district of Chhattisgarh, length 851 kilometers, drainage or drains the various states of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Orissa. So what is it? See, this is the region, right? And these are the tributaries which as mentioned over here, so you can note it down. These are the left bank tributaries, these are the right bank tributaries. Now comes Subarnarekha, originates from the Ranchi Plateau in Jharkhand. Clear? So we are done with Mahanadi, its tributaries and Subarnarekha. Clear? This is draining into what? The Bay of Bengal, right? So Bay of Bengal drainage, you remember that we had done? Okay, let's move ahead. Now comes an important river along with its tributaries. It is the Godavari River. Now you see over here, Godavari River. The Godavari River is here. Now Godavari River from Trimbakeshwar, that is Nashik district in Maharashtra, it originates in Nashik district, moves for 1465 kilometers and drains into the Bay of Bengal. Clear? Now see over here, we have done all these Mahanadi and all these rivers. So I have not removed them so that you should be, when you are making the map also, you can just carry forward, right? Now see over here, some important tributaries. These are the, because the direction of flow of the river is left this way. So these are left bank tributaries. Important one, let us say, is Pen Ganga, which is joined by Vardha and Vain Ganga, again tributaries. Next is Indravati. Indravati over here. Indravati over here. Then you have Sabar. On the other hand, if you realize from the right side, you have Manjra, which is joining from the right side. This is the Godavari, right? It is draining into the Bay of Bengal. Let's analyze certain dimensions associated with that. Godavari originates in the Nashik district, Trimbakeshwar, as we had studied. Largest river system in the peninsula. So it is the largest river, or that is why it is very important also. Runs through, again, the river Godavari runs through the state of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, and Telangana. From where, what are states is the Godavari passing through, right? Tributaries, Manjra, Pranhita, Indravati, Penganga, we have studied them. Drainage basin again is a larger area because a lot of tributaries along with the main river, which all states it is covering. Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Odisha, Yanam, that is Puducherry. So all these places are being drained. Clear? Now we have done with the Godavari and its tributaries. Clear? Let's move ahead. Now comes the important river, which is Krishna. When I talk about Krishna river, it is rising from Mahabaleshwar, moving and then finally draining into the Bay of Bengal. It is 1401 kilometers long. It has various tributaries. See here, you have an important tributary like Bhima, you have Musi, you have Muneru. These are all left bank tributaries. On the other hand, you have the right bank as Ghatprabha, Malprabha, and Tungabhadra. These are what? The right bank tributaries of river Krishna. Clear? Now let us see certain details associated with them. Krishna is the second largest river flowing in the peninsular region. Rises near Mahabaleshwar in the Sahyadris, that is the Western Ghats. Right? Sahyadris, you know that Western Ghats in the Maharashtra region are known as Sahyadris. Tributaries Koyna, Tungabhadra, Bhima, Musi, Muneru. Remember, questions on Musi and Muneru have been asked as one of the statements in the previous year questions. If somebody would have studied them, you would have got the complete question right, otherwise wrong. So every single word that I've written or a map that I've drawn becomes important for your preparation. Drainage area Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. So we have done with the Krishna river. Let's come further south. We have an important river, which is again what? Krishna river. Now, Krishna river is 800 kilometers. It has important tributaries in the form of, that is Hemvati, again Kabani, then you have Amravati. Many people get confused, possibly thinking Amravati is, again, it is a place also which you go to Andhra Pradesh. But please understand, it is a tributary also of Kaveri. So you should not get confused, right? Kaveri originates from the Brahmagiri hills in Karnataka. Tributaries Kabini, Bhavini, Amravati, Hemvati drains Kerala, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu. So these are the important places that you should be aware of. As we move ahead, now these are certain things which I've briefly mentioned, which you should know because this can be asked. These are small or very small rivers that are basically let us say draining the Bay of Bengal or the Arabian Sea, though you should be aware of it. I mentioned the names of the state also which they are flowing. This can be asked. Very small rivers. So that means the minor drainage basins as we had classified. So these are again representing them. If you see here, there are few rivers like Radha and Shitrunji. These are small rivers in the state of Gujarat. These are draining what? In the Bay, in the Arabian Sea, right? Then you have Vetarna, again draining into what? Small rivers draining into the Arabian Sea in the state of Maharashtra. You have Kali Nadi and Shrahavati. These are in the state of Karnataka, again draining them in the Arabian Sea. Then you have Bharat Puja and Periyar in the state of Kerala, again draining in the Arabian Sea. Now if you move ahead, there are small rivers like Vegai, Gundar, and Arjuna. These are all in Tamil Nadu, draining into the Bay of Bengal. So these are small rivers that you should be all aware of. Now the problem that arises is many people do not remember that or might forget. So let us make it very clear that we have done with the Himalayan and the peninsular drainage, but we should also understand what is the difference between them. Clear? So you have done with the drainage system, peninsular, and as well as the Ganga, Indus, and Brahmaputra. The Indus, Ganga, Brahmaputra are associated with the Himalayan drainage system, and then you have studied the peninsular, where you have studied Narmada, Tapi, Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri. Then you studied the very small other rivers that are draining the Arabian Sea or the Bay of Bengal. Now, what is the difference? Himalayan rivers, place of origin, Himalayan mountains are covered with glaciers in the Himalayan region, peninsular plateau and the central island region. Nature of flow, perennial, because perennial means throughout the year. That means receiving rainfall, from rainfall also they're getting the water, and also from the melting of the glacier. That means receiving water from the glaciers and rainfall. So that is the nature of flow. That is perennial. These are seasonal because they're dependent upon the monsoons which bring water with them. Otherwise, they'll be dry. Type of drainage, antecedent and consequent. You know that antecedent, consequent, we've already studied that in the concepts. So these are again many dendritic patterns are also formed here. Over here, superimposed, rejuvenated, leading to trellis, because you realize that the topography of the region of the peninsular plateau is very different. There are a lot of hard rocks, soft rocks are present there. So you realize these types of trellis, rectangular pattern are more visible there. Unlike in the case of the Himalayas, where you realize that erosional activities or erosion of the Himalayas that are taking place are themselves made up of very soft sedimentary rocks. So you see more of dendritic pattern over there, while in case of the peninsular plateau, you realize that hard rock, alternatively hard and soft rocks are present. So we realize that a lot of superimposition, trellis-like patterns and all those are formed. That is why you will be seeing radial patterns, annular patterns also formed or seen in the regions of the peninsular plateau. Nature, these have a long course, these have relatively smaller courses, because you know that over there the slope, again the initial slopes is very, what we say, very steep, and again lot of water is being fed, so the courses are relatively larger also. Catchment area again very large, small. Age of river, youthful and relatively older. What do you mean? If you study the erosional cycle of a river, even if you haven't studied, because you are going to study later on, I'll be teaching you that, but understand this, that in a course of a river, please understand there are stages. Youth stage, mature stage, and the old stage, right? So what happens during the youth stage? Initially, let us say the rivers in the Himalayan region, lot of erosional activities are taking place, gorges are being formed. Slowly you realize that the slope decreases, and in the old stage you realize depositional type activity will be taking place, the slope is less. Similarly is seen with respect to the Himalayan and the peninsular, because over here the speed of the river is relatively faster also, we realize, because the slope is there, a lot of erosion is also taking place. Erosion extent is also larger, because reason behind it is that a lot of silt is being eroded, but a lot of silt is coming. A lot of silt coming along with them. Again, that first page is marked. Then you realize slowly the slope will decrease, mature stage, and finally deposition taking place. Let us say like the Sundarbans and the Ganga Delta. In case of the peninsular regions, you realize that over there already the topography is made up of very different from that of the Himalayan region, where you realize the rocks are old, the slope is not so steep as in case of the Himalayas. So it is resembling like the old stage of a river if you study the erosional cycle, or let us say the stages of the stages of a river. So that is why we generally say relatively older rivers, or let us say old stage of a river is present over here. So these are the differences that you basically observe. Now, this is what was your lecture. This is what your lecture was with respect to the drainage system. This lecture was little lengthy, I know, but you should understand that every single point makes sense here. Now, with respect to the NCERT, when we study, climate topics becomes very, very important. It is little technical also, and along with it, a lot of dimensions that come which generally intrigue students that how to understand them. So please, students, remember one thing. Though we will be focusing completely on the NCERT, there will be certain other things that I have incorporated in this particular lecture. We will not go into advanced topics, because please remember, we have already told you that it is based on the NCERT. So we will restrict to what is mentioned, though certain other topics, little bit topics can be added in order to comprehensively explain you certain topic. Let us say mechanism of monsoon. Like for example, when you do climatology in the physical geography part of the world, where you study the various dimensions related to jet streams, pressure gradient, winds, a lot of stuff over there. So we will not go into all those technicalities here. We will be explaining certain part and then moving ahead. So let us begin today's lecture and see what is in store for you. Please remember, this is the Telegram account. Many students keep on asking me, sir, where we will find the notes and all. So please remember, this is a Telegram account where you can find the notes. Whatever I'm writing over here will be posted here. So let's begin today's lecture, that is climate. The first thing that comes into our mind is, what do you mean by climate? But when we study climate, then another word comes into our mind. What is weather? So these two things should be very clear before we actually begin with the chapter. See, when I talk about climate, what does climate means? Climate basically refers to an average weather conditions of a region over a long period of time, typically 30 years or even more. Let us assume when we say India has a monsoon type of a climate, now it doesn't mean that it is for a very short period. Or let us say some regions are, let us say, having a polar climate. It doesn't mean it is for few days. It is an outcome of long years that the particular region has been described as, let us say, polar. Similarly, when I talk about weather, it is basically a short-term conditions or atmospheric conditions that a particular region is experiencing. So, weather is a short-term atmospheric conditions at a specific place at a specific time. So, these are two major definitions. So, if I want to differentiate, to better understand that, so let's see. If I want to differentiate, what is the duration? It is basically short term. When I talk about climate, it is a long term, because obviously when you're talking about polar climate, the polar climate doesn't mean it is few days or weeks. It is a very long term, long word, long duration. Similarly, climate is long term. Weather is somewhat specific to small region with reference to smaller time. Let us say you are living in a particular region, whether it is a monsoon type of climate that you're experiencing, there can be certain disturbances. Someday it is foggy, someday it might rain, someday it might be very hot. So those are specific days, a few days. So that is again weather of that particular region for that specific place for a specific time. Overall, we all know that we experience monsoon type of climate. Yes. So the scope is it is local and specific area. And this is regional to the global scale. Change. Now this changes rapidly and frequently. Over here, changes slowly over decades and centuries, because we very well know that India, not only India, the whole world is experiencing global warming. So there are going to be climatic changes that take place, right? When I take examples, let us say a thunderstorm, a sunny day, or fog that is there. Now this represents the weather conditions. When I talk about climate, let us say polar climate, tropical, temperate climate. Now these are also climates, right? Now, very important thing comes is, if let us say you specialize in study of weather, what would that discipline be called? That is known as meteorology. That is known as meteorology. Now, if you specifically study with respect to climate, then discipline is called climatology. Climatology, right? So these are the differences between climate and weather. Clear? Let's move ahead. Okay. The next important things that come is important for you is then, so what are the factors determining the climate of India? We're studying India, so we'll focus on that. What are the factors? Now see, when a word has been written, by default you realize that in the examination, if you write the word and do not explain it with an example, you will not get marks. This is not an examination of class 10th or 11th, because though you are reading the NCERTs, but you're writing for UPSC. You need to give proper examples. And merely writing example is fine in certain cases, but if you draw some diagrams, draw some maps, show some illustrations, then the marks are really very nice that are given by the examiner. Now let's see. Relief of physiography. That certain regions have let us say certain relief structure. Let us say some mountains might be present. Let us say plateau, that means a height is there. So relief or physiography tends to impact the climate of region. Let's see. For example, let us see Western Ghats. Let's just see Western Ghats, first of all. If you see the boundary of India, now if you see here, we have the Western Ghats, right? Just roughly I'm drawing it. Now, do you realize something that from this particular region, monsoon-laden winds come? Monsoon-laden winds come. The moment they encounter the Western Ghats, you realize they shed their rain. Now, if I see this from this particular angle, see here, let me see these mountains from a lateral angle. Let us assume these are the Western Ghats, right? Now you realize that when the monsoon winds come, they basically encounter the Western Ghats. Now, because of the mountain, they are forced to rise up. Rise. As they rise, the temperature decreases. So automatically there will be rainfall. Right? Right? So what will happen? Condensation takes place. So you will realize that there will be clouds formation. There will be cloud formation. And a lot of rainfall will take place. Now this particular region, which is encountering the winds directly, and it is receiving rainfall also, is known as windward side. Windward side. Now we very well know that, okay, it doesn't mean that this portion does not receive any rainfall. Yes, there will be certain amount of rainfall that will cross here also, and some rainfall will be here also, a little bit. In comparison to the windward side, very less. That is known as leeward side. Leeward side. Now, do you realize that this particular region throughout the year will be experiencing a situation where the conditions, the climatic conditions will be wet because it lies on the windward side? Yes. So Western Ghats over here relief tends to influence the regions that are present over here. Let us say Mumbai. Now, Mumbai receives a lot of rain. Yes, so this can be one example. Now, please remember, when you draw these examples or draw these small illustrations, that give you a lot of marks. So you can use them and explain it in 1 or 2 lines. Let us see Mausam Ram in the Khasi Hills in Meghalaya. If you see over here, let us put it is in the Meghalaya. If, let us assume, let us study this in a very proper manner. When we study about the northeastern region, you realize that okay, you know that there is Garo Hills. Sorry. You have here Garo Hills, Khasi, and Jaintia, right? Now, Mausam Ram basically lies in the eastern side of the Khasi Hills, right? Let us say this position, this particular position. Now, have you ever thought or experienced why this particular region is the wettest region? Why does this have such climatic conditions where it receives so much rainfall? Now, there is a very important concept that is to be understood, particularly with Mausam Ram and Cherrapunji both, but more relevant with respect to Mausam Ram because it is the one of the wettest region across the world. Now, see why. How physiography is impacting it. Let us see here. The location of Mausam Ram is such that it experiences a concept that is known as funneling effect. What it is known as funneling effect. Now, let's see what is funneling effect. Let us assume there are certain mountains present, right? Now let us assume these are mountains that are present. And what is going on is Mausam Ram, let us say, is present in this place, situation. Let us assume. What happens is, when the monsoon-laden winds basically enter this, when it enters it, unlike other regions like Western Ghats where it encounters the Western Ghats, certain winds might move up, move this direction, some might encounter and produce rain. That is fine. Over here, what happens is, when the monsoon-laden winds enter, they are trapped. They are trapped and they're forced to move over here. What do you mean by trapping? This is known as funneling effect. When you have a funnel, let us say you have a jar, you put a funnel, whatever you put, has to go through that small funnel point that is placed there, right? Similarly, Mausam Ram is here. So what happens is all the winds are directed towards here and it is forced to shed rain over here. So what is happening? Due to the funneling effect, due to the funneling effect, all the monsoon laden winds are directed towards 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 Mausam Ram, towards Mausam Ram. So what is it happening? Relief and physiography, this is how it is impacting. So this is some of the examples. Please remember the examination, you can write one line and then just draw a little bit diagrams or graphs or these figures. These are going to enhance your answers and really fetch you marks. People will say we do not have the time. Please understand, if you practice them, write one line and draw a diagram, it fetches you more marks than simply writing paragraphs. Clear? Let's move ahead. Next is altitude. We have two examples, Mount Abu and with respect to Amritsar and Shimla. Let's take this example. When I see Mount Abu and Shimla, do you realize something? Let's make a map of India. Now remember one thing, I don't have to always make the map of complete India because that is not required. What is interesting over here is, see, here lies, at the border lies Amritsar, here lies Shimla. Here lies Amritsar, here lies Shimla. Both of them are at the same latitude, approximately the same latitude. So what do you see? This is Amritsar, this is Shimla. Both of them at the same latitude, but if you ask today, you are experiencing really a time where it's very humid, it is very hot, right? Irony is, what is the reason? What is the reason why there is so much variation? Both lie approximately at the same latitude. The reason is altitude. The reason is altitude. Whereas supposingly you are experiencing temperatures of close to late 40s or late 30s or 40s, in Shimla you might be experiencing close to temperature of 20s, even less. It's raining, so it is even less. Why? Because of the altitude. Concept lies, as you move higher, as your height increases or the altitude increases, the temperature decreases. So understand this. The variation is with respect to altitude. What happens with the increase in altitude? With the increase in altitude, temperature decreases. Temperature decreases. Now this is very well relevant in the troposphere. You know that as we study climatology, which we will study later on, not over here, you realize there are a lot of layers in the atmosphere and there is a lot of variation with respect to rise or decrease in the temperature. But when you're talking about troposphere, you realize that as you move ahead, move higher in the altitude, the temperature will decrease. Clear? Let's move ahead. Let's see Mount Abu now. Now Mount Abu is also very interesting over here. Let's make again specifically the western part of India. Now what do you see here is the Aravalli range, right? The Aravalli range. Now you see Mount Abu basically lying over here, right? Now this is a region where This is the region that is in Rajasthan, right? The temperatures are really very soaring high. How come Mount Abu has pleasant climatic conditions? It is because of the altitude at which it is placed, which is 1722 meters above the sea level. Now, see here, that is the reason. Because of the altitude, because of the altitude, the temperatures are the temperatures are very low compared to the surrounding regions. Right? Done? Let's move ahead. Mumbai and Delhi. Now, please understand, very clear. If you see the map of India also, right? If you see the map of India, let's see. Let's not make the complete map. Let's just. If I just see the situation over here, we realize that Mumbai is somewhat here, Delhi is somewhat here, right? Now, if you see, what is the difference that is being created? Mumbai here, Delhi here, right? Both very important places, important metropolitan places. When you see the climatic conditions, what do you see over here? This region is experiencing continentality. What do you mean by continentality? That means it is very far away from the ocean or sea. Now, what is Mumbai experiencing? It is every day experiencing the influence of the sea, moderating influence of the sea. So that is why you realize the variability with respect to temperature is not very high in case of Mumbai. And that in case of Delhi, it's very high. During the winter's time, you will be realizing that the temperature might fall down to even, let us say, close to -1 also. It has gone down many times. During the summer months, it has gone down to 45 and 50 also. The conditions are dismal. Why is this? Because of the distance from the sea. So the climatic conditions are influenced by the distance from the sea. So these are two examples. If you want to take another example also, let us take over here Nanded. Now, Nanded is also a part of Maharashtra, which is basically lying on the eastern side of Maharashtra. Over there also it is interior of India. Over there also you'll be realizing extremes of climate being present. Right? So distance from the sea also experiences or basically impacts the climate of any region, because in the region which is exposed to the sea will have lesser variability, moderating influence of the sea, and in case of those which are far off will never be able to experience this. Let's move ahead. Distribution of land and water. Now, this is something very interesting, especially for India. Many people will say, sir, we can put distance of sea under the distribution of land and water only. Absolutely, you can. But again, why I have mentioned this? Because NCERT mentions it very specifically as a different point. Clear? And why it becomes important over here is that if I study India, India basically experiences a monsoon type of climate, right? Now, see here. Now, if you see here, do you realize India has such a long coastline? Yeah. Now, India has such a long coastline. You have realized this. It is surrounded by water on all these sides. Now you realize that this is land. This is your land. This is your sea or ocean, water, Indian Ocean, you can say. Now, what happens here? What happens over here? Please understand. It is because of this condition you realize India is able to experience monsoon type of climate. What do we say when we talk about monsoon? We say reversal of wind is taking place, right? During the southwest monsoon that is coming, we see monsoon coming from the sea towards the land. Northeast monsoon again from the land portion moving towards the sea. So there is a reversal of winds that is basically associated with monsoon. So monsoon conditions, a monsoon type of climate is possible because of this condition. because of land and sea being present. So can we say monsoon climate has been possible because of this? You understand this? That is why India's climate, which is monsoon type, is also associated with the distribution of land and water. That is a major important reason for what the climate India experiences. Clear? Let's move ahead. Latitude. Now, if you see, when I talk about Kanyakumari and Delhi, do you realize that both of them again very important places? Kanyakumari is the southernmost tip of the mainstream India, right? See here. Okay. Now, if I put Kanyakumari here, let's say, do you know Delhi over here? Now, do you realize one thing? This particular region is part of the experiencing a tropical climate. Tropical climate. And do you realize Delhi is experiencing a temperate climate? Yes or no? Because of the variation in the latitude. Agree? So do you remember one thing, that one that is closer in the tropical region, when you're closer to the equator, the extremes of temperature are not there. Because you realize that throughout the year, you realize that you're close to the equator, so it is going to be relatively moderating influence happens, because the range or the changes in the temperature are not so high when you see the equatorial regions. On the other hand, when you move there, you see the variations are there. It is relatively colder during the colder times. So Kanyakumari, if you see the annual range of temperature overall, you will see the variation is not high. In case of Delhi, you see the wide variation of temperature is there. So this is again one of the dimensions with respect to latitude. Obviously, we realize tropical, there is a reason also got to do with the influence of the sea also, but when we are talking about one particular point, let us focus on that at a time. Let us not mix sort of points, because any particular region which is experiencing a particular temperature or rainfall has got to do with mix of many factors. But over here, we are taking one by one, right? So latitude. Next is the Himalayan mountains. Now let's see. In the previous lectures, you have already studied a lot about this. Now just just all of you remember, can you recall how these mountain ranges, which we had mentioned earlier, was broken and all? How are these important with respect to climate? Do you realize it prevents the colder winds that are going to come from the Siberian region are not able to come to India? Are not able to come to India. Why? Because of this Great Barrier. This Great Barrier not only separates two types of climate, but also separates two cultures. You very well know that environmental conditions are also responsible not only for the obviously the geographical regions which we see, or mountains we see, they're not only separating as a climatic divide, but also dividing two cultures. Because based on a geography or the climatic conditions, various cultures are formed. Now, had this not been there, do you realize all this would have been frozen during the time of your winters? Yes, absolutely. So it prevents the colder winds from the Siberian region from coming to the mainstream or the mainland India. Yes. So it is also protecting India from those colder winds. So it is already dividing two types of climate situations and two cultures. Yes. So let's move ahead. Okay. Some basic concepts. Please remember this. Something very important here. Please note it down. Because we will be covering the physical geography part. That is again the class 11th book with respect to geomorphology, climatology, oceanography. Over there, we do a lot of details. Over here, we cannot go into a lot of detail, as I had mentioned previously also. But little bit of concepts, little bit of definition you should know before I go on teach you the concept of monsoon and then the season. So let us see first. First is the ITCZ, Intertropical Convergence Zone. What it is? You would have already studied about trade winds and all previously also. So if you see here, it is a belt of low pressure near the equator where the trade winds converge. Now, which all trade winds are converging? You realize northeast trade winds converging with the southeast trade winds. Now, this region is known as a intertropical convergence zone. Please understand one thing. Many people assume that this is a complete belt. Please understand this concept. It is not a complete belt. These are basic. Many people assume that this is like a complete belt. It is not. It is basically comprised of regions like these. This is a real figure, which is, this is what? This is what one is shown or one expects. This is generally what? Shown. This is what is a reality. Low pressure, low pressure. These are the actual reality. It is not simply a line. These are small low pressure belts that are present there. Clear? So moreover, first of all, you should know is that it is basically the convergence zone of the two types of trade winds, that is the northeast trade winds and the southeast trade winds. That leads to the formation of what is known as the intertropical convergence zone. Now, please understand, you realize very categorically, you should be knowing that. Must have studied also with respect to climatic and climatic pressure belts also, that with the seasons change, obviously you realize the belts tend to move up and down. During the summer times, this intertropical convergence zone will move upwards. During the winter time, it will move downwards. So this is also, again, a movement is also present there. Clear? Let's move ahead. Next concept is the jet stream. Now please understand, jet stream topic we will be covering in detail when we will doing the other book of NCERT, but over here little bit detail should be known to you because we are going to study this in the monsoon topic. See, what are jet streams? Jet streams are very fast moving upper atmospheric winds that meander in a narrow path. Now these are thousands of kilometers long and following a meandering path. So these are now very useful with respect to study of the monsoon winds and how they impact. We will be studying also. Now, just to show you, please understand there are a lot of permanent jet streams and there are a lot of temporary jet streams that are created. Permanent jet streams that they're almost flowing throughout the year. Temporary are those which are created because of certain shifting in the pressure belts or the climatic conditions that happen. So let us see some. If you see here, these are two. This is subtropical jet stream. It is also known as subtropical westerly jet stream. Subtropical westerly jet stream. Again, this is also subtropical westerly because it is flowing from west to east. Now see here, this is known as polar jet stream in the polar region. Again, polar jet stream here. Now these are some of the permanent jet streams that are flowing. Permanent. There might be some temporary, like the easterly jet stream, the Somali jet stream. Now these are temporary jet streams that are created. Yeah, this is a brief idea you should be knowing. Now let's see. Let us understand, first of all, please remember, now you will be asking, sir, why are we studying this word monsoon first? You should be teaching us what the seasons are. Absolutely. We will be studying that also. But remember, whenever you study the various seasons in India, whether you're studying the hot weather season, whether you're studying the cold weather seasons, but with whatever season you're studying, you tend to associate it with monsoon, some or the other way. So please understand, understanding monsoon as done in the NCERT also, that they've explained monsoon and the mechanism, though we will be going a little bit into detail, but we will be studying monsoon first and then the various seasons, so it is easier for you to comprehend. Let us begin with the understanding of monsoon. Now, the basic understanding, when we say about monsoon, there are a lot of interpretations that are given by various thinkers that from where this word has been originated. Now, some say that it is an Arabic word, mosim. Some say it is a Malayalam word, monsoon, which again both of them mean season. Again means season. Now please understand, the monsoon basically means the reverse their direction, the winds reverse their direction as they flow with respect to the season. Clear? Now please understand, what does the word monsoon mean? Monsoon means that there is seasonal reversal in the direction of the winds. What do you mean by monsoon? It means there is a seasonal seasonal reversal in the direction of the winds. What do you mean by that? Let us assume during this time, particularly during this July-August month, which you are right now seeing this particular lecture, do you realize that a lot of monsoon winds are coming? Now, these monsoon-laden winds are basically coming from the Indian Ocean region. Yes? Now, do you realize over there they are coming from the oceans and entering India and then obviously distributing rainfall towards various parts? During the winter months, northeast monsoon will be there, which you will be seeing moving from the land towards the Indian Ocean. Now, is there a reversal of the direction of the winds? Yes, it is. So in simple words, it is monsoon is basically understood as a seasonal reversal in the direction of the winds with a change in the season. Clear? Let us move ahead on this particular topic. Now comes the word mechanism of monsoon. Please understand when I talk about mechanism, what do you understand by mechanism? When I say mechanism, I means how the working of monsoon is taking place. How does the monsoon originate? Or what are the processes that are involved? If I see, can I see in this way? How is it originating? What are the processes involved? How is it originating? What are the processes involved? Along with it, please understand what are the variations in those processes and the various concepts that are there. So, various views or contradictions that are there, right? What does the main meaning over here means that how is this monsoon process doing, or what are the process involved and how it works? In a way, can I also say how it works in simple way? How it works? Now, based on them, please understand the reality is till now we have not been able to identify the exact reasons for which all these things can be answered. So there is no exact mechanism. So what do we see? There is till now we cannot say what is the exact mechanism. What is the exact mechanism? What is the exact mechanism? So what we are doing, but certain processes have been observed to cause or slash impact the monsoon, which we study as the mechanism. Do you understand this? What do you mean by this? The reality is today, if you ask me, sir, can you give me the exact reason why the monsoon originates? What are the forces? Give me all forces that are involved there. I will say, bache, exactly we cannot tell. If this was known, do you realize there are so much money being spent by the government in those meteorological departments and those Earth Science Ministry along with various other countries involved? Are they always able to predict the exact reasons? No. Many times they are wrong. Why? Because even the scientists till now are not able to decipher it. So, but in spite of that, let us in brief study what are the various forces, what are the dimensions involved. Now, in the NCERT, some things are mentioned. I'm going a little bit more in detail. We will not go into a lot of detail because again, we are concising or confining ourselves to NCERT. So I'm using those words which are mentioned and a little bit extra, but we will not go into a lot of detail. So you should be knowing till here, because when we will cover the other book of NCERT, we'll be going into all of details over there, right? Let's move ahead. First is the thermal concept. Thermal concept basically is a very old concept. Now it is somewhat neglected because better views have been given. Old concept, even mentioned as a classical theory. It is neglected because of various reasons, I'll tell you, but please see over here. This is the thermal concept which was given by Halley, which basically says that monsoons are basically like land and sea breezes on a larger scale. It says that during the summer months, the continental part over here gets heated a lot, and that is why it attracts the monsoon-laden winds towards the land. During the winter months, it becomes cold, and relatively the oceans are relatively warmer in comparison to the land, so winds tend to move out. This is what the mechanism or is according to the Halley or thermal concept. Made a hypothesis that the primary cause for the Indian monsoon circulation was the differential heating of the land and sea. That means both land and sea are being heated differently. So that is why a large scale land and sea breeze are being caused. So that is what is monsoon. So again, this is very contradictory, very wrong also. The reason behind it is because if this was the case, then every place around the world would have experienced monsoon, which is not the case. So this is okay, forms a foundation for the mechanism, but not a complete mechanism, we will say. That is why it is known as a classical theory or an antiquated or an old theory. But you should be knowing it. Let's move ahead. Next is a Tibetan Plateau and the tropical easterly jet stream. Please remember one thing. The we will be, as I had told you, that jet streams word I'll be using. There's certain things that you should remember. In the NCERT, there is very particular thing that is mentioned. The onset of the tropical easterly jet stream marks the beginning of the monsoon. Please remember, we will be studying this, don't worry. We will be studying this. Two things. First is tropical westerly jet stream moving above the Himalayas, and onset of the tropical easterly jet stream marks the beginning of the monsoon. This is a word that is mentioned, and this becomes very important. Again, repeating. The movement of the tropical westerly jet stream upward, that means north of the Himalayas, and that leads to onset of creation of the tropical easterly jet stream. These two processes are known or to be considered by the scientist that will lead to onset of monsoon. Now you will say, sir, is it always the case? But see, what we generally see is it is not about onset always. It is basically, these are markers. That when you see, okay, the tropical easterly jet stream, I said that means, okay, we will be having a monsoon soon, or what is the strength of the tropical easterly jet stream? It is very strong. That means we will be having, let us say, a better monsoon. So now let us understand how this mechanism basically works. Now see, when I talk about Tibetan Plateau or tropical easterly jet stream, let us see the diagram first and then I'll make you understand. First thing, though I assume you would be knowing, but let me make it very clear. Any region which is, let us say, having a very high temperature will be experiencing what? Low pressure. Now see, let me tell you this also, because sometimes what happens is many candidates are not able to understand this concept. See here, everybody. This is a region, let us assume. Let us see this, because this forms the basics again. It is expected of you, but let us understand this. Let us say this is a region A. Clear? Now, if I say this region has a very high temperature, or let's say high temperature. But just tell me one thing. Let us take, you've seen this. This is a region. This is very high temperature. Now let us take your example. Let us assume you are sitting on an iron chair. Clear? let us assume you are sitting on an iron chair. Now, let us assume I put a fire below that chair, and let us say the chair starts heating. The moment the chair gets hot, you will jump from that chair. Yes or no? Why did you jump? You basically jumped because the temperature of the chair became very high. That means if similarly if I see the air that is in this region, if that it is being heated because due to the, let us say, the sun radiations and all, if it is being heated, you realize the air over here will rise. The air over here will rise. Now just tell me one thing. When you were sitting on that chair, you were exerting some pressure on that chair, but because the temperature became high, you basically jumped from there. That means the pressure that you were exerting on the chair decreased. Yes or no? Yes or no? So that means pressure that was you were exerting is not there now. Similarly, when the air basically rises, it leads to low pressure being created. So any region which has temperature, now please understand, low pressure and high pressure are very relative. Two regions both can have high temperature, but they can be low or high pressure in comparison to each other. Do you understand that? Higher the difference between, let us say, higher the difference in the pressure, better will be the impact when we study the monsoon or the movement of the winds. We'll be studying that also. I'm telling you over here. Just remember, wait for 2 minutes. Let us assume this is another region. Region B. Now, by default, if certain air is rising, it might move somewhere. Right? Now see here. Let's see this. This air is risen. Obviously, it has gone to the upper atmosphere. Now these are the regions which we say movement of the winds in the upper atmosphere. The winds which you see at the lower level are the ground level winds or lesser altitude winds. The major winds over here are also over here the upper atmospheric winds over here. Now moving up over here, these are the upper atmospheric winds. Now they will be sinking at some point. Now when these winds, now the sinking of the wind will take place. So air is sinking over here. So what will happen? It will create high pressure here. High pressure regions. Now please understand this. Please understand this. Everybody understood? Now please understand. This is the upper atmosphere. Now please understand, these are two regions. Now when the wind over here, let us say this is high pressure, this is low pressure. Now the air has risen. So by default, some air will move in order to occupy this place. So air will move here. Air will move here. Many people will get confused with the fact, sir. First thing you need to understand, air moves from high pressure to low pressure. This is clear? Or the wind movement will take place from high pressure to low pressure. Now you ask, sir, over here in the upper atmosphere, why is the reversal happening? Beta, understand, over here, this is not low pressure. This is not low pressure over here. These are again advanced concept. I'm just telling you why. At the ground level, when you're seeing high pressure to low pressure winds are moving, over here, man, where people will be thinking, sir, this is assuming like it is moving from low pressure to high pressure. No, bache. What happens if you see the advanced concept? When there is low pressure over here, it is high pressure is induced in the upper atmosphere. And similarly, high pressure is here, so low pressure is induced in the upper atmosphere. That is why also it is high to low. So please understand this. What your concept should be, the winds move from a region of high pressure to a region of low pressure. Because in the low pressure, when the winds rise, there has to be some winds moving or moving to that region in order to occupy that place. This is a concept. That is what, when we were studying with respect to this particular region, Halley's concept also, this has also given from very broad format that, okay, this is a low pressure region, so high pressure regions are existing in the region of the ocean, so the monsoon laden winds are moving, a broad scale of land and sea breeze, right? So now coming to the concept of Tibetan Plateau and tropical easterly jet stream. Let us study this because I wanted to explain you this before I move on to this particular topic. See here. During the summer months, just before when we say the monsoon processes are going to start, do you realize over here that this is the Tibetan Plateau? Now, Tibetan Plateau is a massive land. Due to the heating, do you realize, due to the heating of this region, a low pressure will be created? Yes? Low pressure created. That is why this region is known as Tibetan Low. Right? Tibetan Low. Now, please understand. Over here, the air will rise. Air will rise. Now it will move downwards. And it will sink at a region which is known as Mascarene Basin. Mascarene Basin. And because a sinking of air is taking place, it will create a high pressure over here. What it is doing? Creating a high pressure here. Now please understand, this is what upper atmospheric winds. Now please understand a very important thing. This process is fine, but during this mechanism, if the scientist or geographers, or you can say meteorologist, observe that within the upper air movement, a tropical easterly jet stream, that means a very fast moving wind that is created, which is moving at a very rapid pace over here among the upper air circulations or the movement that is taking place, then we realize that, what did I say? Onset of monsoon will take place. Just keep in mind these theories. So what we are saying is, upward movement of air, it will move down and sink towards the masculine base. Now, before we study this, let us understand, because it is high here, so there will be movement of certain amount of winds at the lower level also. Now these will bring the monsoon winds towards the Indian subcontinent region. Now these are upper air. Upper air are very close to the in the upper regions of the troposphere, even close to tropopause. It is very high. But these are not very high. These are relatively ground level, you can say. So that is why, please understand. Now what happens? See here. If the tropical easterly jet stream originates, that means a fast moving wind is created. It will be created because there is very strong low pressure created here, a very strong high pressure created. So when we realize that a very fast moving jet stream is temporarily created in this particular region. Now this is what? Tropical easterly jet stream, which I'll be showing. This is temporary in nature. This basically aids the fastening of this process, and more amount of monsoon laden winds will move in this direction, and it will create a strong monsoon. Now let us see for 2 minutes what is the content which I have written. Let's see. During the summer months, there is a heating of the Tibetan Plateau, creating a low pressure. We have already seen low, Tibetan low. Due to the heating, the air becomes light here and it rises close to the troposphere. Yes, in the troposphere, to be precise, to close to the tropopause for that matter. It will now start moving towards the Madagascar island and sink at the Mascarene Basin, creating a Mascarene high. What is Mascarene high? Mascarene Basin when they having a high pressure. Now, the upper air develops a temporary tropical easterly jet stream. Now it develops a temporary jet stream. Now, please understand, stronger the tropical easterly jet stream, stronger is our monsoon that is basically observed here. So if this is created, it is stronger. That means this process is taking place faster. So more monsoon laden winds will be directed towards India and Indian subcontinent, and stronger monsoon will be there. Please remember, onset of the tropical easterly jet stream is again marked by the outburst of monsoon as written in the NCERT. So you should remember this. Clear? Let us move ahead. Next is temporary Somali jet stream. Now please understand, these are again, now as I told you that they have lot of permanent jet streams also, but there are a lot of temporary jet streams which might be created in certain seasons. These are one of those. Now the temporary Somali jet stream which is created is close to this Horn of Africa. Now this Somali jet stream is again not a very high altitude jet stream, please remember. It is low altitude jet stream. This is a very unique characteristic of the Somali jet stream. That is what we have written. It is a low level stream originating only in summer near the Horn of Africa. Now what happens is, it basically originates here. It divides into two branches because it is not very high. So we cannot refer to them as the upper air circulation or movement of air. These are relatively at the close to the ground level, not very close, close to the ground level. So what is going on is, these move, one part moves towards the Africa, Somalian region, other move towards India. Now, because it is not very high altitude, lower level, its movement towards India will force the monsoon winds also be directed towards India. Its movement will also force the monsoon winds also to be directed towards India. Now this basically also impacts the Somali current also moving towards India, right? So that is why this is the Somali jet stream SJS that I have written. So what I have written, it tends to push the monsoon winds towards India. Stronger the Somali current as an outcome of stronger Somali jet stream, stronger is the monsoon. So if the stronger Somali jet stream is there, it will push more monsoon wind towards India, and that will lead to a stronger monsoon also. Again, this is one of the mechanisms or the reasons for which when we study monsoon. Please remember, if you say, sir, is this 100% reason which it is responsible for this, but there might be cases where the effect of Somali might not be sometimes strong, sometimes it might be strong. So a lot of variations are existing. That is why I said no 100% reason is given anywhere. These are the possible reasons impacting the monsoon, right? Let's move ahead. Now comes the tropical westerly jet stream. Please understand this. We had already studied, these are some of those important jet streams that are there. These are some of the permanent jet streams that are there. Now what happens is, when the tropical westerly jet stream basically comes across this Himalayas, it is basically divided into two branches because of the height of the Himalayas. Now what happens is, one portion is lying towards the north, other is lying towards the south. Now this part of the tropical westerly jet stream lying in the northern plain right now. If you see this condition is lying in the northern plain. Now what happens is, it lying in the northern plain creates somewhat a high pressure like situation over here, and that is why what happens till the time this moves towards the north, a proper low pressure condition will not be created in the northern plain. And once it moves upwards, we realize that there is again a creation of the tropical easterly jet stream which we had studied. So these things are again linked. Most of the time when we observe, these are linked, and that is what the scientists have basically come as a conclusion, and that is what is mentioned in the NCERT also. Now what happens is, now this is initially what high pressure conditions being created. That is why the monsoon winds would not be attracted. Now when I say high pressure, it does not mean it becomes cold. No, it means relatively higher pressure. Please remember this. Please remember this. Now I'm giving an example. If some region have 100, hypothetically having 100 degrees Celsius, other is having 95 degrees Celsius. Both are very high temperature, but do you realize this will have relatively more lower pressure than in comparison to this region? Yes. So please understand this. High pressure, low pressure are very relative concepts. Yeah. Now, let us assume this. Moment we see that the moment we see that after some time, the shifting of this particular branch also towards the north. That means shifting of the tropical westerly jet stream further towards the north. That means its one branch does not lie here now. We will see the mechanism in which tropical easterly jet stream will also start flowing, and a low pressure is induced over here. And it will push further the monsoon laden winds towards the Indian subcontinent region. So tropical westerly jet stream also play a very important role. Clear? Rubbing this again. The tropical westerly jet stream completely move northwards, leading to the creation of a low pressure system which basically attracts the uh, monsoon evidence. Another very important thing is other equatorial troughs. I had already mentioned to you when I was talking about ICCR, Intertropical Convergence Zone, ITCZ, that it is not simply a line, right? When we see that ITCZ is basically lying in the upper east over here, during the time when monsoon is, we see that monsoon is, let us say, about 2 billion. But sometimes what happens is, sometimes in the Indian Ocean, some low pressure troughs or some low pressure might be created. Again, it is temporary in nature. What generally happens is that because low pressure is here, we expect low pressure majorly to be in the Indian northern plains. So if low pressure, very strong low pressure is there in the Indian northern plains, more winds would be attracted. But if there is a low pressure, secondary low pressure due to certain circumstances it is created here, the monsoon winds will not completely move towards the Indian subcontinent because already low pressure is here, because winds move from a region of high pressure to low pressure is visible here. So please understand this, that it acts as a deterrence towards India receiving a monsoon or a strong monsoon. So this is also other equatorial troughs that might be created. So these are known as secondary equatorial troughs. This again becomes very important for the holistic understanding of the monsoon. Clear? This is another point. Next point comes is the Indian dipole El Niño. Please understand. This is a mechanism that you should understand, becomes very important. Supposingly, now see, we should link, I'm linking both of them, though they're not directly linked, because please understand there are many theories which say that dipole and El Niño are completely different. Some even say that El Niño has got very less relationship with monsoon. Some say it has got a lot of relationship. Please understand. If I am telling you this concept, there might be certain books and videos and concepts which might contradict to this. Why? As we have already studied this, that there have been a lot of exceptions. Where supposingly we have El Niño, but due to certain other factor, we should still have good monsoon. Yes, you might have Indian dipole. Over there, you realize that there might be cases that because of that, you might have good rainfall, but there are certain other factors which tend to decrease the rainfall. So please understand that it is not single factor that is responsible. Completely linkage of these concepts also to Indian monsoon cannot be completely justified till now. So when you see this video, please understand there are multiplicity of views that exist over here. Clear? Let's see. Please understand what happens in Indian dipole. We have studied this, that Tibetan plateau creates a low pressure over here, and then tropical easterly jet stream goes here. Then there is a high pressure created because sinking of the winds is taking place. At the ground level, you realize that these winds at the ground level move, and again that force the monsoon-laden winds also to move towards the Indian subcontinent. Please understand, some of the winds move towards this particular region, that is in the Pacific side, right? Ground level. And what happens is, because it is moving here, a low pressure is created here. The winds over here rise, upper air circulations and upper air winds move and again sinks at the Mascarenes Basin. Now, do you realize something? In this particular case, Indian dipole case, where you realize if there is a low pressure over here and there is a high pressure in the Mascarenes Basin, this will lead to a good monsoon being there. Why? Because see here, low pressure here means winds, upper air winds or air moving and sinking here. That means more aggravated high pressure will be created. More high pressure is there, that means more movement will take place towards the low pressure also. And then again, the circulation will lead to stronger monsoon winds basically going. Clear? Now, if let us say this is replaced by, let us say high pressure or some other situation, will this situation completely change? Yes. So when we refer to in the Indian dipole, it basically refers to whether the relationship over here is high or low. High or low. If you realize that there is low pressure, it will be basically leading to a very good monsoon. If it is high pressure over here, it will lead to a bad monsoon. Yeah. Clear? Now let us link it with the concept of El Nino. When we study about El Nino, please understand, in El Nino what happens is, it is a process which is basically dealing with the Pacific Ocean, where a high pressure is created in the region over here and a low pressure along the South American region. Now please understand that over here sinking of air is taking place, and then what and ground level winds are moving along with it. It tends to take the water also towards this side and creating a warmer region over here. So again a low pressure is created. Now please understand, if a low pressure is created here, let's see here, if a low pressure, if a high pressure is created here instead of low pressure, do you realize this movement will reverse? That means the air that is rising here and sinking here will decrease. This will decrease. That means the high pressure which was aggravated or very strong will not be as it is in this particular case. So the monsoon laden winds which we have to go towards the Tibetan plateau will also be not as strong. That is why you realize that this Indian dipole system and the El Nino concept are impacting each other in some or the other way. What is El Nino? El Nino basically refers to warming of this particular region, or the Peru region, that is in the South African region, South American region, and leading to a colder or a higher pressure being created over here, because warm water is being basically accumulated over here. Now this leads to a lot of pressure with respect to fishes and all. That is a separate process. We are not studying that here. But high pressure being created here will completely destroy this cycle or impact it. That will lead to lesser monsoon coming here. So again, Indian dipole and El Nino are very aggravatedly impacting the monsoon through some studies. Some might contradict it also. So this is again another point. Let's move ahead. Coming to the seasons now. We have already studied the monsoon. Now you have know what the monsoon is. You know what the mechanism is. Now I can very quickly move ahead because this is very basic stuff. Again, I don't think there will be a lot of problem. When we talk about the cold weather season temperature, you realize that cold weather season, the seasons over here with respect to cold and warm are more marked in the northern part of the country, because over here you are far away from the oceans. The regions which are very close, let us say towards the south, let us say Kanyakumari regions, do not experience that much variation with respect to the temperature and rainfall also, because they already are close to the equator, and also they experience or the influence, they have an influence from the sea. The major marked or the variations are experienced in the northern part. Now see, temperatures, it starts in the mid-November in the northern India. December and January are again the coldest months in India, if you realize this. Daily mean temperature less than 21 in most parts of northern India. Now peninsular region do not have a defined cold season. Remember, these points that I have mentioned can be asked in your prelims because these are mentioned in the NCERT. The peninsular region does not have a defined cold region. Why? Because they are closer to the equator first, and they're closer to the sea. Both have an influence on the peninsular plateau, so they do not have a marked cold climate as we see in the northern hemisphere. Now, question arises, why do you have a relatively colder climate or climatic type or region when you study the northern part? There is a reason behind it. There are three reasons given in the NCERT. First, they are away from the sea, that is continentality. Snowfall in the Himalayas and the surrounding regions again also impact the surrounding regions, because again cold winds will be moving and impacting that region, so again it is cold. Cold winds from the Caspian Sea regions also come. So you have temperate cyclones also impacting the northern part of the India, and that basically leads to temperature fall. So these three regions have been mentioned in the NCERT, so please you should keep in mind. As we move ahead, pressure and wind pattern, we've already drawn this. By the end of December, 22nd December, you realize sun shines vertically over the Tropic of Cancer, that is southern hemisphere. Now the high pressure dominates the north, while the south has lightly low pressure. Now again, these are pressure. This can be again asked through certain lines being mentioned in your preliminary examination and in the mains in order to explain it. When we move ahead, rainfall, you realize that anticyclonic condition. Please understand, anticyclonic conditions means high pressure situation. Always remember this. Cyclonic means at the core is a low pressure. Again, these are concepts which you study in the physical geography part that we will be covering later on. Right now we're covering India. So automatically these concepts which little bit you have missed also, we will be covering there, so it will become clear, right? Thus not causing rain. But there are certain exceptions during this time also. Please remember, peak temperate cyclones from the Mediterranean region basically come and shed rain in the regions of even Punjab and parts of Gangetic Plain also to a certain extent. Tamil Nadu coast also experiences rain during that time, and Arunachal Pradesh and Assam also experience rain during that time. So these are certain regions and exception. Overall, there is no much rain. These are the regions which experiences some form of rain. Hot weather season. Now again, this region again, when we realize with respect to northern India, becomes more important because we are away from the sea. So northern region experiences again a wide variation with respect to cold also and with respect to hot temperature also. So now the sun moves northwards from March, and northern India witness rising temperature. The temperature ranges from 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. Northwestern part, that is including the parts of Rajasthan, Punjab also, these region experiences temperature up to 48 degrees Celsius. Nowadays, it has even gone beyond, right? Even the urban regions are experiencing temperatures close to this. Southern regions are mild summers between 26 to 32, again because of the influence of the sea, and again you're closer to the equatorial region, so they have a moderating influence with that respect also. When we see pressure and wind belts, intense summer heat leads to fall in the air pressure. Fall in the air pressure, that means heat is there, lower pressure will be created, right? ITCZ, intertropical convergence zone, as you see, it will be basically by July around 25 degree north latitude, thus creating a low pressure monsoon trough from Thar desert to Chota Nagpur. So the region from Thar to Chota Nagpur plateau, a somewhat a low pressure situation is created, right? Now please understand something. You will be asking something and there will be a doubt. When I said that there is a monsoon trough being created, you know, around July, come back again. So I think you should, so that your issue should also be resolved. When I said in this explanation also that this in tropical westerly jet stream is being there present, because see, when a monsoon trough is created in the upper atmosphere, some pressure, let us say a low pressure is there, it will create a high pressure, reverse pressure in the ground surface. That is why it led to the creation of a high pressure over there. Please remember that. This is something very clear. That is why upper air circulation and lower ground level pressure situation should be understood. Similarly, when you see here, a monsoon trough from Thar to Chota Nagpur plateau, low pressure situations are being created, not created, being created. During this time, local storms, strong winds and rain and even hailstorms are basically observed during this region. Now, if you see, there are a lot of local storms and regions which have been repeatedly asked in the papers also. Mango shower, Kerala and coastal Karnataka. These are pre-monsoon showers at the end of the summer, aids in the early ripening of the mangoes. That is why it is known as mango shower also. If you see over here, blossom shower, it is in Kerala, results in blossoming of the coffee flowers. If you see the third, that is nor'westers or Kal Baisakhi, over here it is basically in Bengal and Assam, where dreaded evening thunderstorm are basically observed, beneficial for jute and rice cultivation. In Assam, it is known as Bardoli Chira. This has been asked multiple times in the various PCS examination and civil services examination. So please do know this and you should revise it and you should learn it. Next comes the southwest monsoon. See, by May, the intensifying pressure conditions over the northern hemisphere plains and the southeast trade winds from the southern hemisphere. So please understand. Now, pressure is further intensifying. Now, the impact would be automatically the trade winds from the southern hemisphere, which will also be attracted towards the north. So basically, when you realize they are moving from southeast direction, and when they cross the equator due to the Coriolis force, they become southwest. Yes? This is equator. Now, these are southeast trade winds. The moment they cross equator, they're towards the right, so they come as southwest monsoon winds. So, crossing the equator, they turn right, southwest monsoon, and the burst of monsoon is basically sudden, sharp, and abrupt. That is why one of the characteristics of the monsoon also. Now, during the southwest monsoon, you realize there are major branches. Two branches are there, within Arabian Sea branch and there is a Bay of Bengal branch. Within the Arabian Sea branch, there are three divisions that take place. One is the Western Ghat branch, other is the Central Indian branch, and other is a Northwest Indian branch leading to Saurashtra, Peninsular and Kutch. If I want to represent this, see here. First branch is the Western Ghats branch. So when if you see the Arabian Sea, certain parts are basically coming and encountering the Western Ghats. They will be, these are not just representation in two, a lot of winds are basically coming just to represent it. These are coming and encountering the Western Ghats, shedding a lot of rain over here. Then there is another part. You realize they basically enters from the regions where you see Tapi and Narmada basically moving into the Arabian Sea. Over here, they enter from those valleys and basically go towards the interior. Again, shedding rainfall in certain parts. Then there is a third part which is basically crossing the Gujarat, because over here you realize Aravalli range is parallel to this, so it does not receive much rainfall, but some amount of rainfall might be received in certain regions over here. So this is again the three branches which we have studied over here. This is the first was a Western Ghat, Central Indian branch is this, and the third is this. Yeah. Now comes the other part, Bay of Bengal branch. Now in the Bay of Bengal branch also you realize that some go towards the Brahmaputra Valley, some towards the Garo and Khasi hills, and other westwards towards the Ganga plain. Now, very interesting thing is, please see here. Unlike the Arabian Sea, Bay of Bengal branch basically loses a lot of strength, or majority of its strength, because it is shedding a lot of rain in the region of the Myanmar. So if you realize with respect to strength, you will be realizing that Arabian Sea branch will be more stronger. Why? Because majority of them is going towards Myanmar and those regions, and we're shedding a lot of rain there. So a very part or some part of it is basically coming towards India. So this is again towards Myanmar. Now, when you see certain part of it is basically being directed towards northeastern India. Some part is basically going towards this Garo Khasi. One part is going towards the Brahmaputra, and another part is basically moving towards the Gangetic Plains. Some of the amount of rainfall is basically shed in some parts, and some amount of rainfall is received even in the region of Punjab through this particular branch. Very interestingly. So, if we see the three branches being mentioned, one is with respect to this Khasi, one is with respect to Brahmaputra, another is with respect to the Gangetic Plain. These are the 1, 2, and 3. Just to represent it so you remember it. Yeah. Next, retreating monsoon. Again, the October and November are the phase where retreating monsoon happens. So slowly the monsoon which had reached are moving back again, because there is again shifting of the pressure belts towards the south. So by September, the southwest monsoon becomes weak, and due to the southward shifting of the pressure belts, by September end, it leaves the Rajasthan, Gujarat, and Western Ganga. By December, a complete exit basically happens, and we say it complete end to the monsoon. Now, some cyclonic influences lead to rainfall in certain regions of India in the deltas of Godavari, Krishna, and Kaveri as seen. These cyclonic conditions have created regions close to Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which basically move towards the deltatic regions of Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, and shedding certain rainfall over there, right? Let's move ahead. Now, certain words with respect to traditional Indian seasons, please understand, this has been asked in the preliminary examination once. And I suppose once something is asked, there is a possibility it can be asked again also. So this is something that is rote learning. This is not something that, again, there can be some logics also, obviously, but again, these are some words which you study in the Indian culture also. Let's see. Season is Vasant, Chaitra to Vaisakha, March to April. Grishmam is Jesh to Asad, which is May to June. Varsha, which is basically you are experiencing right now, is Shravana and Bhadra from July to August. Sharda, that is Aswina to Kartika, that is from September to October. Hemanta, Marghisra to Pausa to November and December. Shishira from Magha to Pahalguna, which is from January to February. Now these are again words, please understand, try to remember them. These are mentioned in the NCERT in a small box just before the end of the chapter. I have highlighted it. Why? Because it is very important. Because it is something your parents might be doing as normal parlance of speaking, but we generally do not. We generally remember these names. It becomes important you remember them. Let's move ahead. Distribution of rainfall. Please understand these questions can be asked. I've drawn a map using my using handmade maps. I've done this. There are classification that I've done. See, I have written over here also what is the high, low, and inadequate regions. Now let us see here one by one. Areas of high rainfall. Now please see. If I see areas of high rainfall, these are marked in red. This region, this region, except for this Manipur region, you realize this region. So what is mentioned here? High rainfall where rainfall is greater than 200 centimeters. West coast on the Western Ghats, sub-Himalayan areas in the northeast and the hills of Meghalaya, Khasi and Jaintia hills, again rainfall greater than 1000 centimeter. So you know where this type of rainfall or very high rainfall is there, right? Greater than 200 centimeters. Now comes areas of medium rainfall, that is 100 to 200 centimeters. If you see, medium rainfall is 100 to 2 centimeters. That means this mentioned in this orange color, this complete part, this, and the one surrounding the high rainfall region, right? Let's see here. Rainfall between 100 to 200, southern parts of Gujarat, eastern Tamil Nadu, Bihar, eastern Madhya Pradesh, northern Ganga Plains, Kachar Valley, Manipur, Odisha parts. These are the regions. Again, if you remember the map, you will not be able to forget it. Clear? Let's move ahead. Next is areas of low rainfall between 50 to 100 centimeters. Let's see. This is 50 to 100. Now the regions which is marked in blue, this region are marked in blue. That is areas of low rainfall, that is 50 to 100 centimeters. Now let's see. Rainfall between 50 to 100, Western UP, Delhi, Haryana, Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir region, Eastern Rajasthan, Gujarat and Deccan Plateau. Then comes the region for the least rainfall, inadequate rainfall. These are the regions. This region and this particular region, Karnataka, and obviously the Ladakh region and the Thar Desert region also. So these are inadequate rainfall, less than 50 centimeter. Let us see again. Plateaus of Peninsula, especially Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Maharashtra and Ladakh. Right? Ladakh. Let's move ahead. Next is variability of rainfall. Please understand, you should understand what the variability means. Variability means that some regions experiencing a lot of variation with respect to rainfall. The ones, if you realize, are relatively closer or direct influence of the wind, monsoon winds, particularly the southwest, will be experiencing lesser variability. Those regions which are very far away will be experiencing more variability. So variation with respect to rainfall, to what percentage rainfall can vary. This is again just a representation because questions have not been asked on this, but I've just drawn one map so you can understand. This region close to Thar Desert, variability is greater than 60%. This particular region again has variability of 30 to 60%. It has regions of Punjab, Rajasthan, parts of Gujarat, parts of Maharashtra also, a little bit part of Telangana also over here. Variability that is from 15 to 30% covers major part. This is not available, that is why I've written. Then is less than 15% are regions which are experiencing a lot of rainfall from the southwest monsoon. That is again the Kerala part and again certain parts of the northeast India. These are the least variability, right? So this is something that you should be remembering. Okay, now last part, one of the last parts is climatic regions. Please understand, India is a wide country, 32,87,263 kilometers square. So the various, overall you realize that though we have monsoon type of climate, but there are a lot of regional variations might exist, right? If you see the conditions that are present in the northern part, because if you realize that half of the country is in the tropical, half of it is in the temperate. So by default, there are going to be variations, though we realize that it's completely under a monsoon type of climate, but there are a lot of variation. That is why we realize certain demarcations have been done. Now, please remember, if you are studying any optional related to geography, then you will be studying a lot of classifications like Trivartha, Stamps, Opens, and so on and so forth. RS Singh, many of them. But when you are studying for NCERT and for JSS General Studies, then confining yourself to NCERT becomes important. Over there, the classification of Köppen is given. We will be confining to that only, and questions have been asked in the prelims of not only UPSC but the various state service examinations also. Now, over here, please remember, the whole country has a monsoon type of climate, but many regional variations exist. Temperature and rainfall are the two important events for any climatic classification, and among many, Köppen's classification is very popular. Now, please understand, he has given certain abbreviations. Now, please understand, you have to remember them. Why? Because in the examination, they can ask you what this means, what that means. This can be asked. So let us assume they will ask you BHW, what does it mean? Hot desert. BSSW means steppe or what? What does it mean? For that case, you should be knowing these abbreviations. There is no shortcut for this. Right? See here. This classification is based on mean annual temperature, mean monthly temperature, and precipitation data. Now, please understand, Koppen had given his classification for the world. So, when you study the other NCERTs with respect to world, you have certain other abbreviations also mentioned. Let us say H, for example. H we do not use in India, but it is mentioned because in the international classification. So, international classification also, it becomes important to understand. I have covered them here. If you remember them, it will be good for the world also. Now, A means tropical. A means average temperature of the coldest month is 18 degrees Celsius or higher. B means dry climate. Potential evaporation exceeds the precipitation. C, warm temperate, average temperature of the coldest month is higher than -3 degrees Celsius, but below 18 degrees Celsius. Cold snow forest climate, average temperature of the coldest month is -3 degrees Celsius or below. Cold climate E, average temperature for all months is below 10 degrees. H, highland type, cold due to elevation. That means some altitude is there, or let us say for example, Tibetan Plateau type, where elevation is there and conditions because of that. So these are the major capital letters or the climate groups that are there. Other than them, also there are certain words, small and big capital words, or small words, capital words have been mentioned here, which you should remember. S means semi-arid. Now the combinations of these various alphabets basically create a climatic condition. Right? So combinations will be created. Let us say SA. Let us say S is created. So that means semi-arid, dry season, somewhat like that. So combination of these words will create a particular climate. Capital S means semi-arid, capital W means arid. Capital S and W are employed to designate the two subdivisions of the dry climate. T means tundra, F means ice cap, two divisions of the polar climate. Small a, we had done capital A. Capital A was average temperature of the coldest month is 18 degrees Celsius or higher. So this is a major climatic group. These are small. Hot summer, average temperature of warmest month greater than 22 degrees Celsius. C, cool summer, average temperature of warmest month less than 22. F means no dry season. W, small w. This is capital W, arid. Small w, dry season in winter. S, dry season in summer. Small h, average annual temperature less than 18. M mean monsoon, short dry season. G means Ganges type, or the climate that is associated in the Ganges region. Now, based on this, he has given this classification. This region has been designated as BW, both capital H and W small, hot desert. BSHW, steppe type. AMW, that means monsoon type with short dry season. A with small s, that means monsoon with dry season in summer. This region is AW, tropical savanna type. This region is CWG, monsoon type with dry winter. This is E, polar type. This is DFC, including the region of Sikkim, cold humid winter with short summer. But this is again important. Why I'm telling you, many people neglect it and then they suffer at the last because one or two questions might come from them and you are not able to answer them. What is natural vegetation? Now, natural vegetation, according to the NCERT, it refers to the plant community that has been left undisturbed. The plant community that has not been disturbed over a long period of time, so as to allow its individual species to adjust themselves to the climate and soil conditions as fully as possible. Now, if we talk about the natural vegetation, the word natural comes, it is obviously because it is not artificial in nature. That means it is something that is growing naturally without any human interference per se. That is why it is known as natural vegetation. Now, two things become very, very important when you're doing or studying the chapter of natural vegetation. That is the topic or concept of forest area and the concept of forest cover. Whenever you read any report regarding the forest, these two topics form the core idea. Let's understand them first before we move ahead in understanding the classification with respect to the natural vegetation. Forest area. This is the land marked as forest land by the government or authorities. On the other hand, forest cover includes an area Greater than 1 hectare where the canopy density is greater than 10%. Now see, understand this very carefully. Supposingly, a area is here. Now, it has been declared by the government as a forest area, though there might not be a single tree present. But it is declared by the government as forest area, then it will be considered as a forest area. It to be called as a forest cover, it should meet this criteria that greater than 1 hectare where the canopy density is greater than 10%. Then it is forest cover. This is basically from the perspective of revenue generation. That is why this concept is very different, right? So this is the concept of forest area and forest cover. Area that is marked by the government as forest area, though there might be forest or though there might not be forest or no trees there, even then it can be called as a forest area because it has been declared by the government or the concerned authorities. But for it to be called as a forest cover in a particular area, it has to at least meet this requirement of greater than 1 hectare and the canopy density of greater than 10%. Let's move ahead and see the dimensions associated with the classification. Now you will be saying, sir, you have made a map in front of you and presented all these things. Bache, please remember, this is a summary map. Why I am putting it prior to explaining you is, when you see this map, I will not recommend you to go through it before going to the chapter. First, we will go through the chapter, then we will return. This is like a mind map or a summary of the complete chapter or the classification that you study. So you can get a brief idea that this is a tropical thorn forest, this is a deciduous forest, then you have the evergreen forest, then you have the montane forest and swampy and all types of forests are present here. This is just a mind map. We will come to this after we have completed the lecture, but before that, let us focus on each and every natural vegetation individually, the examples and the aspects associated with the natural vegetation. Let's move ahead. First is tropical evergreen. You would see this, every single map that has been drawn here is drawn by hand, as I promised you in the initial or the start of the lecture. Why it has been drawn is, very often students feel that, sir, very often people see that printed maps are posted, but people say it is very difficult to make those maps, right? Now, this will urge you yourself also to make these maps. When you have an expertise over the maps, remember, you not only get good marks in geography, but also along with it, you score very well in other subjects if you have the art or the ability to make maps. If you're doing any topic for that matter, population, even history, you can use maps, right? So let's come back. Tropical evergreen forest. Along with it, under this we'll be reading tropical evergreen and semi-evergreen also. But overall, what do you see? This is the area, right? This green area that has been marked. See this green area, this green area, this green area, which has been marked as tropical evergreen. Now let's study about it. Where it is located. Where it is located. I'm telling you, I'm guaranteeing you every candidate over here. If you follow this content rigorously, whatever is written on the board, I am guaranteeing you this, you will see the questions coming in the civil services prelims as well as the mains, and directly and indirectly also from this content. This is a guarantee from my side. If you do this rigorously, if you practice it, you will be able to solve the questions that come from these sections. And I'm telling you reality, most of the questions can be solved from the NCERTs if there is from the static portion. Obviously, current thing comes, then you have to link it with the current affairs, but you can do all those static questions using the content which I'm giving you during this NCERT series. So please follow it rigorously, right? Location, the western slopes of the Western Ghats. Now, please understand, if I see this region, you realize this is the Western Ghats. Now, the western slope, this region of the western slope, that means this side, that is the windward side. So that is, there is going to be a lot of rainfall in the windward side. And because of that, you realize there is a very dense vegetation. So windward side of Western Ghats, hills of the northeastern region, over here you realize regions of Mausam Ram, regions of Cherrapunji and other regions receive a lot of rainfall, right, from the monsoon winds. So this region and Andaman and Nicobar Islands, so you realize this region also. So this complete region over here is basically what? Basically marked by the tropical evergreen forest. By the word evergreen, you yourself understand something that is green all the time. Yes? So what are the climatic conditions that are associated with this? First is the mean annual temperature is greater than 22 degrees Celsius. Warm and humid climatic conditions, rainfall greater than 200 centimeters annually. Now, these things, these parameters that have been mentioned in front of you, please students remember, these can very well be asked by UPSC in one of the statements or various statements that are presented there. So, you should be very aware of these particular details that I'm underlining here. And these have been asked, these will be asked, so please do make a note of it. Now comes the characteristics. Now, if you see, these are very well stratified. What do you mean by stratified? Now, if you see, there are various layers through which you can see the evergreen forest. Like there will be very tall trees, then relatively some shorter trees, then you'll be having a lot of creepers and shrubs at the ground level also. So what do you see? Well stratified, shrubs and creepers near the ground. Then slowly other trees, taller trees, even for the taller trees. So it is like a stratification or stratified layers that are present. And then tall trees can reach up to 60 meters above. And it is all the year round green. That is why it is known as tropical evergreen. These are the characteristics of tropical evergreen forest. Along with it, let's see some other characteristics. Now, this is very, very important. What happens is UPSC from the past few years has been using the types of forest or the types of trees or varieties of trees that are present in various forests. Like they will be listing certain things like ebony, rosewood and all, and they'll ask you which among the following are basically present in, let us say, tropical evergreen or tropical semi-evergreen. So you should be aware of these names. I have used all the names that are present in the NCERT so that when you revise these notes that I presented you, you will be able to solve all the questions that are coming in your prelims examination. Again, as I said, guaranteeing you, you will see for it. If you see the past year questions also, then also, and the questions that are going to come in the future, you can observe that and note it down. Flora and fauna, you will realize ebony, mahogany, rosewood, rubber, cinchona or cinchona as you pronounce it. These are the major varieties of the trees that are basically present in the tropical evergreen forest. So, you should all remember it. There are going to be certain overlaps in various vegetation also because, see, there is no very strict demarcation sometimes. If, let us say, wet evergreen, let us say tropical evergreen is there, then you have next semi-evergreen. So, some plants and some trees might overlap, but overall you should be remembering them. Certain animals like elephants, monkeys, lemurs, deers are very commonly found here. Now, these are the characteristics or the dimensions associated with tropical evergreen forest. Within the tropical evergreen, there is some other category which we study, that is semi-evergreen. Now, these are regions which receive little less rainfall in comparison to the tropical evergreen. So obviously there will be variation with respect to the vegetation that is present and also the characteristics associated with that. So see, semi-evergreen, these lie in the less rainy part of the regions. Wherever you have the tropical evergreen, then there will be certain areas around it which are relatively less, receiving less rainfall. Those are basically semi-evergreen. So sometimes you will be realizing semi-evergreen will also have a little bit overlap with the deciduous forest because some climatic conditions do match. But whatever is written over here as based on the NCERT is important because UPSC will pick up features and characteristics from these particular statements. Please understand, UPSC picks up content from the NCERT because it is a government resource. So, mixture of evergreen and moist deciduous trees, as I mentioned, is also found here. Now, examples: white cedar, hollock, kale are the main tree species found here. These have been asked again, they can put names of 3 species. Do they lie in which among the following varieties of forest? Semi-evergreen, tropical evergreen, moist deciduous, tropical thorn. Then you should remember these. What I mentioned here, what I mentioned here, right? Let's move ahead. So we are done with the tropical evergreen and semi-evergreen forest. Now comes the next category. You would have realized this. This green part, this part, these all, the evergreen region, also in the Andaman Nicobar region. Now when we move to the tropical deciduous, so if you see the pink part, this all, these are tropical deciduous forest. But the important thing lies is, tropical deciduous forest is not just one category. Now within this region, you will be realizing certain regions which are very close to the semi-evergreen forest, will have relatively more rainfall, and as you go in the interior, possibly within the deciduous forest, there will be certain types or areas which will be receiving less rainfall. That is why the tropical deciduous forest are itself divided into two categories. Let's see them based on the rainfall in particular. Now, this is the most widespread forest, and it is also known as a monsoon forest. Now, this can be asked in the examination. The problem that arises is, if they ask a statement that, let us assume that the evergreen forest is known as monsoon forest. Now, you will say yes, because evergreen means a lot of rainfall, and that means monsoon is also in India, so that means it is correct. No. This region, this forest particularly, is marked by monsoon forest, so you should not do that error. Monsoon forest is a word that is associated with tropical deciduous forest. What is the conditions? You will be realizing location that is spread over areas which receive rainfall from 100 to 200 centimeters. Now you'll be seeing this is this is quite a wide range that you have considered, from 70 centimeters range to 200 centimeters range. It's quite huge. Yes, that is why the tropical deciduous is divided into two categories. One is the moist deciduous, which receives rain from 100 centimeters to 200 centimeters. Other is the dry deciduous, which receives rainfall from 70 centimeters to 100 centimeters. So that is why, based on the rainfall, we have categorized this forest into two categories and the regions associated with them. Now let us study them. See, moist deciduous forest. Now, when I study moist deciduous forest, you very well know that there are certain characteristics which are going to overlap with the semi-evergreen forest, right? So, see here, eastern slopes of the Western Ghats, Odisha, in the northeastern states along the foothills of the Himalayas are the major regions where you can find the moist deciduous forest, where the rainfall is relatively high. Why? Because you know that moist deciduous forests are associated with rainfall that is ranging from 100 to 200 centimeters annually. 100 to 200 centimeters annually. What are the examples here? This becomes very important here. Teak, bamboo, sal, or sal as you say in Hindi, shisham, mahua, amla, simul, kusum, and sandalwood. Now, these are all the examples of the moist deciduous, and you should remember it. Now, people will be getting confused. You would be getting confused, sir, that you have been mentioning about these trees and that so many types of trees are present here. And it is very difficult to remember those trees. How can we basically remember them? But you remember, when you're watching the lecture, for you during that time, it is important you understand the every aspect that I'm mentioning right now, using the map, using the content. Once you've understood, the first step is done. Second step begins is, after understanding, read the content again that has been written on the board, which you will download it. Read it again, read it again. Now, many people will say, sir, this is rote learning. No, it is not. Rote learning is learning, not learning first of all. It is that type of mugging up where you are not understanding. Once you have understood and then you revise it again and again, then it is stored in your memory. And when I used to study, when I studied for the first time, I myself got confused that so many trees are there, how can I remember it? But the irony is, UPSC repeatedly asks question from this particular chapter using the trees that are mentioned here. And that time, just because you say it is very difficult to remember these trees, we tend to neglect this chapter, and then one or two questions come in the examination. That means you are losing those 4 marks at least. Do not do that. Whatever notes that I'm giving you right now, after watching the lecture, please do watch the lecture because it is very important for you to understand. Once you watch the lecture, post that, download the content, which is again available on the PW app and also in the YouTube description link that you can see. And also in the Telegram account, which you can see, which I've mentioned earlier. Read it, revise it, underline it. Read it, revise it, underline it, and you will be remembering them, right? Let's move ahead. Now, when we are talking about dry deciduous forest, this is from 100 to 200. Now, the dry deciduous is again on the side, which has even lesser rainfall. So, it is from the range of 70 to 100 centimeters. This is the annual rain is received in these regions, or the drier parts of the drier parts of these areas, interior parts, right? That is why the peninsular regions, if you see this part of Rajasthan, you can see. So, this region all, are receiving relatively less rainfall. It is not thorn, it is not that completely thorny or a dry region, relatively dry region in comparison to the moist deciduous. So over here, rainier areas of the peninsular India, regions of North Indian plains, parts of the western and the southern Rajasthan, right? Now, a particular word that is used in your NCERT, that is very important here. What is it? These forests have parkland landscape. Parkland. Now, please understand, when you go to the park, what is the most interesting thing that you see? There will be certain trees and there will be certain grasses, certain amount of grass, and then you can walk easily, and some trees again after some time, right? This is the general thing that you see. Based on that, a word has been given, parkland landscape. What it means? See, open stretches in which teak and other trees are interspaced with patches of grass. Somewhat as you see in a park, where certain teak trees, this is something natural, though what I mentioned about the place where when you go into lawns and all, that is something different, but easier to understand. When you go to certain parks and all, what do you see? Some trees, then grasses and all. Similarly here, naturally, you have some varieties of teak, certain other varieties of teak, and between them, all that region is covered with grass. That is why this is a characteristic of the dry deciduous forest where such type of landscape is formed. That is why it is known as parkland landscape. Clear? What are the trees that are found here? You can see we have tendu, palus, amalthus, bale, khair, axlewood and others. Now these again become important. You have to revise it. You will be remembering it. These are the in totality the deciduous forest, moist and dry. You have seen over here, the map is also here. So please understand, this is the important thing. When you study the map along with the content, you will remember it also. Once you use, the person who uses a map, that is why we are drawing the map by hand. Why? So that you practice it. Even when you are remembering, you're revising, try to make the map. Try to see how you can demarcate the vegetation. If you are able to demarcate this, then you will not even have to remember the locations because you have already done this on the map, so you can recall because of the logic that you have applied. Clear? Now comes the first question. See here, every single candidate over here has to answer in the comment section. There are 5 to 6 questions that are there in this particular lecture. I want the answers of all the questions. If you're generally watching it, I'm telling you, make the best use of it. Take some time, put it in the comment section, so this is the answer. This is the answer. That is what shows the spirit in you that you want to qualify this examination, right? First question under the check your knowledge section. Parkland landscape is associated with which type of vegetation in India? First, tropical thorn forest. Second, moist deciduous forest. Third, dry deciduous forest. Fourth, semi-evergreen forest. Take your time and you can comment, put the answer in the comment section. You will get the answers after the video has been posted in the YouTube. After a few hours, I'll be posting the answers in the comment section. Let's move ahead. Next comes the tropical thorn. Now see, this section, which is in yellow, if it is, I think it will be clearly visible to you all. This complete section of yellow, along with this section, the interior part, which is very dry. This part and this part, this basically represents the tropical thorn. Now see here, where it is found, you can very well identify itself. These are the regions of Punjab, Haryana, the parts of Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, UP, and these are also in the regions in the middle, close to the Karnataka region also, right? So, found in the areas of rainfall less than 50 centimeters, semi-arid areas of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Gujarat, MP, UP. Now, description, please understand. Plants remain leafless for most of the parts of the year. And that is why this type of vegetation is known as scrub vegetation. Again, an important parameter which can be asked. Do you realize these important words that I've highlighted, which you tend to neglect when you are reading the various books, or not even NCERT, other books also? You tend to neglect these words. These words might not be mentioned in various books. That is why the NCERT becomes important. Parkland landscape, scrub vegetation. This has been highlighted over here. Now, What are the types of trees that you can basically found? The names of them: babool, bear, wild date, palm, care. Again, care is also present in the dry deciduous, so this is commonality. Neem, khejri, palas. Now, in these regions, you will have, right? In these particular regions, you will be having tussocky grass, which grows up to a height of 2 meters as the undergrowth. Now, please understand there will be a lot of regions over here where you have grasses going on which might extend to a lot of height. That is known as tussocky grass. This again forms a very important parameter of your tropical thorn forest. So let's move on to the next check your knowledge question. Tussocky grass is associated with which vegetation? Tropical evergreen forest, tropical thorn, dry deciduous forest, montane forest. Right now it will be appearing very easy for you that you've just taught and you're asking a question. But remember, once you're solving these questions and putting the answers in the comment section, you will remember them. And you will realize that these questions will be asked as one or two statements in your big or huge question that is asked in the preliminary examination. Then you will realize, yes, sir, we did that question and that is why we remember that. Clear? This is the second question. I want the answer from each and everybody. Tussocky grass is associated with which of the vegetations? First, tropical evergreen. Second, tropical thorn. Third, dry deciduous. Fourth, montane forest. I want your answers in the comment section. Next is montane forest, a very interesting, very important type, because a lot of questions have been asked in the previous years based on these and the understanding associated with them. Many people do not understand this forest well, and that is why they tend to mark the answers wrong. The most important answer over here is, when you see the montane forest, this is a map that is presented in the NCERT also. When you see this map, you realize, okay, the montane forest, this is the mountain region, and that is why this is the forest. The irony lies is, the northern part of the Himalayas are not the only region where you have the montane forest. They are also present in the regions of the south also, where you have mountains which have achieved a lot of height. Because of the height that is achieved, you realize there is altitude, and you know, as with the increase in the altitude, there is decrease in the temperature when you talk about troposphere. So there are a lot of mountains in the southern India also which achieve a certain height, and that creates an environment where the climate is relatively cold or represents somewhat similar to that of the northern part. That is why many regions in the south also have vegetation that is very identical or similar to that is found in the mountain forest of the north. So it is found in the north also and south also, which we will study. Let's see that. Firstly, the representation can be made in these regions, but also in the south, we'll see that. The forests are characterized by a decrease in temperature with an increasing altitude. And based on this, you realize we have the northern montane forest and the southern montane forest, right? Please understand, right now we are talking only of the northern montane forest, that is in the regions of these Himalayas and the northeastern region Himalayas that are present, which we studied in the previous chapters. Over here, a general observation has been made with respect to the type of vegetation that is found based on the height. Now, please see this. This is being represented in a form of a chart. This is also written in your NCERT. So if you do this, you will be getting various answers, right, which are asked directly or indirectly in your preliminary examination. This ranges shows succession of vegetation from tropical to tundra. What do you mean by tropical to tundra? We realize there is deciduous forest region that are forests that are associated in regions receiving rain from 70 to 200 centimeters. But if you go above, let us say in certain regions where the height is increasing, definitely the vegetation will increase. So this is that vegetation of tropical forest. Now, if the height ranges from 1000 meter to 2000 meter, you will realize this is known as wet temperate. Over here, you will see that the vegetation is like pine, chir, oak, and these are found in the hilly regions of West Bengal and Uttarakhand. Very commonly found here. If the height increases from 2000 to 3000 meter, these type of vegetation comes under the temperate type. And here you will find coniferous forest, blue fir, chinar, walnut, found in various parts, regions of Kashmir also you see chinar forests. chinar trees. Beyond that, if you realize, from 3,000 to 4,000 meter, again, very big, very huge height, that is 4,000 meters itself is an altitude that requires the conditions become really very cold over there. So that is alpine in nature. Over there you will find silver fir, juniper, birch, pine and rhododendrons. Now, trees stunted as a snow line near. Snow line means the regions above which you have complete cover of snow. Beyond that is a tundra type where you can find mosses and lichens that are present, because it is not easy for other types of vegetation to survive in those cold regions and the cold climate. So this is again important for your understanding and knowledge with respect to the northern montane forest. Clear? Once you have understood the northern montane forest, now comes the second particular part, that is the southern montane forest, which you generally neglect. The southern montane forest, now please understand, once the NCERT begins, it basically tells you that these are found in three distinct areas: Western Ghats, Vindhyas and Nilgiris. Because now when you study this, you realize, okay, it's fine, these are only in these three areas. But when you go and understand and study the NCERTs in depth, you realize there are other regions in the southern India also which are marked, which have the southern montane forest. That is why everything that I've written here and colored becomes important. First thing is, they are found in three distinct areas: in the Western Ghat region, okay, in the Vindhyan range, you realize it is over here, Vindhyans. Then you have the Nilgiris, which are the merger point of the eastern and the western Ghats. Okay, fine. We can understand the altitude is there. So the montane forest will be found in these regions also. Now, over here, the vegetation is temperate and in the higher regions and subtropical in the lower regions. First. Second thing, the temperate forest are called sholas. Sholas in which all region? In the Nilgiris, in the Anamalai and the Palani hills. This has been asked in various PCS examinations also. Sholas in these particular regions, right? Next, what are the types of forest or trees that are found? You have magnolia, laurel, cinchona, wattle. Another interesting thing happens is, at the end of the paragraph in the NCERT, they write, southern montane forest is also present. The southern montane forest is also present in the Satpura and the Maikal range. That is why when you see these regions, it is fine, but it is also present here. And this is where UPSC tends to play with you. That is not only mentioned in these regions, but these regions also and these regions also. So all these regions have southern montane forest, while many will restrict themselves to these three regions because they had seen it is highlighted in the initial paragraph of the NCERT, but they neglect these parts. That is why whatever we are teaching here, we are teaching it very comprehensively so that you remember every word, right? Now, next question is check your knowledge, question number 3. Very important question for you. Let's see how many of you can answer this question well based on the knowledge that you have gained and your studies and this lecture. The question number 3 says, montane forest is found, again, let's see, montane forest is found among which of the following places? First, Himalayas. Second, Western Ghats. 3, Nilgiris. 4th, Satpura. 5th, Maikal range. 6th, Anamalai. The options are 1 and 2 only, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, all, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll be waiting for your answers in the comment section, and let's see who all can answer as quickly as possible, and the answer should be correct with respect to the montane forest. Let's move to the next question. This is check your answer number 4. Check your knowledge for that matter. And for that matter, let us make it very clear. When your knowledge is being checked, we need to check your answers. So, under the section of check your knowledge, who all can get the answer correct? Let's see in the comment section. The question is, Shola are temperate forest associated with which of the following location? Nilgiris, Anamalai, Palani, Satpura, Maikala. Options 1, 2, 3 only, 1 and 2 only, 1, 2, 3, 4 only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want your answers in the comment section. I'll be waiting for those answers, and let's see all those students who can get the answer correct and as quickly as possible. Now, these are the types of questions that are asked in the civil services based on the NCERT, which we tend to get it wrong and presume and assume that from where the questions have been asked, right? Let's see and check your knowledge. Next are the littoral and the swamp forest. Now, in the UPSC, many times these questions are asked because these are important from the perspective of ecosystem and the mangroves also. But this becomes important. Now, see, if I want to see the map over here, if you see these are the regions, littoral and swampy forest are found along the deltas also. Let's see and categorize them and understand them. These are types of wetlands, forest ecosystem in the coastal and the waterlogged regions in India. Now, when I say littoral and swampy, these are generally taken as one, assumed as one, and many people do not differentiate it also. But there is difference with respect to their understanding. So let us understand what is littoral and what are swampy forest. Though, as in the NCERT also, they are given as one. So you can assume as one, but you should know what is the difference because UPSC can again ask them, and it has asked in various other examinations other than the civil services paper also. So you should know them. Littoral forests are basically referring to the coastal forest that grow along the sea coast, including the mangrove forest. Yes. Swampy in literal sense means these forests grow in freshwater or brackish waterlogged areas like river deltas, estuaries, and lake margins. So these are just general understanding what these two terms basically mean. Now, if you see the NCERT, the wetlands, as we were talking, in India are put into 8 groups to understand them. In the examination also, you can be asked questions on them, so you should be knowing. So all these things are included as a part of the wetland. Reservoirs in the Deccan Plateau, extensive saline areas like the Gulf of Kutch, freshwater lakes and reservoirs, delta wetland and lagoons, floodplains, freshwater marshes, lakes and rivers, mangroves, forest. These are the 8 categorizations that are included in the categorization of wetland as mentioned in the NCERT. Clear? So you should make a note of these. So let's move ahead and understand a little bit about the mangrove forest also. So the mangrove forests are spread over 6,740 kilometers square. That is 7% of the world's mangrove cover. They basically grow along the coast in the salt marshes and the tidal creeks. These are salt tolerant because in the regions very often there is water and water logging where the salt content increases tremendously. So these are salt tolerant varieties and species of plants found in along the deltas of Ganga, Mahanadi, Krishna, Godavari, and Kaveri. Such type of vegetation is found, right? So next, check your knowledge, question number 5. Let's see how many of you can get the answer correct. The question is, wetland will include which of the following? Let us assume, what are the options? Floodplains, mangrove forest, reservoirs of the Deccan, lagoon. Option number 1, only 2. Option number 2, 1 and 2 only. Option number 3, 1, 2, 3. Option number 4, all of them. Let me see how many of you can get the answer correct and as quickly as possible. Let's see. Then a very important section. Over here, many questions have been asked in the various PCS examinations and also in other examinations other than the civil services. Certain plants have been mentioned, medicinal plants, and their value and importance. So see here. Sarpagandha over here is used for treating blood pressure and found only in India. That is why this becomes important, only in India. In the examination, it can be written, this the name of the plant, and then it is used for treating blood pressure, fine. Second would be it is found only in India, and there you will get confused. Is it in India? Because only is mentioned. Possibly it can be found in other regions close to India also. This is why the reason you should read NCERT. These only, all, except, these things are also mentioned in the NCERT. So you'll be confident while attempting the answers. Next is jamun. It has digestive properties and controlling diabetes. Arjun, cure earache and control BP. Babool, cure eye sores. Neem, high antibiotic and antibacterial properties. Tulsi, very well often used in teas also, cure cough and cold. And then you have the Kachnar, cure asthma and ulcers and good for the digestive problems. Over here, you can be asked a question, which among the following are good or have digestive properties? Because digestive properties over here, you can see, it's mentioned here also. It is mentioned with respect to this particular also, right? So these things become very, very important, right? Let's move ahead. Now comes forest conservation. Now please understand, though there are old forest policies also, you don't have to go during the British time, just for general studies. But what is important here is you should remember 1952 and 1988. These become important for you because it is mentioned in the NCERT also, right? So forest policy basically, what do you mean by forest policy? Forest policies are the policies that are decided by the government. So what should be the way ahead with respect to conservation of the forest and the dimensions associated with the forest? Now, National Forest Policy 1952 was again a very important landmark with respect to independent India. See here, it basically talked about 33% of the geographical area should be under the forest cover. You realize this, the word forest cover is said, not forest area. Because it is talking about the actual forest of the trees that are present here, not a land that is demarcated as forest area. That is why I told you the word forest cover and forest area. Forest area is that area which is demarcated by the government or the authorities as forest area, though there might be not a single tree, because it is from the perspective of revenue generation. Forest cover is that particular area which is expected to have again the forest based on the category, that means greater than 1 hectare and at least 10% of the canopy density should be there. So that is a criteria that should be there, right? So bringing 33% of the geographical area under the forest cover, maintaining environmental stability. That means environment stability becomes an important criteria here. Conserving natural heritage, biological diversity and gene pool. Checking the soil erosion, again important. Increasing the forest cover, right? Increasing the productivity of forest to make timber, fuel, fodder and food available. And next, creating a massive people movement where people themselves together with the government authorities work together towards conserving of the forest. So these are the major points with respect to National Forest Policy 1952. Now comes National Forest Policy 1988. What are the objectives? First, environment stability. Second, conservation of natural heritage. Soil and water conservation, meeting the local needs who require, let us say, fuel wood and all. Increasing forest and tree cover. Tribal and forest dwellers welfare. Now over here, please understand. You realize there are a lot of tribals staying in the forest regions, and also other than the scheduled tribes, there are other forest dwellers. Those forests, for them also, they have been staying there for a very long time and they have certain rights which have been recognized under the Forest Rights Act. That is why their development also becomes very important. Though it was declared in 1988, it took a lot of time for the Forest Rights Acts to come, right? But let's see, they are recognizing the tribal and the forest dwellers welfare. What are the key provisions? Now, the emphasis has been on joint forest management, that is local communities to communities participation is there, so that a movement initiative is taken where the government is also contributing, but people also together there to conserve the forest as a whole, like a movement. Maintain a forest cover of 33%, 60% in the hilly and the 20% in the plains. Diversion of forest land. There are restrictions that are imposed, but if the diversion takes place due to there is need of developmental activities that are taking place, in that particular case, there are certain things that have been mentioned. In that case, restrictions are there, but if diversion is necessary, then compensatory afforestation will be there. Compensatory, that means some other regions where plantation of the forest will take place in order to compensate for that. Industrial needs, industries must their own plantation for the raw material. So if there are certain industries which require, let us say, wood, let us say there are a lot of plywood companies that are coming up, though they are using now artificial resources also from raw material, but recycling also. But if they want, they should have their own land and they should grow the raw material. The trees that grow very quickly, they can be used by those plywood industries. So the topic here is that if the wood is required by the industries, they should be having their own plantation in order to use it, right? Wildlife conservation, protection of the forest ecosystem, and corridors important for biodiversity. Next, question number 6. Check your knowledge. Very important. See here. Which forest policy first talked about 33% forest cover as important for sustainability? So let's study them again. Which forest policy? Very important topic. So the question is, check your knowledge. Which forest policy for the first time talks about 33% forest cover is important for sustainable development or sustainability in India? Which forest policy? First, Indian Forest Policy 1894, Indian Forest Policy 1952, Indian Forest Policy 1988, or the Forest Right Acts 2006. I want your answers in the comment section. Let's see who all can answer this correct based on the understanding and the knowledge that has been given you during the lecture. Okay, now comes another very important part that is mentioned in your NCERT, or the topics that are mentioned, like social forestry. The moment you read about the word forestry, okay, that has got something to do with forest, agreed, social. So the confusion comes, and a lot of problem arises that various books tend to give different classifications. Please understand, follow the NCERT. That is why we are telling you, we're giving you very comprehensive notes that will be good enough for you to understand, revise, and perform well in the examination. See here, social forestry means management and protection of the forest. So that means there is management and protection of the forest and afforestation on barren land with the purpose of helping the environment, social and rural development. So social forestry over here is not only meeting the requirements of the people, but also it is protecting and also growing forest in the regions where the forest is not there. That means the barren land. So it is a way of sustainable development that we see with respect to forestry, right? Under the social forestry, there are 3 broad categorizations. See here. First is urban forestry, second is rural forestry, third is farm forestry, right? See here. Okay. First is urban forestry, second is rural forestry, third is farm forestry. What is urban forestry? The moment we talk about urban forestry, you can very well know that we're talking about urban regions and something got to do with forest in the urban regions, right? So, raising and management of trees in public and privately owned land in and around urban centers. So this is very important. It is not restricting itself to public places, but also private places. So in the examination, it can be asked that urban forestry deals with forestry or plantation with respect to the forest in the public places only. No, it is dealing with the private land also. So over here, the word public and over here, the privately becomes again very important for you. Clear? That is why this is what urban forestry is. Next comes rural forestry. The moment I talk about rural, you very well know it has got to do with the dimensions of the rural regions where the requirement of the forest wood is very important, right? So see here, lays emphasis on the promotion of agroforestry and community forestry. So please, bache, understand this. If I want to talk about rural forestry, there are 2 things that are present here. See here, agroforestry and community forestry, right? First and second. Now you will say, sir, you're talking about rural and you're talking about agro and community forestry. That means rural forestry itself has these 2 categorization. Let us see what they are. Rural forestry has agroforestry and community forestry. Before we understand farm forestry, rural forestry has agroforestry. What do you mean by agroforestry? That means agriculture and forest. That means combining forestry with agriculture is known as agroforestry. Please understand, supposing it is very useful. You've planted some crops, you surround the regions with, let us say, trees. Now, trees over there act as windbreakers. That is the benefit. Along with it, there is again an exchange of nutrition between the trees and obviously the crops that are growing. Along with it, after some time, you can realize those if the trees are fast growing, you can later on cut them and sell them in the market also, right? So it is double or triple benefit that you achieve by the agroforestry. Yes. Next, under rural forestry is community forestry, raising of trees on public and community land. Obviously, to achieve the aim of the social forestry, this is known as community forestry. So what we have done, we have understood what is urban forestry, we have understood rural forestry, which has two categories, agro and community, which we have seen over here, agro and community. Now comes the aspect of, again, farm forestry. Farmers grow trees for commercial and non-commercial purpose. There will be overlap between the various categorization, but this is a standard categorization that is given. That means farm forestry, farmers grow trees for commercial and non-commercial purpose. Clear? So these are the three types under the social forestry. Next comes wildlife conservation, which is mentioned in your NCERT and again becomes very, very important. The most important act which we talk about when we talk about the wildlife conservation is the Wildlife Protection Act, the Wildlife Act, that is 1972. Now, it is which was amended in 1991. It serves as a primary legal framework for wildlife conservation and protection in India. Now, what are the two objectives? This can be asked in your paper also in examination. What are the objectives or the primary objectives of the Wildlife Conservation, Wildlife Protection Act for that matter? Okay. Now, overall, if you see, when I talk about the Wildlife Act of 1972, right? When I talk about the Wildlife Act of 1972, safeguarding endangered species listed in the Act. What it is? Safeguarding endangered species listed in the Act. All those species which have been listed as endangered, they have to be protected or safeguarded. That is the first. Under the Wildlife Act of 1972, first is safeguarding the endangered species that are listed in the Act. Second is providing legal support to the conservation areas of the country, like the national park, sanctuaries, and the closed areas. This is the second role that is there, right? Now, this act was amended in 1991, where making punishment more stringent and also making provisions for protection of specified plants, species, and conservation of the endangered species. So it was made, so in order to protect the environment with respect to protection of wildlife, more stringent punishment to be awarded. That is why 1991 amendment was basically passed. Now, one more thing is mentioned is with respect to the Biosphere Reserve in your NCERT. Now, Biosphere Reserve is a very interesting concept which has been asked in your papers repeatedly, particularly with respect to the various zones. We'll study that also. Biosphere Reserve is a unique and representative ecosystem of terrestrial and coastal areas, which are internationally recognized by a framework of Man and Biosphere program. Now, these areas are basically have certain objectives, and that is why they're created. They're very critical to the environment and the ecosystem. That is why they're declared as biosphere reserves. Now, the objective is first, conservation of the biodiversity and the ecosystem. Second objective that we see over here is logistics. What do you mean by logistics? That means international network for the research and monitoring. That means international cooperation. Third is development, that is association of environment with development. That means balancing of development and environment protection is to be there. These are the three core ideas of Biosphere Reserve. When you study the Biosphere Reserve from a structural perspective, there are three areas or regions that are present. Over here, the internal part is known as the core area. This is the most protected area. Over here, no human activity is actually allowed. This can be like a national park region over here. That means this is the core region. And surroundingly, you move ahead, restrictions are more eased. So let us see the first of the internal part, that is the core area. The core area or the core zone is the most protected. It is a most protected region. May contain endemic plants and animals. It is free from the human interference. So human activities are very limited or not allowed here, like tourism, and tourism restrictions are also there. You cannot have settlements over here. It is not allowed, right? So human, free from the human interference as such, so that this is very critical for the protection of the environment. A layer outside this is a buffer zone. This particular green part is a buffer zone. Now, it is a middle zone. Many people get confused. They assume that transition zone is a Middle zone because they consider transition something between something. So transition will be their middle zone. No. Do not get confused. Transition zone is the outermost zone. Okay? The buffer zone is the middle zone. Activities are managed in an area in a way that help in the protection of the core area. That is the major thing. So all those activities that are here are allowed to an extent. Lesser restrictions are there in comparison to the core zone. So it acts as a buffer for the core zone to be protected. That is why includes limited tourism, fishing, grazing, and some research activities and educational activities are allowed here. Outermost are the transition zone, which you can see over here, which is marked in white. Outermost part of the Biosphere Reserve, it is a zone of cooperation where human activities and conservation are done in harmony. Zone of cooperation, again, it means that both the development activities and the protection of the environment is done, and both the activities will be present here. So this is the structure or the zones with respect to the Biosphere Reserve. Now, coming to the last, these are all the Biosphere Reserve in India. Let's see one by one. Run of Kutch in Gujarat, right? Panchmani in Madhya Pradesh, Panna in Madhya Pradesh, Nilgiri in Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Karnataka region, Agastya Malai in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, Gulf of Mannar, you have Sheshchalan in Andhra Pradesh, you have the Great Nicobar, you have the Achanakar and Amarkantak, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, you have the Simlipal in Odisha, you have the Sundarban in West Bengal. If you come to the northeastern region, you have the Nokrik in Meghalaya, you have the Manas in Assam, you have the Dibro Saikhoam in Assam, you have Dihang Dibhang in Arunachal Pradesh, you have Kanchandunga in Sikkim, you have Nanda Devi in Uttarakhand, you have the cold desert in Himachal Pradesh. Now over here, all the locations have been marked, and along with it, all the states have been marked over here. This can be asked in your paper that which particular biosphere reserves falls in which particular state. So this, if you have done, you will be ready with your questions on the Biosphere Reserve also. Now, something really very interesting. Whenever we talk about so many features, we've already discussed physiography, we've already discussed vegetation, we've already discussed climate. And in that process, a very important chapter is the soil. Now, what is soil? Soil is a mixture of rock debris, organic material, and which develops on the Earth's surface. So something very easily, in a very simple definition, what even the NCERT is defined, it is what? It is a mixture of rock debris, organic matter, which develops on the Earth's surface. Now this soil is actually very important. Why? It is this on which you see multiple plants growing. You see agriculture being practiced. You see life being sustained. So it is very, very important for even the survival, very directly related to the survival of beings, species, whether it is humans, whether it is plants or other animals. So your existence is also related to the existence of soil, right? Now see, there are multiple factors that are basically affecting the soil, and based on them, few have been listed over here. Relief or topography, parent rock, vegetation, climate, and other living organisms, and obviously time. If there is more time, obviously the kind of soil that is going to be different also, because the level of erosion that takes place also depends upon time. So all these points again play a very important role with respect to what type of soil is present in a particular region. Let's begin with this chapter. Now, when we see, there is a very important word that is mentioned in your NCERT, that is soil profile. Now, what is soil profile? It is basically the arrangement of different layers of soil. When we study soil, we see, if we see from a lateral view, see the various layers, then you are going to come across such type of diagrammatic situation. See, what is here? If I see the soil, if you see, this is a top part, generally which you see, right? The organic part. This is known as horizon A, or the first horizon. Now, what is it composed of? It is basically composed of organic and mineral water. Now, you will realize the plants which are, you can basically touch it, the plants growing over here, right? They might have the roots spread over various parts, right? So, this is a top part, that is horizon A. Below this horizon is known as horizon B. Now this is a transition zone. See, this is a transition zone where you will find some organic matter and mineral matter noticeably weathered. So this is again a transition zone between this particular horizon, that is A, where you see the roots of various plants and all, and actually perceptible to human beings also. And this is again below that, this is a transition from horizon C to, and between horizon C and horizon A, this is this transition zone. So what is horizon C? It is basically loose parent material. It is a first stage of the soil formation where you realize, see, little bit of weathering activities is associated here. And below this are the parent or the bedrock. In certain books, it is known as horizon D, but certain books simply mention it as parent rock. Now this parent rock again has what? The various minerals that are present, and that ultimately leads to which type of soil will be formed later on when you see the weathering activities taking place. So again, the parent rock also determines the type of soil. So this is what is a soil profile, that is the arrangement of the various layers of soil, having horizon A, that is the organic and mineral, having water and mineral. Horizon B, this is a transition zone from C towards A. Then you have the C, which is again a loose parent material that is present, and it is known as the first stage of the soil formation process. And later on, below that is the parent rock or the bedrock. This is the soil profile. Let's move ahead. Next comes the classification of soil as mentioned in your NCERT also. Now see, India has varied relief features, landforms, climatic reliefs, and obviously vegetation types. If you realize, India being such a wide country, such a huge area, 32,87,263 kilometers square, by default we know that various relief features. There will be some regions which have a, let us say, very sharp slope, sharp location. Let us say they have a very high altitude where they are located. Some on a very planar scale. There will be various landforms that are present, and along with it you will be having a lot of climate variations which you've already studied in the chapter of climate. Along with it, various types of vegetation will be present. Now these things basically do impact what type of soil there is going to be. That is why, because so much diversity is there, there is a large number of soils that are present in India. Now see here, this contributed in the development of various types of soil. Now in your NCERT, there are two words used with respect to the historical classification. Now these can be asked in your preliminary examination as one of the statements in the questions. Now see, first is Urvara. This is known as or means fertile soil. That means fertile. Then is Usara. This is sterile. That is something that is completely opposite of fertile. So these two words become again very, very important for your prelims perspective. Having studied this, let us move on to other bases, that is soil that is being classified on the basis of texture. That means size of the particles that are present. Now this is a very interesting diagram. You can remember it also. On one side is the sandy part, right? Now over here you realize if a soil is, let us say, more sandy in nature, that means the particle composition that is there is going to be more coarse in nature. Coarse in nature means, that means the size of the particles range from 0.05 to 2 millimeter in diameter. This will be coarser in nature. Now, obviously you realize that when you come across various soils, there are a lot of mixture of, let us say, the sand content, the silt content, and other, let us say, clay content. But if we say something is sandy, that means predominant aspect of contribution is from the side of the sand, and the overall texture means the overall composition of the particles range between these diameters on an average. Then you have the silt. Now these are medium particles where the size of the particles will range, the diameter will range from 0.02 to 0.05 millimeter in diameter. Then you have the clay. Now these are very fine they have very fine particles from less than 0.02 millimeter in diameter. So this is a classification based on what? The texture, size of the particles that are present in a particular soil. Now between over here in all this diagram is a loam. That is why we use the word loamy soil. What do you mean by loamy soil? See, where all the three, that is clay, sand and silt, are nearly of an equal proportion. Nearly of an equal proportion, if not exactly, nearly of an equal proportion. So what is loamy soil? Loamy soil is that soil which has sand, silt and clay all approximately on a similar composition, or let us say equal contribution is being given to that soil. So that is known as a loamy soil. Now this is something that you should be knowing because these words are going to be used when you are going to study the classification. Clear? Let's begin. This is the map overall, that is with respect to the soil, right? So I have drawn this map. I'll be showing you repeatedly with every classification. So the first classification is alluvial soil, right? If you see the alluvial soil over here, everything that is marked in this white part, this whole part, this region, this is what? The alluvial soil. Again, it is a major soil. Again, the maximum amount of area is covered or under the alluvial soil. Let's see. Alluvial soil, what are the areas? Again, see, in the examination also, these small words that have been mentioned that I have taken from the NCERT and put them here are going to be asked in your prelims. Obviously, you can be asked questions in your mains examination also. So please understand, you should be knowing these details, because sometimes what happens is when you're reading that, when you're reading certain, let us say alluvial soil or any classification, what you do is a major mistake that the aspirants do. They think that, okay, there are a lot of areas in which this particular soil is present, or for that matter, any other topic also. You think, okay, let us read one or two or remember one or two, let's leave the others. In the examination, let us say in the options, supposing that these are not mentioned and these are mentioned, and that time what happens, because you did selective reading, and that is why you are not able to mark the answer, or due to overthinking in the examination, you get them wrong. That is why for the NCERTs, I've always told you, you should remember the NCERTs on the tips. They should be on your tips if you really want to qualify. That is the basic foundation for your civil services. Every year, every single year, in spite of telling the candidates that you need to do the NCERTs well, they will again come. Sir, shall we read the NCERT? Shall we open the books, or shall we read these, that books? I again say, no, bache, you have to read it. Sir, tell us please, shall we read only this part? When it has been told to you to read the NCERTs properly, if you do not read, then you fail in the examination. Then you say, oh, we wish we could have listened to sir during that time. And by that time, you have already wasted 2 years, even 3 years. And then you realize, let's read the NCERT. And by the time when you start reading NCERTs, you realize your friends who had already did them are already in the service, and you are still reading the NCERT, which had to be done in the first year of your preparation. And you tend to waste so many years. So please remember, those who neglect the NCERT then suffer very badly in later time. Now, many toppers who might be saying that we do not read NCERTs, please understand, you need to see certain people's background also. Let us say someone says he or she never, let us say, read the newspaper, but you realize that person had already qualified the CAT examination. Now, if you are comparing to that person, you should also see your level where you are at that particular time. You have, let us say, not improved on your English, and you are comparing with a person who is already qualified CAT with 99 percentile, that would be wrong. Similarly, every person has a different intellectual ability. Every person has the ability to qualify this examination, but different intellectual ability. So you need to atone to that. So for every child, every candidate, for an average IQ level also, I'm telling you, read the NCERTs properly. And here what you are doing right now, we are covering every detail properly. So at least if you are not following this, then it is very difficult for you to get that analytical or the foundation base strong. That is what we have to say. I've already said to you in various lectures that we have done. I'm saying it again. Please do it. After this, we will be coming. After this, there's one more chapter, which will be an end to the Indian geography part in NCERT. Please make the best use of it. This is what my advice would be to you. Areas which utilize northern plains. Now, northern plains, remember, is over here. You have already seen this northern plain region. You have seen Rajasthan part to Gujarat plains also have it. Eastern deltas and river valleys of the peninsular, and it is covering about 40% of the total area. That is why I said it is that soil which covers the maximum area in India. This can be asked in your paper. Automatically it is covering 40%, so it is a maximum area in comparison to the other soil. Now comes the characteristics. Now see, notably in the upper and the middle Ganga plains. Now what do you mean by notably in the upper and the middle Ganga plains? I'll show you. Two distinct types of Khadar and Bangar are found. Now see here. When I say upper Ganga plains and the middle Ganga plains, I am referring to these particular regions. Upper Ganga plains, middle Ganga plains. This is part upper Ganga, middle Ganga. Predominantly over here, you have Khadar and Bangar. What do you mean by that? It basically refers to, Khadar refers to new alluvial. We have already done this in the northern plain when we were doing the previous chapters in the structure and physiography. This is enriched annually by the floodplains, whereas the Bangar are the older alluvial which are located away from the plains. See here, if you see over here, let us say this is a river flowing. This red part refers to the fresh alluvial that is deposited by the river because it is drying next to the river. So fresh alluvial will be repeatedly deposited. Now there will be other regions which are very far away from this river which had previously fresh alluvial, but now they are far away, so they do not have a fresh supply of the alluvial, and that is why these alluvial soil regions are not as fertile as the Khada. This is a thing. Next, please understand. Both these types bear calcareous concretions known as kankar. Now, in this examination, you can be asked, what do you understand by kankar? With which mineral is it associated? First, calcium, sulfur, then they might mention certain other minerals. Please remember, it has got to do with calcium, right? Calcareous. So, these are again calcareous concretions which are kankar. So, associated with what? Calcium, Ca, calcium. This can also be asked. Sand content reduces from west to east. Sand content will reduce from west to east because you realize you have the arid soil over here. So, the impact of the arid soil on these regions also increases. So, as you move from this region to this region, the sandy content will decrease. This can again be asked as one of the statements in your examination. Okay, let's see. Now, please understand, this is again the alluvial soil. Clear? This is again a representation of the physical divisions of the northern plain which we had done. We had already done that in the plains also. Just south of the Shivaliks, you have the Bhabar, where basically the rivers which flow basically seep down inside them because of the larger size of the cobbles and pebbles that are present. Later on, moving forward, in the Tarai region, they basically again the streams reappear and they are seen flowing over here. This is again a very important region which has been converted for agriculture, the Tarai region. We have already studied this in the structure and physiography chapter, and we have already studied that part of Khadar and Bangar over here. So this basically completes the northern plain, which you see alluvial soil being present predominantly over here, this region. This is the northern plain part. So the northern plain basically we studied from these 4 dimensions. When we are studying the alluvial soil, we are focusing on the Khadar and Bangar, right? Okay, let's move ahead. Mineral composition, it is rich in humus and potash, but it is deficient in phosphorus and nitrogen. This can be asked in your examination because these minerals content, at least you should be knowing. Certain soils might be predominantly rich in some and might lack something, so you can write them, they have been written over here. So which are the important ones, right? Next comes, check your knowledge. As a question number 1, I want everybody in the comment section to write the answer of this particular question. The question is, which of the following is associated with sinking? So it's written twice. Let's, just a minute. Which of the following is associated with sinking of water underground? First, Bhabar, second, Tarai, Bagar, and Khadar. So you have to write your answer in the comment section. I'm repeating the question again. Which of the following is associated with sinking of water underground? First, Bhabar, second, Tarai, 3, Bagar, 4th, Khadar. Please write your answers in the comment section and let's see how many of you get the answer correct. Let's begin or continue. Again, you realize the next is black soil. You see this particular region, Hall is a black soil. This certain other parts also which are associated with black soil. So this is a black soil region, predominantly in the region of the Deccan Plateau. Now see, areas, Deccan Plateau covers parts of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu part also. The upper reaches of the Godavari and Krishna rivers and northwestern Deccan Plateau. So these are the regions where you see the black soil being present. If I see the characteristics, it is called Rieger soil or the black cotton soil because the conditions that are present here are very suitable for the growth of cotton. That is why large cotton of a large extent in these regions is grown, widely grown. So that is why it is known as the black cotton soil or the Rieger soil. It is clayey, it is deep and impermeable nature is there because it is clay, so automatically the lower layers is going to be clay, so impermeable nature is present. Now see, very often you will be seeing a lot of crack-like structures in the black soil are present. So let's see. It exhibits a unique swelling and becomes sticky when wet and shrinks upon drying, right? So when it is basically, when there is a lot of water, so it basically becomes sticky. When it is in a dry state, then what will happen? It will basically shrink. So what you see over here is, because of this nature, a lot of crack-like structures are present over here. And these crack-like structures are basically beneficial for this soil particularly. What happens is that these cracks develop during the dry season and referred to as a self-flowing. Why it is known as self-flowing? Because during that time, in these cracks, some moisture can basically be absorbed, and this lead to a self-plowing because it is plowing itself. Because when you see the plowing in normal cases in other soils, you realize that farmers are basically mixing and turning the soil, putting some moisture over there again. Now this is being done itself by the soil. So this is known as self-plowing mechanism of the black soil. So let's see here. This enables a slow moisture absorption and retention, providing moisture during the dry period. That is why this self-plowing is very useful for this particular soil, and that is why it is known as self-plowing, right? This is the cracks which are showing or being depicted over here. Mineral composition has surplus in, let us say, lime, iron, magnesia, aluminium, potash, whereas deficit in phosphorus, nitrogen, and organic matter. Let's begin. Check your answers. Okay, now this is again a very, very important question. Second question of your check your knowledge. Let's see. Let's see who all can answer in the comment section. The question is, which soil is called a self-plowing soil? First, black soil. Second, forest soil. Third, laterite soil. Fourth, alluvial soil. I will be waiting for your answers in the comment section, and let's see who all can get the correct answer. Let's begin. Again, next is the red and yellow soil. If you see the red and yellow soil, this complete portion which is in red, all this part, and over here also, this is known as the red and the yellow soil. Clear? Let's see. Areas. It is present in the eastern and southern part of the Deccan Plateau. As you've already seen in the map also, eastern and the southern part of the Deccan Plateau, where crystalline igneous rocks are present in these areas of low rainfall. So this again marks a very important condition for the presence of this particular soil. That means igneous rocks, crystalline igneous rocks, and the areas where the rainfall is less. So it is also found in the parts of Odisha, Chhattisgarh, southern areas of Middle Ganga Plain, along with it the Piedmont zone of the Western Ghats. So these are the regions where you will find the red and the yellow soil. Let's study further. Characteristics. Exhibits reddish color due to the wide diffusion of iron. Please remember iron. That is why this reddish color is present due to the iron. Iron in the crystalline and metamorphic rocks. It looks yellow in the hydrated state. Next, fine-grained soil here is normally fertile, while coarse-grained soil is dry upland areas are poor in fertility. And these are certain characteristics which again become very, very important for these particular rocks. What? Fine-grained. Fine-grained, do you realize what do you mean by fine-grained? Those where the texture is very fine, or the diameter is very less. The coarse are the ones where the diameter of the particles is large. So fine-grained soils is normally fertile, while coarse-grained in the dry uplands are poor in fertility. So you can note these down also, it's important. What is the mineral composition that is associated here? If you see, it is rich in iron, but it is deficit in phosphorus, nitrogen, and humus. Again, can be asked in your papers. You should be knowing the mineral composition. Next is the laterite soil. If you see the laterite soil, this region that is in orangish, this is laterite, this is laterite, this is laterite, this part also, and this part also. So by looking at the map itself, you know what are the regions where it is present, right? Let's move ahead. Laterite soil. Higher areas of the peninsular plateau, notably found in Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh and the hilly regions of Odisha and Assam, as you've already seen in the previous part of the map. Characteristic, it is derived from the word later, which means brick. You will be understanding why it is called brick in the next slides. See here. It is derived from the word later. From the word later is laterite soil is derived, which basically means brick. Now see, form in the high temperature and rainfall area. So this is very, very important. These are those regions where the temperature is also very high and the rainfall is also very high, right? Now see, intense leaching washes away lime and silica, leaving behind soils rich in iron oxide and aluminium. So because of the excessive rain that takes place, the process of leaching through which all those minerals which are soluble in nature basically seep down, leaving behind which is iron and aluminium. So what happens? The laterite soil is widely cut as bricks for construction of the houses. Now what happens? Let us say you have the laterite soil. Because of this nature, people tend to cut them and use them as bricks. That is why the word later is used, which means brick. See mineral composition. It is rich in iron oxides and potash. Negative over here is, that means negative over here means deficit in nitrogen, phosphate, calcium and organic matter. Something very interesting line that is present in the NCERT, and you should be knowing that because it can be asked in your papers. The humus content in the soil is removed by the bacteria that thrives on high temperature. So this can be asked. What happens to the humus over here? It is the bacteria because that thrives on it, and because of that the humus content basically decreases. Clear? Okay. Next is arid soil. You very well know this is a region, arid soil. So let's see the characteristics. Areas, these are chiefly found in the western Rajasthan region. Now characteristics, these are sandy, you very well know. Based on texture, we had already defined or divided into sandy, silty, clay, and the one which is having equal proportion is known as loamy, right? So sandy in structure and saline in nature. Now due to the high temperature and the rapid evaporation, this soil lacks moisture. We very well know that this is a region where there is deficit of rain, right? Even when you see the region, let us say this particular region, you see on the western side of the Aravallis predominantly this arid soil is present at a major extent. Obviously it has its spread on the other parts also, but over here when the southwest monsoon is coming, it basically lies over here in a region where the Aravalli range is basically parallel to the southwest monsoon. It being parallel, so there is no source for the water to be shed here, and that is why this region becomes a region where receive almost very less or to none rainfall that is present. And this region is also marked by very high temperature, and that along with, you realize, because this is the case, so that means the vegetation will also be not fruitful. You've already seen the thorn forest that is present with respect to the vegetation chapter. So this region is obviously having the arid soil. Now let's see. So it lacks moisture. Notable feature is the concord layer, in which the lower horizon, that means due to the increasing calcium content. So again the concord layer is present inside, which has a calcium content there. Mineral composition, calcium is present, low humus and organic matter with this particular soil. Again, you should remember this. Next is a forest soil. So you realize this particular region, and over here also, so forest soil is present. The forest soil is formed in the forest areas where sufficient rainfall is available in the forest area and sufficient rainfall. So in places like Arunachal Pradesh, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, even Sikkim region, so this is the region where forest soil are found. Now see, they are loamy. You very well know what do you mean by loamy. That means almost an equal proportion of the three types, that is sand, clay and silt. Obviously there might be silty nature also on the valley sides, and coarse grained in the upper slopes. Now in the snow-bound areas, where the snow content is basically present for a very long period of the Himalayas, they experience denudation and the areas are acidic with low humus content that is present because of the snow-bound area being there. So this is again a very important characteristic present in your NCERT. Both the soils in the lower valleys are notably fertile. Obviously in the valley region, these soils will be fertile in nature. So if you see the mineral composition, it is basically deficit in phosphorus, nitrogen, and potash. Again, very, very important characteristic. Let's move ahead. Saline soil. Now, these saline soils again are present in various arid, semi-arid, waterlogged, and swampy regions due to the dry climate and poor drainage system. So there is clogging again of water during the certain seasons. Because of that water clogging again, when evaporation takes place, it basically leads to such conditions also. So in the Western Ghats, eastern coast deltas, northern Sundarban areas of the West Bengal, such types of soil are predominantly found. When I talk about characteristics, you will realize that seawater incursion in the delta promote the occurrence of such soil. You very well know when the seawater basically enters the regions, the deltatic regions. Now, seawater has a lot of minerals present there, right? Sodium, magnesium, and all those minerals. So what happens? Based on that, you realize very often the water gets, let us say, stagnated in certain regions because when the water comes, so it might be there will be certain regions where water becomes stagnant because let us say there is a certain region. This is a region that is present, let us say, and this is over here your sea. Now what happens is, supposingly this is a region where let us say some depression is there. Now if you realize this water during some season comes inside ingresses, and over here what happens, it will be stagnated because there is some depression present here. Now though the water has come, it is there for some time. If the evaporation takes place, now this region which cannot move back, the water cannot move back because of the release structure that is present, it will lead to what? The various minerals that are there will become stagnated there only, and that is why such types of soils might be created because of that also. So seawater incursion in the deltas promote occurrence of such soils, and even in the region of mangroves and all, we realize that the content of soil, the saline nature again becomes very high. So that is again, seawater is also playing a very important role over here, right? Okay. Experiences irrigation, excessive irrigation in dry conditions also promote or lead to this. Please understand, you realize that in the regions of Punjab particularly, and even Haryana, you realize that there is an over irrigation concept that is present, and due to the capillarity action, you realize that that basically leads to a crust of let us say a saline soil being present over here, and then you have to put a lot of gypsum on it in order to neutralize it. One of the various problems of decrease in the fertility in Punjab, along with many other reasons, is the increase in the salinity in the soil, and that is an outcome of excessive irrigation, and that is why the government also recommend them to use gypsum in order to neutralize it. The mineral composition is sodium chloride, then again less, or what is deficit, it is nitrogen and calcium. PT soil, again, it occurs in the northern parts of Bihar, southern parts of Uttarakhand, in those regions like Terai region in Uttarakhand, and coastal areas of Bengal, Odisha, and Tamil Nadu. These are found in those areas of heavy rainfall and very high humidity. These soils are basically found there. Now, these are areas where adequate drainage is not possible. Again, the water gets stagnated in these regions. Rich in organic matter, can grow up to 40 to 50%. So what happens? Positive, that is what is excess humus, organic matter, and salinity in certain parts. There will be certain regions where saline as well as the PT soil overlap. So these are also cases. Deficit in potash and phosphate. So these are again the mineral composition. Now, important concepts and terms that are associated or present in your NCERT. Now see, if you see various concepts being present, if I see the outer circle, that means what covers almost everything. First is the soil degradation, right? Within the soil degradation, one of the instance or part can be through what sources soil degradation can take place. One is soil erosion. Within the soil erosion, you can take two aspects which we study, sheet erosion or the gully erosion, right? So let's see the first. This is the outermost, soil degradation. It refers to the decline in the soil fertility. Remember, it refers to the decline in the soil fertility marked by reduction in nutritious status. The depth of soil goes down due to erosion and misuse. Now, most important thing when I talk about degradation, the core idea is that the fertility of the soil is decreasing due to various reasons. If you want to remember it in this way, that will be the best way. Now, degradation of soil can happen through various ways. One is soil erosion. So when we study under this, there comes soil erosion. Now, what does soil erosion means? It means destruction of soil cover results from an imbalance between the soil formation process and the erosion. So what happens? If you disturb, see, when we talk about crops being grown or what, for that fertility is very important, right? If fertility is degrading, that means soil degradation. Now you will realize that there are various ways through which the topsoil or the soil cover is basically being disturbed, right? And that is basically referring to the soil erosion, because the rate at which those forces are happening are much more in comparison to the soil forming process. So that is known as soil erosion. Now soil erosion, if you see, we are broadly dealing with two types. First is the sheet erosion. The moment you see the sheet, that means you are referring to certain layer, a thin layer possibly, the top layer. So see here, it removes the fertile topsoil. It is common in the level land. Now see, if there is a level land and topsoil is being removed, the topsoil is being removed, this is known as what? Sheet erosion. And it generally takes place in those regions where the relief is almost relatively plain or the level land is present. Now comes the gully erosion, another type. It visibly fragments the agricultural land. Now what happens? It is, if you go to Chambal ravines and all where the gully erosions are present, you will be realizing that this basically is that extreme form of erosion where the land is almost fragmented into parts. If you go to Chambal ravine, the ravines or the erosion that has taken place, it will create cracks of so huge that even a person 8 feet height will be there. That also you can assume the level of erosion that has taken place or the gullies that have been created because of the erosion. Now this is the worst form. It is known as badland topography for a very specific reason, that it makes the land completely unfit for cultivation, because if you want to cultivate it again, you will have to fill the gullies, and every year again the problem happens that those gullies might be created, and the problem is in order to fill that you require so much amount of other let us say the so much soil, sand has to be put over there that it is not feasible and cost benefit is not going to be there. So this is again a very, very, very major important issue with respect to gully erosion. Okay, when I talk about the concept of disaster management, now this is the core ideal of this particular chapter. What is important here? Before I begin, we need to first decipher what is the meaning of this particular word. Now, the word disaster is derived from a word which is disaster. Now, this is the pronunciation that I'm making might sound funny, but again, it is known as disastre or disaster. This is the pronunciation that is there. Now, the French word is pronounced in that way, but it is made up of two words, this and astre or astre as you basically pronounce. This means bad. Astre or astra means star. That means bad omen or bad star. Something that brings a lot of, let us say, death. Something that brings a lot of problems in the society. That is why this word is associated with this particular concept known as bad omen. Why it is associated? There's a reason behind it. The reason is that because when some disaster happens, it basically leads to a lot of death. Lot of losses with respect to economy, lot of losses with respect to the physical infrastructure. That is why this is a word from which it has been derived. So, having understood the etymological, what do you mean by etymological meaning? Out of what word something has been made. Now, this is the etymological meaning of the word disaster. That means this astre, bad omen, something that brings a lot of losses, loss of physical infrastructure, loss of life, right? Okay. Now comes the concept disaster. Please remember one thing, students. When you are doing this particular chapter, there are a lot of confusions that people face. Why? You tend to confuse certain words like what is disaster, what is vulnerability, what is risk, what is capacity. Then you confuse what is preparedness, what is mitigation. These are the concepts that you should know. That is why, please remember, merely knowing, okay, what is tropical cyclone, that we do already in the physical geography book of the other NCERT. But understanding these concepts become the major ideal. What UPSC has been testing you is, please remember, they want you to understand the concept that are associated. Supposingly they ask you about mitigation. Now, many people might understand that mitigation is a process that some disaster has taken place and you want to resolve it. they might understand to mitigate a problem that comes. So that means it might be some disasters taking place. So whatever you are doing after that is mitigation. No, it is not. That is why, please understand, when you read certain English words, their meaning in the English dictionary and its meaning with respect to disaster management might vary a little bit. That is why understanding these concepts becomes very, very important. So please requesting you, every single concept that is being taught to you over here with respect to disaster and the terms associated with them, please note them very carefully. Understand them first. That is what is required. That is why, please remember, I've used certain representations before I explain each word in detail. Now, the concept that comes is, we understood the etymological meaning of disaster. What do you mean by the word disaster? Now, you realize something, that it is a serious disruption. Why it is a disruption? If supposingly you're staying in your house and an earthquake is trembling let us say, the ground, it is a disruption that is taking place. Now, to what extent the disruption is, that will be impacting the physical infrastructure, the lives lost. If the earthquake is, let us say, is not very severe, it might shake the ground, you can feel it, but not disturb to an extent that an earthquake that generally happens in the region near Japan might be impacting the lives. So that means it also depends upon what is the intensity, and that automatically intensity as well as the magnitude of the earthquake. So both of them are very, very important here. So when we see a serious disruption in the functioning of the community or society causing widespread material, economic, social or environmental losses which exceed the ability of the affected society to cope using its own resources. Now, what does it mean? Now, please understand, disaster is something that is basically disrupting the functioning of the society, and there is widespread what? Losses of life, environmental losses, commercial losses, communication link losses, and it is that stage where this disaster might take the society, where the losses that have happened are so much, can happen or lead to so much losses that it is difficult for them to cope up with the resources that are available. Now, let us take an example. Have you ever seen that when you saw the tsunami disasters that basically happened in Japan, right? In spite of being a developed nation, you realize that they have the resources, but whole world came together. Even India exported a lot of necessities, United States, Germany, and so many countries. Why? Because the disaster was so severe that it impacted the every instance of every life that was present in Japan. That is why, please remember, something that is leading to widespread losses. Now, that can be natural, that can be man-made also. It depends upon the scenario. But over here, we have to understand few concepts. What is that? First, it is basically disrupting the functioning. First. Second, widespread losses with respect to human, material, economic, environmental aspects. And third thing is, it is difficult for the man to cope up using its own resources, because the disaster might lead to so many problems and so much losses that a country or a region itself might not cope up. That is what. Now, that extent basically depends upon the severity of the disaster. Clear? Now, having understood this concept, we need to understand certain aspects. Please understand, disaster itself is a very huge word. Disaster itself is a very huge word which comprises a lot of things. First, it is an outcome of a hazard. Now, please understand, in this particular thing that I've explained, there are 4 keywords that are mentioned here. If you note down those keywords or understand those keywords, I will be explaining them in the coming slides. Now, see here. I said that disaster is basically an outcome of a hazard. That is one. It is an outcome of, along with it, vulnerability. It says insufficient capacity. Now, there's something known as capacity also that you should know. Capacity in measures to reduce the potential chances of risk. Fourth is risk. Now, do you realize, when I talk about disaster, there are 4 ingredients that we have to focus on. First is the hazard. Second is the vulnerability. Third is the capacity. And fourth, the risk. Now, these 4 things, if you understand, these basically make up, or make you understand the concept of the disaster. You understood the definition of disaster. Now, these are the 4 things that you need to understand. Now, before I go into each one of them in detail, we need to have an overview what it basically stands for. Let's see, when I'm placing disaster in the center, these are the 4 major aspects that are associated with a disaster. First, hazard. It says it is a dangerous condition or event that is leading to a threat or a potential threat. Now, let us assume that there is an instance where you realize there is shaking of the land and an earthquake has taken place. Earthquake itself is a hazard, right? But you realize that, okay, it did not impact the region so much, but let us assume there's an earthquake taking place in near the, let us say, deep ocean region, where it did not impact the mainstream Japanese population, right? But again, seismograph and all had basically measured that there was an earthquake in the deep sea region, let us say in the ocean region, along a little, say, let us say 200, 500 kilometers away from Japan. Do you realize that earthquake did not impact Japanese society directly, but there is a threat now of what? Of a tsunami that might happen. So it is a condition that was created that will lead to a threat. Now, earthquake itself can be a hazard, right? Depending upon the severity. So it is a condition that leads to a threat. Now, threat, or let us say potential threat, that might lead to a lot of losses and all. That is what a hazard basically is. Now, supposingly, let us take another example. I say a tropical cyclone is forming along the coast of India. Let us say Arabian Sea this time, right? Arabian Sea coast, a tropical cyclone is forming. Now, the formation of the cyclone is a condition, an event. Normally, there is no problem. Supposingly, the meteorological department says that the formation of the cyclone is becoming very severe and it is going to hit the western coast of India. Now, do you realize that that condition is leading to a possible threat or a potential threat to the western coast region of India? That is why it will be treated as a hazard. Now, please understand that. Over here, something that you should understand, hazard is something that we study is basically an event that leads to a problematic situation. Clear? Okay. Now comes second aspect of vulnerability. Sometimes when you see the maps of India, these regions are vulnerable, these regions are more vulnerable. What does it mean? It means the extent of damage that can be caused by a hazard is referring to the vulnerability. Now, let us assume, I tell you that, okay, let us say a tropical cyclone took place, is basically originating in the region of Arabian Sea or Bay of Bengal. And you know that very well that the coastal regions will be more vulnerable. Why? Because when the tropical cyclone, because you realize that tropical cyclone derive their energy from the water that is around, because it works like an engine where the latent heat is basically responsible, or the hidden heat is responsible for continuous supply of energy. Now, if water supply is cut, you will realize that the tropical cyclone after some time will just vanish away, right? So that is why you realize that tropical cyclones hitting or affecting more the coastal regions. Clear? While the temperate cyclones that come, now there is frontal activity that is associated, that is something different that we study. Over there, there is no need or conditions like the case of the tropical cyclone. So what do you see? The extent of damage that can be caused by a hazard, that is known as a vulnerability. Now, please understand, there's one more concept that is associated with risk. Any region which is more vulnerable, you will realize it is more risk prone also. Why it is more risk prone? Because that particular region will have more losses that are associated with that. That is, losses might be associated with human life, infrastructure and all. So that is why what do we see? The measure of the expected losses due to the hazard. Now, what happens is, you often hear the word risk analysis. Clear? Now, risk analysis is something that is done much prior to some event happening, or even let us say an event is originating, let us say a tropical cyclone is originating and you are basically analyzing the situation. In that particular case, what do you see? When I say risk analysis, what do you mean by that? We say this will lead to these problem. It might impact this amount of infrastructure. It might impact this number of lives. What do you mean? That is a risk analysis. That is why it is a measure of the expected losses. You can take in monetary terms also, what losses will happen, or how many people are dying numerically also due to a hazard is a risk. That is why regions which are more vulnerable are the regions where more risk is associated with them. That means there will be more problems, right? Next comes the capacity. Now, the word capacity that was mentioned here, please understand. We had mentioned here 4 words: hazard, vulnerability, risk, and capacity. We have done all these 3. Capacity, please understand. Do you realize when I say, when you're preparing for the examination, I say, are you capable enough of qualifying? This is a general connotation that people come across, right? General view that comes up. Supposingly, again, I say some people prepare for the examination and supposingly they fail in the first attempt. And I say, do you still have the capacity in spite of the failure or the ability to even work harder in the next attempt? What does it mean? It is basically referring to the resources or means to withstand, to cope, or to recover from a disaster that has taken place. That is known as a capacity. A very important concept. Supposingly a region has been affected by some hazard or disaster has taken place, as we say. What is the capacity of that particular region to recover from the disaster that has taken place? Or for that matter, you can realize that when we say cope up, recover, or to deal with that situation, that is known as what? Capacity. So these 4 ingredients, please understand, make up the concept of disaster. This should be very clear to you. These words should be very clear to you. Next, now let us understand each one of them in detail. Till now, what I told you was briefly an outline, so that you can revise it. Now, let us deal with each one of them in detail, because these are those concepts which you normally do not get. Please remember, while doing this, you should understand that along with the NCERT that is present in the class 11th, there is a supplementary NCERT for the disaster management. We have referred to that also while creating this particular content, right? Let's begin. Hazard. What is hazard? The core idea is, I've already highlighted, it is a dangerous condition or event. What is it? It is a dangerous condition or event that threatens or has a potential for causing injury to life or damage the property and the environment. So what does it mean over here? It is a dangerous condition or event that might lead to a lot of problems, let us say potential threat, injury, and property. Now, disaster is a macro term because it is dealing with the aspects of capacity also, risk also, what happens before that also, what happens after that also. But over here, hazard is something that is actually an ingredient of it, where the conditions are created which basically leads to a lot of losses or life being taken. Over here, you realize that there are 2 broad categories when we are studying the concept of disaster. First, natural disasters, and then man-made disasters. When I talk about natural disaster, these are something that is happening naturally. Let us say an earthquake happens. Earthquake can happen due to man. Let us say there is a nuclear blast that has taken place. Now that might lead to some major disaster happening. Let us say in the form of earthquakes, a nuclear blast leading to an earthquake, that can happen. It can lead to tsunamis also. A lot of things can happen. Now, some things can be associated, some natural events and man-made things can be associated. There is no issue. But right now, when we are talking about something that happens naturally, you realize certain aspects like tropical cyclones, volcanic eruptions, or for that matter, let us say earthquakes. These are natural happenings. These and problems that are leading, these conditions that are created that lead to a lot of losses, a lot of problems, these can be referred to as a natural hazards. Now, caused by the natural phenomena like cyclones, tsunamis, earthquakes. Something that is done by human being and human activities, let us say wars, you're dropping a lot of bombs. One of the case studies that came is, if you will realize that a lot of bombs were dropped by the United States Air Force during the time of Afghanistan war. And post that, you realized there was an instance where a series of earthquakes also happened. And various researchers had basically told that the amount of energy that was released because of the bomb led to a lot of disturbances with respect to the regions in Afghanistan, and automatically the outcome was the various severe earthquakes that took place in that particular region. That is why you realize that wars, leakage of toxic waste, pollution are also an outcome of the man-made hazards. Clear? So hazard can be man-made, hazard can be natural. There can be a lot of things which are related also, like dropping the bomb leading to an earthquake. That will be over here man-made hazard, right? Chaliye. Types of hazards. Please remember something that is mentioned here in NCERT. There's a classification that is given. As I have drawn in the board, there are two slides over here. There's two slides basically mention the various types and the various examples. Now, please remember in your examination, what they do generally is they will put, let us assume, they will put water and climatic hazard, and they will put certain examples over here. If you haven't read this properly, there's a great possibility that you might get it wrong. How? So let us say, in the environmental hazard, the NCERT puts pest infection, right? But under biological, it puts pest contact. Now, if you haven't read the NCERT, do you realize these are the reasons why you get your answers wrong? The UPSC is basically going to follow the NCERT. This is very clear. Now, these are because it is a document that is prepared by the Government of India. Now, if you do not read them and you read superficial stuff present in the market, and that is a major reason why many people get many questions wrong, which you could have otherwise got right because you had read NCERTs in that case. This is a major problem that arises. This is a very simple example here. If you see here, pest infection is put under the environmental hazard, whereas the pest attack is put under the biological hazard. Now, if you are sitting in the examination, just assume you're sitting in the examination, and at that particular moment, is your mind going to work, whether it is biological, whether it is environmental, if you haven't read it? If you have read it, you have noticed it and you straight away mark the answer. That is why those people who have read very big books, standard books, 1000-page books, but haven't read the NCERT over there, this part is missing. Because they tend to give their own philosophies on those books. And in that particular case, when you miss it, that costs you the whole year by not getting your name in that preliminary result. Do not do this. A warning to you again in this lecture again, as I do in every lecture. Do not do this. Read the NCERTs, every line of the NCERT. That is your first goal towards qualifying the major goal of being or getting your name in that so sacred PDF of the UPSC. That is Union Public Service Commission and getting a rank in the civil services examination, right? So see here, geological hazard, something that is related to geology, okay? Now, obviously it will be aspect dealing with a lot of lithospheric activities, earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruption, landslides, dam burst, mine fire. So all these things have been put under geological hazards. Clear? Next comes water and climatic hazards. What does the NCERT classifier put all these over here? Now see here. Tropical cyclones, tornadoes and hurricanes, floods, droughts, hailstorms, cloudburst, landslides, heat and cold waves, snow avalanches, erosion. Now the question will come, sir, why has a landslide been present over here also and here also? This can again be a question for you. They can put, understand this very well, they will put landslide can be classified among which of the following types of hazards? First, first they will put geological, water climatic, environmental, biological, accidental related. Then they will put only 1 and 2, 1 and 3. Over there, if you do not know this, because it has been put over here also and here also by the NCERT, so you will mark it wrong. So it is being classified into both of them. Clear? Because landslides are of various forms. Some of them are related to the water and the climatic hazards. That is why it has been put into both categories. So this should be taken as an exception, or not an exception, but as an understanding that it is present over here also and here also. So it is something that UPSC can pick up. Clear? Okay. Now, many people will consider that sea erosion is mentioned. Can't it be put under geological hazard? Bache, see, I can very well put it here also, I can put under environmental also. But over here it is mentioned in the NCERT is this form classified, is classified in this form. You should follow that particular idea also. Because in the examination they'll ask you in this form only. Environmental hazard, because see, you can put various things under various categories according to you, because that is an extrapolation of your information of what you have read. But over here, it is important you follow the classification that is given, right? Environmental pollution, deforestation, desertification, and pest infection. Please understand, pest infection is put under the environmental hazard. These are some things that you should very well observe, right? See here. Biological hazard, animal and human epidemics. Again, pest attacks are put under the biological hazard. Food poisoning, weapons of mass destructions, right? Okay, next. Chemical, industrial and nuclear accidents. Please understand, chemical disasters, industrial disasters, oil spills and fires associated with them, and nuclear attacks or disasters that are associated. Last is accident. Now, please understand, over here, forest fires, building collapses, electric accidents, festival related disasters, mine flooding, boat, road or train accidents, air crashes, rural urban fires, then you have the bomb and serial bombing attacks. Now, if you see here, the Air India attack the Air India accident, not attack, Air India accident that took place will be classified under which category? Geological, water climatic, environmental, biological, chemical, or accident related? It is accident related hazard, or what come overall you can say as a disaster, because again hazard is an ingredient of the disaster. Clear? So this is the classification given by the NCERT. If you follow this, then only UPSC will give you marks, because in the MCQs they will be using this particular criteria. Please remember, it is not only about UPSC. The state PCS even more blindly follow the NCERT, because it is an authentic resource given by the Government of India. And any other exam, even of UPSC, whether you're giving CDS, whether you're giving NDA and all, they pick it up from here. Even the CAPF exams pick up from these particular types only. Repeatedly questions have been come. You will see in almost every year, not only in civil services, but also in the other civil services and the state PCS, every year questions are picked up from these two charts that are present here. Next, now comes, you have heard or understood what is the concept of a hazard, right? We have understood what hazard basically means, the broad categories, the types of hazard, we've all covered this. Now comes vulnerability. Vulnerable. See here. Over here, let's understand the concept. The extent to which a community, structure, services or geographical area is likely to be damaged or disrupted by the impact of a particular hazard. If some hazard is taking place, which you have seen over here, all these are various types of hazards categorized into various groups. If let us say that hazard is taking place, what is the extent to which the damage is going to happen? So that mapping, that understanding of it is basically talking about that particular region being more vulnerable. So see here again, the extent to which a community, people, structure, whether it is infrastructure, whether it is social structure, whatever, services or geographic areas, geographical area can be landforms also, likely to be damaged or disrupted by the impact of a particular hazard on account of their nature, construction and proximity to the hazardous terrain or disaster prone areas. So this is what vulnerability, how, to what extent or likely the damage is going to happen to that particular area, the people, that is what is the major extent of vulnerability. When I talk about types, first is physical vulnerability. Then physical vulnerability is who or what may be damaged by the natural hazards, right? Natural hazards. Physically, when I talk about physical aspect, it will be related to the physical infrastructure or material aspects over here. Let us say buildings are there, some landforms are there. To what extent can they be modified, damaged or impacted? When I talk about socio-economic aspects, it has got more to do with the human being, human life, monetary aspects and all those things. The degree to which population might be affected, because all those things are related to the population aspect. Clear? Okay. Capacity. You know that very well, which I had told you. This is again a very important concept. Capacity, capability. So the resources, means and strength which exist in the household, communities and which enable to cope with, withstand, or prepare for to prevent, mitigate, or quickly recover from a disaster. Now see here, let us assume, let me take an example. When I say about capacity, first thing, let us you are preparing for the civil services examination. I will use again a similar connotation to explain you. Supposing you are preparing for the examination and some student comes to me and says, sir, am I capable enough to prepare for this examination? Because let us assume civil services itself is a very big traumatic condition or event that you are going to undergo. That is very clear. Someone will ask me, am I capable enough? What is he trying to ask me? He's trying to ask me, can I go through this journey or a severe journey, which includes a lot of problematic situations, whether it is related to relations, whether it is related to health, whether it is related to mental abilities, right? Second, first, let us say before the preparation, he's asking me. Then let us say he starts preparing. I said, yes, Bachi, you can do it. Then, let us say in the start, just he has started preparing, now nothing has happened. He still asks me, again he comes and asks me, sir, am I capable enough of doing or qualifying this examination? I said, yes, you can. After, let us assume, his study, he has given certain mocks, right? Mocks. He gets really bad marks and he still comes to me and asks me, sir, am I capable enough of qualifying this examination? I said, yes, you can. What am I doing? Am I basically telling him that, yes, Bachi, you can cope up with this. You can prepare well. Now, let us assume, unfortunately, that candidate, though he's capable enough, let us assume, he gives his preliminary examination and he is not able to pass the examination. Now, what happens is, the previous phases which I mentioned were his ability and capability, which we're talking about, is before that incident happened. That incident, take it as a hazard that has happened, right? Now, he has failed the examination. Now comes the test of its, again, capacity or capability. Because earlier also it was capacity, capability we're talking about. Now also. Why? Now he comes, he's not able to pass the examination and he comes to me and asks, sir, am I still capable enough of qualifying? Do I have the capacity to qualify? I said, Bachi, yes, you can. Now it will depend upon his ability to recover from that shock, and does he has the resources? Is he mentally capable enough? Is he has the money to stay in, let us say, Delhi, or buy some courses, or let us say do some test series? So when I talk about capacity, it is again the ability to recover or cope up. It might be before the disaster takes place, because that time also you're preparing. It might be after the disaster also, because in that particular case also, you have already undergone the problems of the disaster or the hazard that has created and you are still recovering from it. So it covers the aspect before the disaster also and after the disaster also. In both the cases, capacity is judged or checked. Whether no disaster is taken, everything is fine. Do you have the capacity to prepare for any problem that happens? Next, even the disaster has taken place, affected you, do you have the capacity to cope up or come out of the disaster that has taken place? So both these things are covered in the concept of capacity. Please remember, in the UPSC examination, when you are asked about, let us say one statement might be mentioned, they might ask, even they can ask you in mains as a whole question about, give these concepts, and then they might relate it to some other thing. In the prelims also, let us say the word capacity with respect to disaster management might refer to something that is related to before the event, during the event, and after the event. Yes, it is related to all these. Do you understand these? These are the concepts that are checked. So, the resources, means, and strengths which exist in the household communities to cope up or withstand or prepare for, prevent, mitigate, or quickly recover. So, all the stages are covered. When I talk about physical capacity, please understand, it has got to do with the aspects of, let us say, infrastructure. Example, infrastructure, right? It might cover aspects of landscapes, right? Where certain aspects are associated, your buildings are associated, whatever be the case. When I talk about socio-economic, it has got directly to do with the human losses or population. Concerns population directly. It is very similar to what aspects we did in the population, similar, right? Next, risk. This is something very important over here. Something that you very often hear when you talk about risk analysis. What is risk analysis? That is why risk becomes very important. And let's understand the concept first, and then I'll explain you. Over here you see it is a measure of the expected losses due to a hazard event occurring in a given area over a particular time period. Risk is a function of probability of a particular hazardous event and the losses each would cause. When I talk about risk analysis, it is generally done what is the possibility that certain hazard is going to create what level of problems or issues. That is why when you realize, when you talk about stock market, when you read about markets, when you read about, let us say, strategy or international relations, they talk about risk analysis. What is risk analysis? You do not do risk analysis after everything has been done. No, that is when those aspects are post-recovery phase. Risk analysis basically happens is, before let us say an event is taking place or happened, you analyze what could be the problems or the losses that can basically happen to the infrastructure, to the human life, to the economy. That is what risk is, right? And that is why you realize the regions, when I talk about more vulnerable, are the regions where there is more risk or associated losses more associated. Clear? See here. It depends upon, see, the level depends upon the nature of hazard. Now, what the hazard is, let us say something like volcanic eruption has taken place at a great extent. It is more hazardous, so more risk will be involved, right? Next is vulnerability of the element which are affected. Obviously, all those things that are associated with that elements might be dented to an extent. What all is associated with that? For example, if there is an island which is being impacted by a tropical cyclone and nobody is there, for us, there will be minimal risk because the infrastructure is not there, people are not there. So it is like a very least risk zone. But the regions where a disaster is being there, or let us say hazard is being experienced, over there the vulnerability is also high and the risk is also high. Next is economic value, or everything that is associated with the economic aspect is the economic value. So this is what is basically covered when you talk about risk. Now comes the natural hazards, causes, distribution, consequences and mitigation. Now when we're talking about this particular thing, please understand one thing very clearly. Whatever is mentioned in the NCERTs, we are covering that right now. There are many other risks, there are many other hazardous situations that are there. Right now we are covering what is NCERT. When we do the advanced level on the YouTube, we will be covering that also. We are assuring you that we will be covering all the NCERTs of geography. Along with that, yes, obviously the other subjects will be covered by various other teachers. But obviously geography I'll be dealing on the YouTube, where I'll be covering other aspects. As we go in the advanced level, you will be realizing that we will be covering other aspects also. Clear? So right now we're confining ourselves to the NCERT aspect, right? Okay, as we had promised you. First is the earthquake. Now you very well know that when I talk about earthquake, what do you mean by earthquake? Earthquake are the vibrations that are basically taking place at the Earth's surface due to the certain release of energy, right? So how do we define an earthquake? These are the vibrations that the Earth's surface, on the Earth's surface, caused by certain release of energy in the Earth's crust or the upper mantle. Had we been doing the physical geography, the other NCERT, I would have explained you the concept of elastic rebound theory also, because you realize that as the plates are moving, you realize there is certain pressure that is created which has to be released for the plates to adjust themselves, and that release of energy basically causes a lot of trembling, which is known as what? Earthquakes. Okay, now see, when I talk about earthquake, what are the causes? Now see, first is earthquake due to plate tectonics. Now due to the sudden release of energy during the tectonic activities in the earth crust, there is an instance known as earthquake. Now please understand through certain diagrams. Though you would have studied in the other part also the physical geography, which we will cover if you haven't. Now if you realize this is the inner core, this is the outer core, and this red part basically refers to the convectional currents that are created, right? Now convectional currents are created. Now this is what? These are the plates. Now if you realize these plates are moving towards the side. These plates are moving towards the side. Why are they moving? Please understand this very carefully. When the convectional currents rise, they exert pressure on these layers of, that is, plates, and they try to pull them on the either side. See here, this convectional current is rising, it is moving this side and then moving down. So this cycle is created over here also. Now when this plate over here is pulled towards that side, what is known as? It is known as slab pulling. This particular part will move towards the left, this will move towards the right. Now you very well know that this is a region, because this is a region where new crusts would be created. That is why you realize when you go to the regions of the Atlantic Ocean, right? Over there, a lot of ridges are created. How are they created? Because see, volcanic eruption will take in place, new crusts will be created, and again this process will continue. Over here, you realize this crust will basically go inside the mantle again and finish itself. So, what do you see over here? New crusts are being created and they are being destroyed over here. Clear? That is mean construction taking place, destruction taking place. So when these plates are moving towards the either side, there can be various instances. That means earthquake zones can be here also, earthquake zones can be here also, right? That is why please understand this diagram becomes very, very important over here. Now, if I want to analyze this diagram in a more easy manner, let us see this. Now see, can I see this particular region as this particular region? Let us analyze, let us put one over here, right? One here. Can I put one over here? Right? The plates are moving apart because of the slab pull action or the pressure that is exerted by the convectional current inside the mantle. See here, both these plates are moving towards the side. Now this movement itself will lead to creation of, let us say over here, you will see ridges will be created. Then they will also move apart. But this movement itself will lead to earthquakes also. Because again, what is going on? The movement of the plates is taking place. So when the movement happens, what happens? Earthquakes are created. Now let's see this another part. Do you realize where a plate basically goes underneath another plate? You see there is this depression that is created. This depression, this is known as a trench. That is why when you see the trenches, marine trench and all, they're an outcome of one plate basically subducting or going underneath another plate. Now, if I see this particular case, let me put it as point number 2. Can I see this particular case? Now, see over here. This plate is moving underneath this particular plate. Clear? That means, please understand, obviously new plate will be created over here. As we see, something is going down, new crust is being created over here. Na? So this process will continue. This process of creation and destruction is again something that is very core. Because if something is being, let us say some crust is moving inside the mantle, then an outcome would be new crust will be created here. So don't worry about that it is only being destroyed, not created. No, both processes are going on simultaneously. Now, if this particular crust is basically going underneath, or let us say this plate is going underneath the this particular plate, what is going to happen? By default, you realize this, that it is going to shake or let us say cause movement with respect to the plates, and this movement will basically lead to again what is known as an earthquake. Now please understand, definitely you realize this, as it moves around there might be certain earthquakes that there may be certain volcanic activities to be taking place here also. That is something different we will be studying later on. These are the two cases. Third, another case, when we have studied in these two cases 1 and 2, this is basically explaining this particular diagram. But there are many instances where you realize instead of something going apart or subducting, there are cases where two plates might be sliding across, like sliding, right? Now this sliding might also cause earthquakes. That is why please understand there is no such loss or creation of some plate, but this sliding itself leads to what is known as earthquakes. So these are constructive plate boundaries, destructive because destroyed, or a conservative, there is no loss of plates as such, only they're sliding to each along with each other. So that is why these three concepts become very, very important to you with respect to the causes for the earthquake. Other causes can be volcanic eruptions. Now volcanic eruptions can itself exert a lot of pressure that might lead to earthquakes. Rock fall at a major extent, mining areas might also cause, let us say some bomb blast has been taken place in the mining areas that might result in an earthquake. Now, when I measure the earthquakes, now again, measuring of the earthquakes becomes very, very important. See here. First is a Richter scale which measures the magnitude. Please understand. Richter scale measures the magnitude. This is one place where many people get it wrong. Why in the examination you forget Richter scale is measuring the magnitude or it is measuring the intensity. This is a major problematic issue. If you want to remember it, I'll tell you the mnemonic also, but first remember this. Richter scale measures the magnitude. What is the meaning of magnitude? Magnitude means the amount of energy that is released. First. Second, Mercalli scale is basically measuring the intensity. Intensity basically means the effect of the earthquake. What is the effect? What are the problems that might be associated as an outcome that leading to after an earthquake? What will be the impact? So the effects of the earthquake are basically seen in the intensity. Now let us see here. See here, IMR. Can you remember this? IMR. Generally we see infant mortality rate. Now, how you will remember it? See this. First consider this. Intensity by Mercalli scale or Mercalli scale. Then consider MR, magnitude by Richter scale. Will you all remember this? If you remember IMR, you're basically remembering that the intensity of an earthquake is mentioned by the Mercalli scale. MR, the magnitude of an earthquake, is measured by the Richter scale. You will never in your life forget this. The problem arises in the examination. They might put Richter scale, intensity, and that these are the most common questions that are asked. In particular, the PCS paper. In UPSC also, they can ask after an interval of few years. So you should remember this. Clear? Okay. Now, few concepts that are associated. Within the surface of the earth, you realize there is a point. There's a particular point inside from where basically the earthquake originates. This is known as a focus or the hypocenter. Focus or the hypocenter. So within the earth's surface, if or inside, you realize the point where the earthquake basically originates. That is known as the focus or hypocenter. Clear? Exactly perpendicular to it, a region on the surface is known as the epicenter. Now, this is the region where maximum damage takes place. If the epicenter is, let us say, a lot of, let us say, kilometers below, or the depth increases, the damage caused in the epicenter will be less. If the focus is closer to the surface, greater will be the damage, because again, it takes time for the energy to be transferred. What did you understand? The point inside, within the surface, within the earth, where the earthquake originates is known as the focus. Deeper the focus, lesser will be the problems that might be caused or issues might be resulting in what? The epicenter. Now, it depends upon what is the scale. If it is closer, by default, there will be more damage, because the energy being transferred from a particular point to the surface, the distance decreases, so more energy will be transferred. Dissipation of energy will be less. In that case, closer the focus to the surface, greater the damage. First. Second, a line drawn perpendicular to the focus with respect to the surface, if we see, on the surface is a point known as epicenter. The point on the earth's surface directly above the focus, which is the one which is experiencing the maximum damage. That is known as epicenter. Clear? Focus is also known as a hypocenter. The word might be used as an alternative. Okay. Now comes the distribution pattern. See, I've drawn all this by hand. Again, it becomes important for you because this you should have a brief idea, because you can be asked with respect to earthquake or demarcation of the zones, or with respect to preliminary examination also. Now, if you see first, let us say the yellow regions are known as very low damage zones. So the regions which experience very less because the stability of the, let us say, the surface of the plate. Now over here, because see, within the plate you realize this is the Indian plate, but certain regions are very stable because of their geology or due to the structure of the rocks that are present here. So these are the regions which you realize very low, which are mentioned in the yellow region, right? Second comes low damage risk zone. Now this was very low, this is low. Please understand, it doesn't mean that when I'm mentioning low or very low, nothing can happen, that this is wrong. What we basically say is certain regions are lesser vulnerable, certain regions are more vulnerable. That is why the risk analysis will also take place accordingly. Certain regions which are high risk zone, highly vulnerable, there will be more risk. Yes, then one has to prepare for them accordingly. That means it will also measure upon the capacity that is there. If disaster happens, that means a hazard is happening. So please understand, disaster covers all these aspects that are associated. So that is why it is a very macro term. The pink regions that have been marked over here refer to the low damage risk zone. When I mention or see the white regions, this is a third level, which is basically the moderate damage risk zone. When I see something that is in this orange color, if you realize over here, 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 these are the high damage risk zone, and the ones which are marked in red, northeastern region, parts in Bihar, in Uttarakhand region, Himachal, in the Jammu Kashmir region, in the regions of Kutch and all, you realize these are the very high damage risk zone. Clear? You can have a look at this map. Again, a very, very important map for you. This can be asked in the UPSC, in the prelims, they might ask you certain regions and they might ask you questions on that you should know. Okay, consequences of earthquakes, please remember. See, we can add a lot of other points also, but we're confining ourselves to the NCERTs. So that is why these points have been mentioned. What are the consequences? Damages and destroys infrastructure, settlement, transport and communication links. Material and socio-economic cultural losses, let us say religious places, let us say something associated with your economy, something associated with your border car that is being destroyed. So a lot of things are basically lost over here. Leads to fire, damage, dam fires, landslide might happen because of earthquakes. Leads to death of the people, again something very sad. Economic losses to the people and the government by default, because the government has to again repair everything, the roads, the infrastructure and also a lot of losses basically happen. Clear? Okay. Earthquake hazard mitigation. Please understand, establishing earthquake monitoring centers, using geographical positioning system, preparing vulnerability maps and using the obviously technology for that, educating the people, modifying the house types and the building designs. You can just have a look over here. These are the earthquake hazard mitigation. Okay, let's move ahead. Droughts. Now, please understand the word drought itself is something that you have been hearing or you're studying in history also, because something associated with absence of water, right? But when we study this, there are various types of droughts which we study, and it has been asked in the papers repeatedly in the previous years also, not only in civil services examination, but also various examinations of civil services, various examinations of UPSC and the various other state PCS examinations also. So this becomes very important, especially this classification or the fourfold types of droughts. If you understand the keyword of these four droughts, nothing else is required with respect to the conceptual clarity. So what do you see here? It refers to the absence of water for a long period. Now, this is something very important. If there is absence of water, let us hypothetically, for one day, a few hours, that is not drought. There is absence of water for a very long period. That is what is considered as a drought. I think that makes it very clear. Yeah? Okay. Now, when I talk about the drought, we should understand there are four types which have been mentioned in your NCERT. If you see various other books, they might be using various other aspects. They might be using certain other theoretical aspects. We do not have to go into all that. For us, what is important is what is mentioned in your NCERT, because UPSC will accept that. Many people, while preparing for this examination, please note this very carefully. Many people, while preparing for this examination, will have a view that let us study those big books, big, thick books, thousand pages books, and we will see NCERT because NCERT are school books. What is the need for studying them? That is the first step towards you following or not being able to achieve your goal. When you are basically done with your graduation or doing a graduation, definitely when you talk about studying NCERT or when teachers recommend studying NCERT, there is an ego that is hurt. How can we study a class 6th, a class 10th or a class 12th book when we've already done a graduation? Please remember, you need to keep your ego aside. First step is to be humble by keeping your ego aside. Over here, reading the books become mandatory, particularly the NCERT. Out of my experience, I'm telling you, there are various books which also mention the types of hazards, but over there, whether it is a hazard of a drought, whether it is a hazard of, let us say, flood, in various cases, I have seen that something contradicts the NCERT, and many times when you have read that book, you might be marking an answer wrong in your paper. That is why keep your preparation simple. Do these things. Obviously, if it is required, your teachers might be teaching you certain advanced stuff also. You can add those things to your notes, but this forms a basic. If you leave the basics and go towards advanced, it is very similar to putting an analogy where you realize that a person wants to spell Czechoslovakia before even knowing what ABCD is. In that particular attempt of spelling Czechoslovakia before doing your ABCD well, it will cost you a lot of years because you do not have the basics strong. It will not give you the desired result also. So do not do that. Clear? See here. First is the meteorological drought. Second is the agricultural drought. Third is the hydrological drought. Fourth is the ecological drought. Clear? Now see over here very well. What do you mean by meteorological drought? The keyword over here is there is prolonged absence of rainfall. That means there is inadequate rainfall. There is inadequate rainfall. Clear? Second is agricultural drought. Now over here, when I talk about agricultural drought, what is the keyword? It is basically low soil moisture. Now please understand, there are two keywords in fact. Merely having low soil moisture is not leading to an agricultural drought. Why? See, low is a very relative word. Let us say if I want to drink water, or let us say someone wants to drink water. For me, drinking a whole bottle is very fine of water. So for someone, let us say drinking half a bottle will be adequate for them. Low is a very relative word. What is important here? Low soil moisture, which basically leads to crop failure. Low soil moisture leading to crop failure, then it is known as an agricultural drought. So those two keywords, if missing, will lead to a wrong answer. In the examination, the question comes with respect to the agricultural drought, consider the following statements. First, it is marked by low soil moisture. Second, it leads to the crop failure. Now, many will be singing, okay, low soil moisture, theek hai, it's fine, we have studied this. Crop failure, no, not necessary. Then people will be marking only one. These are the two mandatory conditions. The question can even be modified. What is the necessary condition associated with an agricultural drought? In that necessary condition, you might mark low soil moisture, but you might not mark the crop failure. So please, every single word that I'm mentioning and underlining becomes very important for your analysis, which you might be missing even if you are reading your NCERTs. Hydrological drought. Now please understand, water storage levels. What do you mean by water storage level? The places like reservoirs, tanks, and all places where water is stored. Now, if you realize this, then the water storage level falls below what precipitation can replenish. That means, let us say there are certain dams, tanks where water is being stored, where the utilization is much more, but its replenishment by the rainfall or the means is less. That means consumption more than it being replenished. It will lead to a hydrological drought. Clear? Ecological drought. This is again very important. When the productivity of the natural ecosystem falls due to the shortage of water, right? Productivity of the natural ecosystem. Now over here, these keywords that are being mentioned are the key ideals of your drought or their classification of the types. Please note them well. Please note them well. Next, drought areas. Now please understand, this is a map that basically shows you the regions which are more drought prone or less drought prone. Understand this. This region which is marked in red, you very well know the soil, you very well know the climatic condition, you very well know the vegetation. So this is a region which is extremely drought prone. When you come to the second category, that is zone 2, this is the region marked in this purple color. It is a severe category. That means severe drought or problematic situations might arise over here also, here also, here also. Then next is moderate, third. That means these are regions where, yes, you can face droughts, but again, lesser than in comparison to zone 1 and zone 2. The white regions are drought-free areas. Now, please, though we are studying NCERT, that is why I'm not going into advanced concepts also. If you realize today's time, this map is being slowly modified because of the climatic changes. Now, the problem that arises sometimes is because in this particular region, drought-prone regions have been marked over here. Now, in the civil services, they can ask you, the regions of Meghalaya come under the category of moderate drought areas. This is one statement, let us say, among the various other statements. Now over there you realize that the map over here mentions drought free, so it does not fall under any moderate, severe or extreme regions. These are the types of questions or statements that are picked up from the NCERT. When you are seeing or looking at the paper, at that time you will be realizing the UPSC has made questions such difficult lines. From where do they pick up? They pick it up from these books only. But the only difference is that you are not reading or going between the lines. What do you mean by between the lines? That means what the problem that students face is, please remember this. When I tell you to read the NCERTs, you tend to read the NCERT in a way, just read it, done. You take it as something like kids do. You give them a toy, they play with them, done. Okay, new toy. But it is not a toy. It is something that you need to learn from. That is why read between the lines. Over here, the concept means that understand what it is trying to convey to you. Then again comes a map study. If you see the map, the moment the people see the map, they tend to say, okay, this is fine. We will know. We will manage it. We will make the map in our examinations on our own, because we know that the Thar desert region is extreme region and the regions surrounding it are less severe, moderate, so on and so forth. But in the examination, and the questions are picked up from this region, you say, oh, had I studied the map, possibly I would have answered this question. And then you regret, and by that time you have already wasted a few attempts. Every single word, every single map in your NCERT becomes important if you genuinely want to qualify this examination. Consequences of droughts. It will lead to crop failure, leading to scarcity of fruit grain. Fruit grains failure is known as akal in Hindi, and fodder is known as trinkal. That means there is deficit with respect to fodder or with respect to food grains. Large scale death of cattle and other animals is seen. Migration of humans and livestock, scarcity of water compels people to even consume contaminated water. Now please understand, luckily, today India is in a situation where you might see regions experiencing less rainfall, but these types of conditions are not present in India, where you realize that people are dying on a massive scale because of lack of water. If you see, you realize situations of famine, drought-like conditions of 1943 in Bengal, where close to 3 or 4 million people died. Whether those were outcome of the policies of the British. But today time you realize we have a lot of storage of food, infrastructure that is there, replenish. We have water trains that are running on those regions where there is deficit. That is why India has changed a lot. We do not say that everything is perfect. Now, nothing can be perfect anywhere in that country, or any country for that matter. But do you realize things have changed? Today, do you see that millions of people are dying because of drought and famine in India? No. Why? You see, this is the small steps that we have taken towards self-sufficiency, towards advancement. And we should appreciate them also, right? Okay. Measures immediate. Provision of immediate should be distribution of safe drinking water, medicines for victims, availability of fodder and water for the cattle, shifting the people and livestock to safer places. These are the immediate actions which might be taking if certain drought happens. Long term is identification of the groundwater potential in the form of aquifers, transfer of river water from the surplus to the deficit, concept of interlinking of rivers, which has already been there from a long time from the government's policy perspective. We have already seen the Ken-Betwa link aspect. Remote sensing and the satellite imagery, dissemination of knowledge and rainwater harvesting. So these are the important things from a long-term perspective become important. Now comes tropical cyclone. Another hazard, important one. Now see, we are not going to go to the very details and intricacies of what tropical cyclone is, because we will be doing in the other NCERT. That is in the topic of climatology. We'll be doing there. Right now we are doing the Indian geography, so we will be restricting ourselves to the important aspects of disaster management. See here. Tropical cyclones are intense low pressure. The moment I talk about cyclone, please remember, cyclones, the concept by the cyclone means the center region is a low pressure area. Anticyclone are marked by what? Central high pressure conditions, right? So I had told you in the climatology chapter also that low pressure is again associated with what? Heat, let us say, temperature high. Now, when we talk about cyclones, anticyclones and all, we will be covering that in the climatology chapter. Over here, let us deal with the disaster management aspect. Tropical cyclones are intense low pressure areas confined to the areas lying between 30° north and 30° south latitudes in the atmosphere, around which high velocity winds basically blow. Now, this tropical cyclone is known by various names in various parts of the world. Now, though we are doing disaster management, still this became important for you to understand. Typhoons in the Northwest Pacific Ocean, hurricanes in the North Atlantic Ocean, Northeast Pacific and South Pacific Ocean, tropical cyclones in the Southwest Pacific Ocean, Northeast Indian Ocean, then severe cyclonic storms, North Indian Ocean, willies in the regions of Australia, tornadoes in the South American region. Now, these are the basic term or terminologies that you should be knowing. This has been asked previously in the papers also and will be asked in the future also, if not only UPSC, but other exams of UPSC and along with it, the state PCS examinations, right? Okay. Now comes certain conditions, though it was not required, but I've put it over here so that just to maintain a continuity. You see the diagram of the tropical cyclone also. Now, please understand what are the conditions that are required for the tropical cyclone. It requires warm sea water, temperatures above 27 degrees Celsius, and that is why you realize this is a region where it is confined in this particular region, right? Because this adequate conditions are provided here. Warm sea water is required. That is why you realize when the tropical cyclone enter the mainland or the land surface, after some time it dissipates because there is cutoff of the cyclone from the warm water surface, right? Warm water surface, sea temperatures are above 27 degrees Celsius, large and continuous supply of warm and moist air, strong Coriolis force. Coriolis force is nothing but an outcome of the rotation of the earth, which you realize that air moving towards the, let us say in the northern hemisphere, tend to turn towards the right in the northern hemisphere and towards the left in the southern hemisphere. Basically, the effect which you see with respect to Coriolis force. Or if you realize that Coriolis force is basically the deviation of the air in the northern and the southern hemisphere, right? Unstable conditions through the troposphere that basically create certain disturbances which leads to the creation of larger disturbances in the form of tropical cyclones. And then is absence of a strong vertical wind wedge. Now, this disturbs the vertical transport of latent heat. Please understand, latent heat means the hidden heat, which is basically serving as a engine over here, which is supplying energy to the tropical cyclone. And that is why if there is some, let us say, strong vertical wind that is rising, that will basically disturb the supply of energy and will lead to the tropical cyclone as an engine setup that is moving will get disturbed and it will dissipate. So that is why this last point of absence of strong vertical winds are being presented over here. This you must have studied if you would have studied the physical geography, though when we will start with the physical geography, we will be doing all these things in detail. But our concept over here is with respect to disaster management. Now over here, if you realize, there are a lot of things in the map. Red regions are the ones which are high damage risk zone. Now, if you realize, very high damage risk zone where the speeds of the cyclones might be 55 meters per second. Again, there is another region, very high damage risk zone where the speed is little less. That is why if you realize, there are two very high zones and two moderate zones. It is just the variation in the speed. Clear? So, very high damage risk zone with a speed of 55 meters per second at least. Over here, very high damage risk zone with 50 meters per second. That is 55, this is 50. Next, again, you come high damage risk zone are the regions which are marked in yellow, light yellow. Then comes your moderate damage risk zone, the one in pink with a speed of approximately 44 meters per second. Then there is another moderate, but with a lesser speed of 39 meters per second, that is marked in blue. Last is low risk zone, which is marked in white over here. This is a map which is basically telling you, showing you the cyclone hazard zone across India. Clear? Let's move ahead. Consequences of high winds cause major damage to the infrastructure. Abnormal rise in the sea levels, that is known as storm surges, might take place. Ground and pipe water supply may get contaminated, ruin the standing crops, food stock, disrupt the communication, disrupt the infrastructure, might lead to losses of life and a lot of economic losses to the governments. Risk reduction measures. See, coastal blend plantation can be done as a means. If you realize in the regions of Sundarban also, if you realize the mangrove forests basically tend to lessen the impact of these cyclones in those regions because of the mangroves basically being present there. So this can be done in the other parts also. So coastal belt plantation, hazard mapping properly needs to be done, good construction practices, use of technology to basically determine if there is certain rise of the tropical cyclone and take necessary steps. This has been seen in Odisha also. Lot of cyclones come, and today's the meteorological advancement that have taken place is basically helps the governments also to make quick decision making with respect to future cyclones that might impact the coastal regions, right? Okay. Landslides, again, a landslide is defined as a movement of a mass of rock, debris or earth down the slope. Something that is moving down the slope, that might be some part of rock, some part of, let us say, debris down the slope. Now, what are the causes that might be leading to landslides? Very often, today's, if you realize the monsoon season is going on right now, and you realize in the hilly regions, particularly in the Himalayan belt, are the ones which are very prone to the landslides here, because those are the young full mountains, and as it rains, the water tends to seep inside, and because of that, then a lot of landslides happen, right? So heavy rain, earthquakes or volcanic activities or eruptions might basically cause landslides. Deforestation, because why? When you have the forest cover or the green cover, that basically tends to bind the soil. When you remove them, that binding force is gone, and then possibility is there that your let us say the lot of debris might further move down, or the mass of rocks might move down. If you realize construction activities, again, next is shifting agriculture. This also basically lose because you're cutting off the forest. Landslide vulnerability zone, please understand, in the NCERT it is basically mentioned these, and there is no further classification giving, but it is just showing what are the regions which are prone to landslides. So over here, please understand, these are the regions in the Himalayan belts, then the northeastern region and the Western Ghats region also are prone to a lot of landslides. These are the landslide zones or landslide prone zones. Further, they have been classified into very high vulnerability zone, and moderate to low vulnerability zone. The very high basically lie in the Himalayas, Andaman and Nicobar, Western Ghats, Nilgiris in the northeastern region. Then you have the high vulnerability zone. Please understand, it tends to include these regions which are mentioned here, but the scale and impact over here might be less. Then it might be put under the high vulnerability zone. Clear? Next is moderate to low. Trans-Himalayan region, rain shadow areas of eastern and the western Ghats are covered in the landslide vulnerability zone classification. Okay, let's move. What is the mitigation? Adoption of an area specific measure. That means, see, if you are dealing with the aspects of landslide of the Western Ghats, those will be very different from that of the Himalayas. Why? Because the Himalayas are the young full mountains. On the other hand, if you realize, the aspects of the Western Ghats, which are relatively very older, over there you will be realizing that the strategy will be different. Clear? So we have to see area specific aspects associated. Adoption of area specific measures, control construction activities in the vulnerable zones, limit agriculture access with moderate slope, promote afforestation, construction of bunds to reduce the flow of water, and terrace farming. These might be very helpful with respect to the mitigation strategies. Okay. Now comes floods. Now floods, by default, you very well understand that. What is flood? Flood basically talks about an overflow of water that submerges land which is usually meant to be dry. Now, by default, in simple words, can I say, let us say water that has to be generally flowing in its water channel or river channel basically comes out, moves out of it because of excess of water that is flowing. Simple words, and it spreads in various parts. So that is why, see, how will it happen? Let us say there is a lot of rainfall. There is a lot of siltation. What is siltation? As the river is traveling through its course, let us say the Himalayan rivers, they bring a lot of sediments along with them. They tend to basically deposit the silt along the, let us say, the river banks. Now that basically raises the level of the water that is flowing, and that might lead to water moving out of their channels. Blockage by the drains, blockage of the streams might lead to water moving out. Cyclones can also cause it, disruption of the river flowing and basically lead to water being spilling out. Construction of dams also, if you realize that it might flood a lot of regions. So these are the causes that are associated. Now if I see the flood prone zones, if you realize over here, Sabarmati Mahi regions, if you see the regions which are associated with the deltatic regions of Godavari, Krishna also, these are the regions which you see in Ganga, Yamuna regions, Kosi regions, and obviously the Brahmaputra plains. These are the major flood prone regions. This is what you should be a little bit drawing the map when you are studying it. These handmade maps will work a lot in your examination. Flood mitigation, construction of flood protection embankment, construction of dams and afforestation, discourage major construction along the floodplains, and the flood warning centers should be established so that it is helpful for the people and the government can take necessary steps. Next comes, these are the hazards that we have covered. Now let's come to the next part, that is disaster management. Now, please understand, when we talk about disaster, we studied with the concepts of hazard, the concept of vulnerability, we considered the concept of capacity and also the concept of risk. Having studied this, please understand, when we will go to the future lectures where we will be going to the advanced level of geography, over there we will be going to a lot of other concepts, the various plans, decision makings, national disaster management plans, the strategies also. But right now, as we told, we're confining ourselves to the NCERTs, right? Little bit stuff I've added here where we talk about what is disaster management. Please understand, it is mainly a disaster risk reduction strategy where you reduce the risk. How do you reduce the risk? If there is a lot of capacity building, if there are a lot of measures already taken to prevent some disasters and some which are natural, which cannot be controlled, but there is least impact on the people and the economy or socio-cultural aspects. That is how you reduce the risk, right? So it is basically the disaster risk reduction strategy involved in a continuous integrated process of planning, organizing, coordinating and implementing measures. What do you mean by disaster management in simple words? Let us understand. First step would be that you should make proper plannings, proper prepared or mitigation strategies before a disaster takes place, right? Then you know that if supposingly you have done your work, but then also you realize then disaster takes place, something that is not in your hand. Let us say an earthquake takes place. Now it's something that is not in our hand. Clear? Some tropical cyclone takes place. It is not in our hand. So that takes place. So during the disaster also, before that you have already prepared for things, how they will be impacted based on the risk analysis, all that, everything is prepared. Now some disaster happens. Now during the disaster also you'll be realizing that a lot of steps have to be taken place. Like some people are not following the instructions, so they have to be again taken care of. Some loss of lives might take place in spite of the preparedness. Some loss of basic communication links might take place. So all those things during the disaster also have to be managed so that people have the necessary aspects of water, food available to them. So that is, first is before, then is during the disaster also. Then you realize once the disaster is over, you will realize what has to be done now with respect to recovery. And that also depends upon what we had studied as a capacity or capability. And then also again you learn from those mistakes and see what can be further done to improve with respect to what has happened this time. All these things, all the institutions, all the mechanisms, policies, actions, stakeholders involved in this whole process, before, during, after, and again the cycle continues, is known as the aspect of disaster management. Clear? Now see here. Disaster risk reduction basically involves two prolonged strategies. First, mitigation. Now what do you mean by mitigation? Many people misinterpret it, so you should understand the concept. Measures that are taken to reduce both the effect of the hazard and vulnerability in order to reduce the scale of future disasters. See, what are the steps that have been taken? So in order to reduce the aspect of hazardous outcome that takes place, so that in the future that things do not happen, or you're already getting prepared for it, right? So next is preparedness. Measures taken before the occurrence of a disaster aim to minimize the loss of life, disruption of critical services and damage. Now let us assume mitigation is overall before anything happens. Let us say right now anything is happening. Now you are basically planning, you are making all the strategies, you're making all the infrastructure, everything. If something happens, we should be prepared, right? We should be prepared. All those systematic aspects, policy making, that is known as mitigation aspect. Let us say just after the mitigation, if you realize there's a possibility of some disaster taking place, and before the disaster you're getting prepared. That is referred to as preparedness. See here. Disaster management cycle, you realize there is something known as before the disaster, that is pre-disaster. What do you do during the pre-disaster phase? Awareness campaigns, strengthen the weak points, preparation of the plans. During the disaster, meeting the needs of the victims, giving them the necessities that is required. After the disaster is recovery and rehabilitation. Having studied this, I've added one more chart in front of you that will make things relatively clear. Let us assume this green line basically refers to before the disaster. This orange line basically refers to after a disaster. Let us begin from here. I told you mitigation, that means long-term planning, strategies that are involved before anything has already happened or is going to take place. Leaving that apart, you're planning that What should be the plan if some disaster happens? What should be the strategies? Who should be responsible? Who should take this? That is all mitigation strategies. Now let us assume there's a possibility of some disaster, and during that time you're getting prepared. That is known as preparation. Now what happens is a disaster takes place. A disaster with respect to, let us say, you can put a word hazard also over here. Let us say a cyclone or earthquake takes place. What will be your response? That is the response immediately during that and along with it after that also. And after that you recover, because immediately you realize immediate need would be, let us say, some disaster or hazard has taken place. You will be meeting the needs of the people. Once that thing is gone, then you will be working on the recovery action. These are the 4 phases. If you see 1, 2, 3, 4. Obviously the disaster is another instance. These are the 4 phases which you see with respect to 4 phases of disaster management. This is what was expected from the NCERT that we had to do. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you learned it. Please remember, candidates, again, this was the last lecture of the Indian physical geography that we have done with you. That is the concept of hazard and the disaster management. Last time, and again advising you all, please remember what all has been done with you in these NCERTs is going to form the core of the foundation of your preparation for the Indian physical geography for the UPSC and other examinations associated with that. If you do them well, I had told you earlier also, you will be able to solve the questions easily. You will yourself observe that, sir, we were not able to understand the questions or concepts previously, nor were we able to solve the PYQs or the practice papers. But now we are able to understand and then solve them. I'm guaranteeing you this, that this will be your opinion after you have rigorously done all the 7 lectures. This is not only an advice, take it as an order from a person from whom you are studying. Why I'm telling you and emphasizing on them? Because many people have seen the result and I want you also to experience it. That is why these lectures have been put on the YouTube channel. I will make sure that all the other aspects of the NCERTs, that is the human geography aspect or the physical geography, will also be there. And so that is going to help you to strengthen every aspect, every single concept of the geography, which will help you to sail through this examination, at least from this subject's perspective. So lots of blessings from my side, lots of love from my side. We'll be meeting in another journey and another aspects and another lectures and aspects of geography, which will include the human geography and the physical geography. Take care, and as we always say at the end, Jai Hind.